A massive blue-skinned monster has emerged in the city streets, and it's currently holding a baby hostage. Because the local police have already been killed by the creature, the surrounding crowd is left paralyzed by terror. Just as the monster prepares to devour the child, the creature's arm is severed. This sudden intervention comes from our hero, a man dressed casually in a blue t-shirt and shorts, his identity hidden behind a baseball cap and a black mask. The monster throws the baby away and lunges at our boy. Seeing that the civilian is now out of harm's way, the hero shifts his full attention to the threat. He meets the creature's lunge with a devastating strike that slams the beast directly into the asphalt, creating a massive crater. Before the creature can even recover, the masked man follows up with a powerful kick that sends the monster flying into a nearby building. The monster tries one last time to snap at our hero from the rubble, but the swordless warrior responds by slamming his heel into the creature's open mouth, effectively crushing its head. To ensure the threat is neutralized for good, Bro finishes the fight with a blur of high-speed punches. The force is so extreme that the monster is literally torn apart and obliterated. As the dust settles, a heavy silence falls over the crowd. The onlookers are initially frozen in disbelief, but that shock quickly turns into a roar of cheers and applause. Despite the overwhelming gratitude from the mother and the crowd, our hero remains stoic. He doesn't say a word. He simply acknowledges the mother's thanks with a brief glance before crouching down and launching himself high into the air. As he disappears over the Seoul skyline, the witnesses are left with a realization they previously thought was impossible. Seeing such power in person confirms a local legend. Superhumans aren't just a myth, they really do exist. At Seoyan High School in Incheon, a typical school day is interrupted by an ethics lecture on the nature of natural disasters. The teacher explains that the term describes catastrophic events humans simply cannot stop. This academic definition feels all too real for the students, as the world is currently plagued by actual monsters that fit that description perfectly. In the back of the room, two students are distracted by a viral video on a smartphone. They are watching high-resolution footage of the white-cap superhuman from the recent Oryudong incident, the same hero who saved a child from a blue-skinned beast. The students are in awe of his power, noting how rare it is to see such clear footage since most people are too busy running for their lives to film. This digital distraction is cut short, however, when a static-filled emergency alert blares over the school's intercom system. The Inhumans Alert System announces that a potential threat has been spotted near Incheon Port. Because of the immediate danger, classes are cancelled, and students are ordered to head home straight away. While most students are excited about the unexpected break, one of the girl students feels a sense of dread. She notices that these attacks are becoming more frequent and dangerous. She glances at her classmate, Lim Kang, who is remarkably still fast asleep despite the chaos. Luckily, Lim Kang isn't actually as lazy as he looks. A hidden earpiece in his bag begins to vibrate, and he quickly snaps awake to answer a call. On the other end, a voice, named Juri, provides him with the exact coordinates of the monster at the port. Our hero plays it cool, pretending to be a regular, carefree student to avoid suspicion from his classmate before heading to the bathroom to change. Meanwhile, the situation at Incheon Port has turned deadly. A blue monster is terrorizing the industrial area, stopping moving trucks with its bare hands and crushing them like soda cans. Two workers, Jae-gu and his older boss, are trapped behind shipping containers. The monster is relentlessly hunting them, eventually catching up and tossing Jae-gu aside like a rag doll. Just as the beast is about to finish them off, the boss stands his ground with a metal pipe, willing to sacrifice himself to buy his younger coworker time to escape. As the boss prepares for his final moments, the monster suddenly senses something and turns away. It ignores the humans for a moment to grab a massive shipping container, spinning it with terrifying strength before launching it through the air like a projectile aimed directly at the workers. Just before the massive metal box can crush the men, Lim Kang arrives. Dressed in his signature white cap and mask, our hero leaps into the air and shatters the entire shipping container with a single devastating punch. As he lands, cracking the pavement beneath his feet, he casually warns the monster that throwing such large objects is dangerous. Lim Kang stands before the blue creature while his handler, Juri, watches nervously from a remote command center. Despite the tension, Juri reminds our hero through his earpiece of an important protocol: always try to communicate before fighting. Since these monsters are typically mindless predators, finding one capable of speech could provide vital information about their origins. Following this logic, our protagonist attempts to de-escalate the situation by asking the beast if it can understand him. Unfortunately, the creature is far from interested in a conversation. In response to the boy's question, the monster's skin turns angry red as it lets out a deafening roar. This transformation marks a massive spike in its aggression. The beast lunges with such sudden speed that it catches our guy off guard, forcing him to leap into the air and block a heavy follow-up kick. Because the force of the impact is so great, Lim Kang is sent skidding across the pavement. He quickly realizes that this particular opponent is much faster and stronger than its bulky frame suggests. While this struggle unfolds, the rest of the world is watching. A news helicopter circles high above, broadcasting the fight live to a captivated public. On the ground, the Inhuman Subjugation Special Task Force has arrived with tanks and railguns, but they aren't joining the fray just yet. Their captain knows that conventional weapons are useless against threats of this caliber. According to military analysis, our heroes' power far exceeds their standard firepower. Therefore, if the white cap falls, the city has no defense left. The battle at the port grows increasingly desperate. As the monster pursues him, it uses a long, spear-like tongue to throw our hero off balance mid-air. This momentary opening allows the creature to grab Lim Kang by the ankle and slam him violently into a shipping container. The impact is massive, leaving the crowd and the military in shock as dust settles over the site of the crash. However, the military has a contingency plan in place for this exact scenario. Seeing our protagonist in trouble, the captain authorizes Plan B, which involves a specialized sniper with a bionic arm. This marksman fires a high-powered energy projectile that strikes the monster directly in the head. The force of the headshot successfully knocks the beast to the ground, providing a brief moment of hope. Yet, as smoke rises from the wound, the monster remains conscious, turning its gaze toward the sniper with a look that suggests the fight is far from over. The tension at Incheon Port reaches a breaking point as the military officer watches the red monster close in. To buy time, the specialized sniper uses his cybernetic arm to rapidly chamber and fire high-powered energy rounds. Each shot strikes the beast with surgical precision, hitting it in the side and top of the head, but the monster remains standing even under this relentless barrage. As the sniper prepares another round, he notices something through his scope that stops him cold. Lim Kang is emerging from a nearby shipping container. Our boy manages to dust himself off, casually noting that it was actually lucky he got thrown into the metal container. Because it broke his momentum, he avoided being tossed all the way into the sea. Seeing that their hero is safe, Juri breathes a sigh of relief from his command center. He quickly gets back to business, informing Kang that this monster appears to be another dud. Because the creature refuses to speak, or simply lacks the intelligence to do so, there is no more reason to hold back. With the information gathering phase over, Lim Kang decides to end the threat for good. He charges forward with such explosive speed that the ground cracks beneath him, leaping into the air for a finishing move. The monster is visibly shocked by this sudden increase in intensity, but it has no time to react. Our protagonist delivers a devastating overhead kick that crushes the creature's skull instantly. He follows through by grabbing the beast's face and slamming it into the pavement with enough force to create a massive explosion of debris and a shockwave that rattles nearby helicopters. The aftermath leaves everyone from the military to the news crews in a state of stunned silence. The monster appears to be defeated, but the victory is briefly interrupted when the body begins to convulse and leak a strange, dark substance. This shadowy energy eventually consumes the remains and explodes, leaving behind nothing but an empty black crater. While Juri is frantically checking if the fight is truly over, Lim Kang remains calm. He is certain the threat is neutralized because he felt the creature's brain shatter, though he confidently notes that he would simply beat it to death again if it returned. He compares the fight to a previous, much more difficult encounter on Anmian Island, suggesting that this opponent wasn't even his greatest challenge. However, the peace is short-lived. High above the wreckage, a mysterious man in a military-style hat and a hooded figure named Dan Yang have been watching the entire fight for entertainment. The man in the hat is impressed by the ruthless display of power and realizes that the white cap superhuman hasn't even used his full strength yet. Intrigued, he tells his companion he'll be right back and vanishes in a blur of motion. Down in the crater, Lim Kang's instincts flare as he senses a new presence. Before he can react, the stranger moves past him at high speed, appearing on the scanners as an unknown threat. The newcomer is revealed to be a man with long white hair, black facial markings, and a malicious grin. He stands before our hero, acknowledging his reputation as the white cap superhuman. Our protagonist finds himself face to face with a mysterious white-haired man, while a second figure in a pink cloak watches the scene from high atop a nearby crane. Because Lim Kang is naturally observant, he immediately alerts Juri to the presence of this second individual. News helicopters broadcast the confrontation live, and while the public and the military watch with bated breath, no one can hear the conversation taking place. The military captain orders his men to stay back and maintain their guard, recognizing that they are completely powerless to intervene in a clash between beings of this level. The white-haired stranger begins the encounter by mockingly praising the hero's flashy fighting style, even comparing him to Ketchup Man, a famous TV superhero. Because Lim Kang is a massive fan of the show, he briefly loses his serious edge and becomes visibly flattered. This lapse in focus infuriates Juri, who screams through the earpiece for him to stop blushing and start interrogating the stranger about his identity and origins. When our hero tries to get back on track, the stranger laughs off the questioning. He reveals that he has been tracking the white cap superhuman through social media and news broadcasts for a long time. However, he claims that he didn't come to the port specifically for Lim Kang, and insists he has no intention of fighting. Ju-ri is immediately skeptical, reminding his partner of a past incident in Samchuk, where government agents acted friendly right before attacking him with tasers. Fearing another trap, Ju-ri urges our hero to leave the area immediately. The conversation takes a dramatic turn when the stranger drops a bombshell. He identifies himself as a superhuman, just like Lim Kang. He claims there are others like them across the globe who possess power that defies logic. While Ju-ri is aware of a few verified superhumans in America and Europe, the confirmation of another one in Korea, and the implication of an entire hidden community, changes everything. Wanting no part of this mysterious group, Lim Kang turns to walk away, but the stranger stops him with a terrifying piece of information. He reveals that he knows Lim Kang's secret identity as a high school student and, even more disturbingly, he knows about Ju-ri. The stranger describes how he once stood in the shadows of Ju-ri's own workshop, watching him build the hero's high-tech equipment. He even mockingly threatens to play with Ju-ri while Lim Kang is at school. Because Ju-ri is the only family he has, this threat sends our guy into a cold, dark rage. The playful atmosphere vanishes instantly as Lim Kang prepares to eliminate the threat to his friend's safety. He declares that he will ensure the stranger never gets near Ju-ri again. The white-haired man realizes his joke went too far and takes a fighting stance as the hero vanishes in a blur of blinding speed. Our hero lunges forward with a punch intended to end the confrontation, but the stranger manages to catch the blow with a single hand. The resulting shockwave is so violent it shatters the pavement beneath them. Despite the raw power of the strike, the stranger survives, mockingly noting that Lim Kang must have pulled his punch at the last second. The stranger mocks our hero for showing generosity in a fight, warning that if they actually trade serious blows, the entire surrounding area will be blown to smithereens. Because Nangi's eyes glow with a menacing red light, it becomes clear that he is a superhuman capable of total destruction. From a command center, Ju-ri frantically shouts into the earpiece for Kang to calm down. Ju-ri realizes that fighting an unknown superhuman who already knows their identities is a losing game, so he convinces our protagonist to retreat for the sake of strategy. Understanding the logic, Lim Kang lowers his guard, which prompts the stranger to laugh and prepare for his departure. Before he leaves, our guy demands a name to ensure he can find him later. The stranger identifies himself as Nangi before vanishing alongside his companion, Dan Yang. This anticlimactic ending leaves viewers around the world frustrated. In a private hall, a man named Ben grumbles about the lack of a spectacle, while in an upscale office, the hulking Bashilov and a blonde executive watch the broadcast in silence. The executive notes that the two probably backed off to avoid turning the city into a graveyard, though he remains suspicious of the white cap hero's motives. Back at the port, the two workers Lim Kang saved attempt to show their gratitude by offering him a hot meal of asori stew. However, our hero remains stoic and launches himself into the air, leaving a massive shockwave in his wake. As the military begins the cleanup, the specialized sniper with the bionic arm expresses his bitterness to the captain. He argues that even their best armor-piercing rounds are just toys against these threats. Because human weapons are so ineffective, he fears they are all doomed to a meaningless death. The focus shifts to Commander Bayek Oh-jin of the Inhuman Subjugation Special Task Force, who is coordinating the recovery of the creature's remains. He orders the captain to ignore national agencies and focus entirely on loading the monster's body onto a mysterious black craft labeled Transport Vehicle 101. Once the ramp closes, the craft departs for a restricted location known as the Falcon Area. Baek Oh-jin then reports the incident to a high-ranking politician named Marcus Gerald. Despite the report mentioning 14 deaths, Marcus is completely indifferent to the casualties. He scolds the commander for wasting his time with useless crap and complains about having to speak to the public, whom he privately views as dirty ants. While the transport plane carries the inhuman corpse into the clouds, Marcus Gerald steps onto a brightly lit stage. Under a banner promising a new generation, he puts on a fake smile and introduces himself to a cheering crowd as the hope for a peaceful world. High above on a shipping container, Nangi and Dan Yang watch the aircraft disappear, confirming that the military and the government are moving the remains exactly where they expected. Far across the world in New York City, a violent confrontation unfolds between a monster and the famous American superhero, Ketchup Man. Dressed in his iconic red and yellow suit, the muscular hero brutally interrogates an elderly inhuman, demanding the location of a base belonging to a figure named Sherlock. Because the hero's grip is so tight, the creature can barely speak, yet Ketchup Man interprets this struggle as defiance. Showing no mercy, the American hero delivers a monstrous punch that sends the creature hurtling into the streets below like a meteor. The hero follows up with his signature Ketchup Smash, creating a massive shockwave that shatters the pavement and leaves the inhuman broken in a crater. While a crowd of adoring fans cheers for his manly figure, and news reporters hail him as Earth's hope, the reality is a bit more cynical. Ketchup Man spares the creature only so it can deliver a warning to its leader, though he nearly changes his mind just to be spiteful. This display of power is broadcast globally, ending with a cheerful animated theme song that highlights his status as a commercial icon. Back in Korea, Lim Kang is watching the premiere of this very episode in a messy bedroom. He is such a dedicated fan that he stayed up just to see the broadcast, even though his handler, Ju Ri, is exhausted from their real-life battle the previous day. As our boy gushes over the hero's exploits, he recalls Nan Gi's earlier comment about him being similar to Ketchup Man. This thought causes our protagonist to blush with pride, as he secretly loves the comparison to his favorite TV character. The peaceful morning is ruined when Ju Ri mentions that school is actually back in session. Because the local inhuman threat was neutralized so quickly, the emergency cancellation was lifted. This realization sends our hero into a state of pure panic. He dresses with superhuman speed and sprints out the door, leaving a trail of clothes behind him. As Lim Kang makes his way to Seoyeon High School, he overhears his classmates debating the recent fight at the port. While some students mock the white cap hero for having his punch blocked by Nan Gi, others defend him as a selfless warrior. The conversation is interrupted when a student accidentally bumps into Choi Tae-ik, a massive and intimidating figure in a gray parka. Tae-ik is a high-ranking member of the Gun-Do Gang, a notorious group of fighters from Mabong Middle School who now treat the high school as their personal playground. When Tae-ik catches our guy staring at him, a brief but tense staring contest ensues. Not wanting to blow his cover, Lim Kang plays the part of a normal-looking retard and offers a hollow apology, allowing the bully to walk away with threats. His classmates warn him to stay clear of the gang, explaining that because the school is new and lacks upperclassmen, these thugs have no one to keep them in check. Inside the classroom, we meet Hong Moo-hee, a student with a bandaged face from boxing practice, and her friend Yeo Jin-ju. There is clear tension between them, as Moo-hee is worried that Jin-ju is hanging out with a dangerous crowd. When our boy finally slumps into his seat, Jin-ju points out that his fly is open, a result of his frantic morning rush. As Lim Kang struggles with his zipper in total embarrassment, Moo-hee watches with a small smile, finding his clumsiness endearing. However, the domestic drama at school stands in stark contrast to a growing threat elsewhere. In the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, a fisherman spots a massive, dark shape moving beneath the waves. The piece of the open sea is fragile, a fact two fishermen learned far too late. While working their shift, a father proudly shows off a penguin doll he bought for his daughter's birthday. He explains that because her dream is to see penguins in Antarctica, he jumped at the chance to buy the toy. It's a touching moment of domestic planning. He's eager to get home after lunch because he fears his long shifts on the boat might cause his daughter to forget his face. Unfortunately, this heartwarming conversation is cut short when a massive dark shape emerges from the depths. A gargantuan, blue, lizard-like inhuman breaches the surface and slams its weight onto the deck, instantly shattering the vessel. Before the men can even process the scale of the threat, the creature, resembling a humanoid chameleon, crushes one of the fishermen under its massive clawed foot. Because the boat is now a wreck of blood and debris, the second fisherman is left paralyzed in terror, staring at the monster that just ended his friend's life. Meanwhile, at Seoyeon High School, the atmosphere is far less life-threatening, but equally grim. Math teacher Park Chang-sik decides to scrap his usual lesson to deliver a lecture on the inhuman phenomenon. He explains that these creatures are appearing with terrifying frequency, 3 times this year alone, and because of this, public fear has reached an all-time high. To help the students understand the gravity of the situation, he breaks down the raw power of these monsters. He notes that they possess the strength to crush tanks and the speed to move at 125 miles per hour, making them instinctive killing machines that humanity can barely fathom. The teacher provides a sobering look at the statistics, noting 517 deaths globally over 37 recorded appearances. Turning the focus to Korea, he highlights that there have been 7 major incidents. However, he points out a glimmer of hope. Our hero, the white cap superhuman, has appeared in the last 5 consecutive cases to crush the threat. Because this hero remains a complete mystery to experts and the public alike, he has become a symbol of hope in an increasingly dark world. To provide context for the current crisis, the teacher revisits the 2 incidents that occurred before our boy arrived on the scene. First was the 2015 Ipohang incident, where a monster was found dead among 15 victims, seemingly defeated by an unknown party. Even more chilling was the 2016 Gangneung incident, which saw the debut of Heptahorn, the first inhuman to survive an encounter with humans. During that tragedy, witnesses recalled a long-haired large man fighting the beast, but because both the man and the monster disappeared shortly after, the government theorizes the man was killed, and the creature is simply biding its time. As the lecture concludes, the teacher notes that these 3 figures, the white cap, Heptahorn, and the long-haired man, are the keys to understanding the inhuman threat. He wonders aloud where these monsters even come from, only to realize that most of his students have fallen fast asleep. Frustrated, he slams his hand on the desk to wake them, reminding them that as the future of society, they cannot afford to be indifferent while humanity's weaknesses are being exposed. The teacher's passion for the subject isn't just academic, it's deeply personal. As he leaves the school and begins driving, he breaks down in tears while speaking to his wife. Today is the anniversary of their son's death, a tragedy that clearly stems from a past monster attack. Because he lost his own child to this violence, he spends his life praying that his son is safe from monsters in heaven, a stark reminder that behind every statistic is a family left in ruins. Back in the Atlantic Ocean, the nightmare on the fishing vessel intensifies as the inhuman creature towers over the wreckage. The lone survivor is paralyzed with shock as he stares at the body of his fallen comrade. Desperate to escape, the man flees into the ship's control cabin and frantically slams the emergency button. He attempts to radio in his coordinates, but before he can finish, the monster's massive hand smashes through the window and crushes his head in its grip. Now bloodied and mangled, the fisherman begs for his life with a single tear in his eye. Unfortunately, his pleas go unanswered. The only sound left in the cabin is the static-filled voice of a distant operator asking for the ship's name, unaware that the situation has already turned fatal. Nearby, the atmosphere is a sharp contrast of luxury and celebration. On the deck of the SS Opera, a massive cruise ship, thousands of passengers are enjoying a sun-driven party. However, inside the ship's bridge, the tone is strictly professional. The captain and his officers have detected the cut-off transmission from the fishing boat. Because the automated tracking data shows the vessel is only 10 nautical miles away, the captain makes a decisive call. He orders an immediate change of course, hoping to launch a rescue mission within 25 minutes. While the cruise ship speeds toward the distress signal, the wounded fisherman catches sight of the massive vessel on the horizon. He stands among the body of his friend, watching his only hope for survival approach a trap they aren't prepared for. Back in Korea, the students of Seoyeon High are more concerned with their social lives than global disasters. In the cafeteria line, two students named Woo Chung-ryul and Lee Dae-bang bicker about hunger and their lack of dating prospects. Their conversation eventually turns to the school's social hierarchy. Because the school is new, it has been overtaken by a notorious group known as the Gundu Gang. Dae-bang explains that they actually lucked out, because the gang's leaders and their lackeys are mostly concentrated in the higher-numbered classes. However, Chung-ryul points out a student named Gi Duek-gun, a smug lackey in their own class who acts tough because of his connections. This leads them to wonder if their classmate, Kwon-chul, could handle the bullies. Although Kwon-chul is incredibly strong and once defeated a middle school bully who picked a fight with him, he is known for being quiet and finding conflict to be a hassle. While the lunchroom buzzes, our hero, Lim Kang, sits alone, stuffing his face with food to fuel his superhuman metabolism. He is surprised when Kwon-chul sits across from him. Because both of them are socially isolated, Kwon-chul suggests they eat together from now on. When Chul asks if Lim Kang does sports to maintain his physique, our guy innocently claims he is self-learning taekwondo, which Chul finds mildly amusing. The budding friendship is interrupted by a violent crash. Choi Tae-ik, a high-ranking member of the Gundu gang, kicks a student across the room just for being too slow in his way. Tae-ik announces that he is having trouble managing his anger and decides to scout the room to beat up 5 people simply because he doesn't like their looks. As the other students cower in fear, Lim Kang and Kwon-chul watch the scene silently, their lunch interrupted by the brewing schoolyard violence. While schoolyard bullies cause trouble in Incheon, the United States government is facing a much larger catastrophe. In a dark meeting room in New York, the Secretary of Defense expresses his helplessness over the rising death tolls. The tension breaks when two powerful individuals arrive: St. Pearl, a blonde woman in blue armor, and Galen Withrow. James, a high-ranking official, informs them that they are facing an unbelievable worst-case scenario. He reveals that the SS Opera, currently carrying 3,000 civilians, is under active attack by an inhuman in the middle of the ocean. Since the ship is isolated in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, the passengers are effectively trapped with no way to escape. Pearl, recognizing the urgency, cuts the briefing short so they can begin their journey immediately. As they head toward a waiting helicopter, the Secretary of Defense is left behind in a state of visible shock. He is so overwhelmed by the raw, intimidating presence of the superhumans that he is left trembling, realizing just how far beyond normal humanity these individuals truly are. Meanwhile, back in Korea, the mysterious Nan Gi and his companion Dan Yang discuss the fallout of their recent televised encounter with the white cap superhuman. Because their faces were broadcast globally, Dan Yang is concerned about the bounties now placed on their heads. However, Nan Gi remains unbothered and even finds the situation amusing. He suggests that the world is heading toward a state of chaos, and he is simply waiting to see which side of the upcoming game will be more entertaining to join. The gravity of the oceanic crisis becomes clearer as James continues his briefing aboard the LC-100, the fastest military helicopter in the U.S. arsenal. He explains that they are roughly 500 miles away from the ship, a distance that will take 2 hours to cover. Unfortunately, the military has already attempted a rescue that ended in disaster. Because the Navy and the Inhuman Subjugation Special Task Force, ISSTF, sent 5 specialized squadrons to the scene and lost all communication within 20 minutes, it is highly likely that every soldier involved has been wiped out. This failure has forced the government into a desperate and cold-blooded contingency plan. Because the SS Opera is currently on autopilot and heading directly toward the Florida coast, the authorities fear the Inhuman will reach the mainland and cause an even larger massacre. As a result, they have authorized fighter jets equipped with miniature nuclear missiles to sink the ship, and everyone on it, before it reaches land. Galen and Pearl are disgusted by this solution, but Pearl remains focused. She commands James to stop trembling, confidently declaring that the outcome will change now that she has arrived. The scene shifts from the global stage to the local tensions at Seoyeon High School in Incheon. The lunchroom has turned into a scene of intimidation, as the bully Choi Tae-ik begins a random hunt to beat up students simply to vent his frustration. He singles out one of a student, aggressively grabbing him by the hair for the minor offense of standing in his way. Just as the violence is about to escalate, Hong Moo-hee intervenes, fearlessly calling out the bullies to put an end to the harassment. This sudden defiance leaves the entire student body frozen in shock, as no one expected the girl with the bandaged jaw to stand up to the school's most feared bully. While the crowd panics, Lim Kang and his classmate Kwon Chul watch the exchange with unbothered, neutral expressions. Choi Tae-ik is initially stunned, but his shock quickly turns into a murderous rage. He towers over Moo-hee, mockingly claiming that the cafeteria food must have made her delusional. He makes it clear that he has no qualms about being violent toward girls, and winds up a massive backhand strike to silence her. However, before the blow can connect, Kwon Chul intervenes by catching the bully's wrist mid-air. With a bored expression, Kwon notes that he rumors about the gang being total scum were clearly true. He mockingly calls Tae-ik a giant freak, causing an immediate stir among the onlookers who recognize Kwon Chul as a formidable fighter from a rival middle school. The situation escalates instantly. Enraged by the interference, Tae-ik launches a powerful kick that sends Kwon Chul flying across the room and through several tables. While the bully's lackeys assume the fight is over, our protagonist and the other students watch as Kwon Chul stands up, completely unfazed. He taunts the bully to finish his sentence, prompting a wave of cheers from the students who are desperate to see the gang finally lose. Kwon Chul goes on the offensive, leaping into the air to deliver a flying kick followed by a devastating punch to Tae-ik's jaw. The impact is so loud that the bully's followers are horrified to see their leader staggering. Tae-ik spits a thick glob of blood onto the floor, his muscles bulging as he realizes he isn't fighting a bargain bin opponent. He declares that he won't show any mercy, while Kwon Chul silently evaluates the situation. Despite hitting him with a full-powered strike, the bully's massive size allowed him to stay conscious, suggesting this won't be a quick victory. Just as the two prepare for a second round, a new presence interrupts the fight. A massive student with mint-colored hair and gold teeth, known as Nam Gung-moo, steps between them. Identified as one of the three heads of the Gundu gang, he is so imposing that Moo-hee wonders if he's even human. Because a teacher is approaching, the radish head leader orders a ceasefire. He leads a bloodied Tae-ik away, but not before delivering a chilling warning to Kwon Chul, promising that he will see him soon for crossing the line. As the gang retreats, a heavy silence falls over the room. While the other students whisper in fear about being stuck in a school with such ruthless thugs, Lim Kang remains focused on his meal. He lets out a massive, room-shaking burp, casually complaining that these crazies think they own the place. The girls at the next table are left disgusted, completely unaware that the boy she is complaining about the noise is the most powerful superhuman on the planet. Meanwhile, the focus shifts to a stormy night over the Atlantic Ocean. James, the military liaison, informs St. Pearl and Galen Withrow that they have reached the SS Opera. Despite being 1,000 feet in the air, Pearl demands that the helicopter doors be opened. She equips a biometric earpiece to stay in contact with James, who will monitor their locations from the air. Before jumping, Pearl sends a defiant message to the US government. Since she has arrived, they can officially cancel the nuclear strike. The two superhumans dive into the lightning-filled sky, landing on the cruise ship's deck with an impact that shatters the surface. They find a scene of total carnage, with bodies scattered everywhere. On the rain-slicked deck of the SS Opera, St. Pearl and Galen Withrow prepare to move out. Pearl is certain the Inhuman is nearby because it has already brutally decimated the crew. Unbeknownst to the heroes, they are being watched. Deep within the ship's wreckage, a massive, blue-scaled monster fixes a singular reptilian eye on Pearl, tracking her every move. From the safety of a helicopter, their technical liaison, James, attempts to coordinate the search. Because the cruise ship is a massive labyrinth with different layouts on every floor, finding the creature by chance is unlikely. This complexity forces the team to make a difficult tactical choice. To cover the most ground quickly, James suggests they split up. While Pearl heads to the lower cargo bays, Galen moves toward the upper levels and the engine room. James warns them that while this is the fastest way to find survivors, it also means they will likely have to face the threat alone without backup. Pearl wastes no time, leaping off the side of the vessel and using her superhuman strength to punch handholds directly into the metal hull as she scales down. Once she reaches the lower levels, she kicks through the ship's exterior to gain entry. She finds herself in a vast, silent storage bay. Since the area is filled with undisturbed cargo and lacks any signs of violence, Pearl initially reports that everything seems normal. The situation is far grimmer for Galen. As he moves through the upper decks, he finds nothing but a trail of bodies. Every vital area, the bridge, the control room, and the information center, has been turned into a graveyard. The tension spikes when the communication link begins to fail. Because the ship has entered a region similar to the Bermuda Triangle, the electronic interference becomes overwhelming. This leaves James in the helicopter feeling helpless, as he can track their locations, but can no longer provide verbal warnings or support. Amidst the static, Galen hears a faint groan and discovers a lone survivor. Unfortunately, the elderly man has been driven to madness by the trauma of the attack. Instead of seeing a savior, the survivor screams at Galen as if he were a demon, his mind completely broken by the horror he witnessed. Meanwhile, in the cargo hold, Pearl has a much more hopeful encounter. A young girl peeks out from behind some crates, recognizing the famous hero. Pearl reassures the child, though she manages a small moment of levity by correcting the girl for calling her Mrs. As Galen continues his search, he enters the grand event hall, where the scent of blood is almost suffocating. He is startled to see a blonde woman standing in the distance who looks identical to St. Pearl. Confused by how his partner could have moved from the bottom of the ship to the top so quickly, Galen approaches her. This mistake proves nearly fatal. As the figure turns, it reveals a pale face and a red eye. Before Galen can react, the creature's torso splits open into a massive, toothy maw. This shape-shifting inhuman lunges forward, sinking its teeth deep into Galen's shoulder and side. Galen is thrown across the floor, bleeding and in total shock. Because the monster successfully mimicked his ally, Galen finds himself severely wounded and facing a terrifyingly deceptive enemy with no way to call for help. Because Galen let his guard down when he saw the likeness of his partner, St. Pearl, the inhuman was able to land a catastrophic opening blow. The situation is even more dire than it looks. As he stands in a pained crouch, he realizes that if his reflexes hadn't kicked in at the last microsecond, he would have lost his head. Unfortunately, the damage is already severe. Galen is missing his entire right arm. Despite the agony and the profuse sweating, he remains analytical. He watches as the creature's disguise slips, revealing a grotesque intermediate state where a mimicry of Pearl's head sits atop a massive blue-skinned neck. Because the monster can physically transform, Galen concludes that it isn't an illusionist, but a deadly shapeshifter. To stay in the fight, Galen shows incredible grit. He uses his remaining hand to tightly wrap his black cloak around the bleeding stump of his shoulder. This improvised bandage is the only thing keeping him from passing out from blood loss. Driven by a cold, murderous rage, he demands the beast return his limb before engaging in a brutal, close-quarters brawl. While this struggle unfolds in the dining hall, the rest of the team is struggling with the environment. High above the ship, the technical liaison, James, is fighting through a violent lightning storm. Since the ship is in a high interference zone, his earpieces have failed, leaving him to rely on flickering radar icons to track the team. He notes with growing dread that Galen's movements are erratic, suggesting he is locked in a life-or-death struggle. Fearing the worst, James orders the pilot to land on the deck despite the dangerous winds. Meanwhile, the real St. Pearl is still in the cargo hold. Luckily, she finds a large group of survivors who have been hiding behind crates in the lower levels. Seeing their famous hero, the civilians, led by a young girl and a desperate woman, beg for her protection. Because there are so many lives at stake, Pearl feels a renewed sense of urgency to clear the ship and find her partner. Back in the dining area, the fight has reached a stalemate. The Inhuman has fully reverted to its true form, a hulking, blue-scaled beast that uses its superior size to corner Galen. Because he is missing an arm, Galen finds himself struggling to maintain his balance in a fistfight. After narrowly avoiding a lethal bite, he realizes that while the monster's shape-shifting is a great tool for deception, it doesn't actually add much to its combat power once the fight begins. Recognizing that he needs to end this immediately to survive, Galen decides to stop holding back. He takes a deep breath, and suddenly, his left eye begins to glow with an intense electric blue light. Since he is a superhuman with the power to manipulate energy and matter, he turns the environment itself into a weapon. He shatters a wooden barrel, but instead of the wine simply spilling, he freezes the liquid droplets in midair. These wine crystals turn into razor-sharp projectiles that pelt the monster, catching it completely off guard. To finish the job, Galen grabs a glass bottle and smashes it, creating a jagged edge. By pouring the remaining liquid over the glass, he uses his energy to forge a long blade of crystalline power. No longer in the mood for games, the one-armed warrior points his new weapon at the beast, ready to end the day's frustrations, once and for all. To understand how a man from East Harlem ended up in such a high-stakes position, one has to look back at his recruitment. In a secure monitoring room, the technical liaison James and a colleague named Ben once reviewed footage of Galen's initial interrogation. Ben was initially skeptical, noting that while the young man had a sharp gaze, he didn't look particularly dangerous. However, James corrected this misconception by revealing Galen's history. He had single-handedly annihilated the notorious Blood Street Gang in a flash, and later left the entire Safario gang unconscious without sustaining a single scratch. This was a level of trash cleanup that even the government had struggled with, making Galen a person of extreme interest. The interrogation footage further revealed the nature of his gift. During a tense conversation with St. Pearl, she noted that while his physical durability was impressive, his most terrifying feat was how he could stop the bleeding of wounded allies instantly. Galen explained that he possesses the unique ability to instantly harden any liquid within a 10-meter range. Whether it's coffee in a mug or water in the air, he can change its molecular composition at will, turning it into a substance comparable to diamond. While this ability defies the laws of science and requires immense stamina and concentration, it allows him to turn simple liquids into weapons more powerful than most firearms. Back in the present, this power is put to the ultimate test. The blue monster is relentless, delivering a massive blow that sends Galen skidding across the dining hall floor. As Galen coughs up blood, he realizes that his missing arm has completely thrown off his balance, causing his counterattacks to miss their mark. Despite blowing away half the creature's head, the monster shows no signs of slowing down. While the battle rages, St. Pearl is sprinting through the ship's lower corridors. She notices that the basement levels are eerily untouched, suggesting the threat is concentrated elsewhere. Just as she detects a faint rumble from above, a burst of static hits her earpiece. James, watching the battle from the helicopter's radar, tries to guide her toward the event hall. He is gripped by a bad feeling. The fight is taking far too long, and he knows that Pearl needs to arrive immediately if Galen is to survive. Inside the dining hall, Galen's vision begins to blur as he reaches his physical limit. In a final, desperate tactical move, he notices the fire sprinklers on the ceiling. He leaps into the air and kicks his foot upward, forcing it to shatter the pipes. As water sprays violently over the room, Galen uses the last of his mental fortitude to activate his ability. The falling water instantly transforms into hundreds of diamond-hard needles, impaling the creature from every angle and encasing it in a massive block of hardened liquid. In the monitoring room, Ben and James discussed the potential limits of such a peculiar power. James questioned if the transformation was permanent, or if it had a scientific expiration. Galen's recorded response clarified that the ability is tied directly to his mental fortitude. Because of this connection, the effects vary based on his physical condition, though the hardened state typically lasts for at least an hour before returning to a liquid form. Believing the fight is won, Galen stands over his frozen opponent, contemplating how to finish the job. Unfortunately, his victory is short-lived. A sudden dark streak cuts through the air from the shadows. Before Galen can even register the new threat, a second, larger inhuman emerges and severs his head with a single brutal strike. As his body collapses and the world fades to black, the warrior's final thought is one of pure horror. There was a second monster hiding behind him the entire time. Meanwhile, the situation at the command center turns from hopeful to hysterical. James, working frantically on his laptop to coordinate the team's rendezvous, notices a sudden change on his radar. While St. Pearl's signal remains steady, the icon representing Galen, labeled W, suddenly vanishes from the screen. Because the earpieces are tied directly to the wearer's biometrics, James knows this isn't a technical glitch. The disappearance of the signal can only mean one thing: Galen Withrow is dead. The weight of this realization leaves James trembling in terror, clutching his head as he watches the lone remaining icon on his display. Back inside the ship, the silence of the dining hall is shattered as St. Pearl kicks through the heavy wooden doors. She arrives ready for a fight, but she is immediately paralyzed by the carnage before her. She finds herself staring at a grotesque tableau: the blue monster, the new white entity, and the remains of her partner. When she looks down and sees Galen's severed head lying in a pool of blood, her initial shock transforms into a cold, harrowing silence. This tragedy brings back a poignant memory of a conversation the two shared on a park bench. Pearl had once tried to give Galen a lecture on the importance of remaining rational and cool during combat. She warned him that inhumans are unpredictable, and that if one of them were to fall, the survivor must control their emotions and retreat if necessary to protect the world. At the time, Galen had mockingly dismissed her sentimentality, claiming he would leave her behind without a second thought if she ever died. To prove his point, he had used his powers to freeze a fountain into a sculpture for a crying child before walking away, leaving Pearl with a knowing smile. In the present, however, Pearl's own advice fails her. As she stands over the body of her friend, the nonsense she spouted about staying calm vanishes, replaced by a pure, murderous rage. Because the red-fleshed monster, the one responsible for the kill, dares to scream at her, Pearl finally snaps. She explodes forward with a sonic boom, shattering the floor beneath her feet as she lunges at the creature. She screams in fury, questioning what happened to her own resolve as she slams the monster's face into the floor with enough force to cause the ground to erupt. Pearl follows up with a devastating overhead kick to the beast's spine, but the fight is far from over. Despite her injuries, she momentarily pauses her assault to show a final act of respect. She turns back to Galen's remains and gently cradles his severed head, closing his eyes for the last time. Even when the red inhuman stands back up and tears into her shoulder, Pearl refuses to let go. This injury only serves to fuel her transformation. When she looks back at the monster, her eyes are no longer human. They glow with a predatory light. Because she has decided to abandon her usual tactical restraint, Pearl becomes a demon of vengeance. She catches the monster's massive arm with her bare hand and begins to crush the limb, effortlessly swinging the giant beast through a stone pillar. Covered in blood and radiating a terrifying aura, Pearl declares that this is the worst day of her career. She warns the monster that she is now doing things their way, promising that its death will be more painful than anything it could possibly imagine. The red inhuman is not finished yet, however. It lets out a pained roar and attempts to lunge at Pearl with a bladed arm, but Pearl is far too fast. She vanishes in a blur of motion and delivers a devastating punch directly into the monster's face, distorting its features and sending blood spraying across the wreckage. Because the first strike wasn't enough to satisfy her vengeance, she follows up with an explosive strike that sends the beast hurtling through multiple steel walls of the ship's interior. Standing among the ruins of the vessel, Pearl looks at the mangled heap of flesh with indifference. She tells the creature it doesn't even deserve the time it would take to receive a full beating. She simply orders it to get up so she can finish it off. While this brutal execution unfolds, the situation back in the United States has reached a state of pure panic. Inside a high-security military bunker, generals and officials are shouting over one another because they have lost all contact with James and the superhumans on the scene. Some fear the team has already been defeated, while others desperately hope the silence is just due to weather interference. The room is a mess of conflicting opinions, with some calling for more surveillance and others demanding a higher alert level. The chaos is interrupted by Marcus Gerald, a calculating politician who views the military's hesitation as a weakness. He mockingly scolds the room for their laid-back approach and reveals a chilling reality. The nuclear missile launch sequence is already prepared. Because the president has already cleared the biometric codes, fighter jets are currently airborne and simply waiting for the final order to strike. When the generals argue that Pearl and Withrow have never failed before, Marcus reminds them of the grim statistics. He points out that every other specialized unit sent to the ship was wiped out instantly, and since there is still no word from James, they cannot gamble on eternal peace. Marcus pressures the president further by highlighting the stakes. Since the SS Opera is only 90 minutes away from the Florida coast, any failure to act could lead to a massacre in Fort Lauderdale, putting 20 million lives at risk. This cold logic leaves the generals trembling in frustration, as they are forced to weigh the lives of the 3,000 people on the ship against the safety of the mainland. Despite the intense pressure from Marcus, the president eventually finds his resolve. Recalling a past moment where he thanked Pearl for her selfless service, he chooses to trust her one last time and officially cancels the strike order, much to the annoyance of Marcus. Back on the ship, the victory Pearl was seeking takes a strange and disgusting turn. Just as she prepares to finish the red monster, she is suddenly hit by a spray of sticky webs. To her shock, a new blue-skinned creature with a reptilian face crawls out from the stomach of the red inhuman. Pearl quickly realizes that the red monster was actually serving as a host or a living prison for this second mutant. Because this new threat is the true culprit behind the day's horrors, Pearl's fury reaches its peak. She notes that her fallen partner, Withrow, probably wasn't headed for heaven anyway, so she tells the monster to beg for his forgiveness when they meet in the afterlife. With that, Pearl unleashes a massive, blinding beam of energy. The light is so powerful that it pierces through the ship and shoots high into the night sky, acting as a violent beacon of her power against the darkness of the storm. Inside the military helicopter parked on the helipad, the pressure wave causes the cabin to jerk violently. James is thrown against his seat, wide-eyed with terror as he screams to find out what happened. Because of the catastrophic damage visible from his window, he frantically signals the pilot to open the doors. Meanwhile, amidst the smoldering wreckage, St. Pearl stands alone. Her body glows with residual energy as she stares out through the massive hole she just created in the side of the vessel. As the helicopter touches down, James sprints toward the edge of the crater in the ship's side, gasping in disbelief at the level of destruction. In the center of the ruins, he sees the silhouette of the exhausted Pearl, her suit torn and her face marked with blood. The initial shock of the victory quickly shifts to an agonizing sorrow as James realizes the cost. Overwhelmed by the loss of Galen Withrow, James collapses to his knees and sobs openly on the metal deck. Despite the tragedy, St. Pearl remains stoic, watching the grieving man with a heavy, silent gaze. The news of the incident reaches the highest levels of government. In a secure underground bunker, an official receives a frantic report over the phone. Visibly shaken, he bursts into a briefing room where the president and military generals are gathered. The room initially erupts in a frenzy of relief and cheering as live footage shows St. Pearl standing on the deck of the ship. However, the atmosphere turns cold and somber the moment they learn that Galen Withrow is dead. Halfway across the world in Korea, the morning news reports that the SS Opera has successfully docked in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. While the news anchor describes the assessment of the damages, Lim Kang is found in a messy living room, aggressively slurping a massive pot of ramen. His focus is entirely on the food, which leads to a domestic dispute with his handler. Ju-ri emerges from the bathroom, fuming because he had specifically told our boy to wait for him to eat. When Lim Kang realizes he has finished the entire pot and there is nothing left for Ju-ri, he tries to pivot his attention back to the TV to avoid his wrath. The distraction works, but for a grim reason. The TV displays a grayscale memorial photo of Galen Withrow, announcing his passing to the world. Because Withrow was a major superhuman who helped resolve half of the recent global crises, the news of his sacrifice leaves the world in mourning. The sight of the memorial causes Juri's anger to evaporate instantly. Stunned by the fact that a superhuman could actually die, he becomes visibly shaken. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Lim Kang slumps over the empty pot in silence. Attempting to break the tension, Juri tells him to stop being so serious and simply go make more ramen. Meanwhile, high atop a skyscraper, Nangi and Dan Yang watch the memorial broadcast on a giant digital screen. While Dan Yang expresses her shock at the death, Nangi laughs, noting that superhumans aren't invincible. He speculates that the heroes must have fought individually, as he finds it hard to believe anyone could have died on St. Pearl's watch. When Dan Yang questions Pearl's strength, Nangi reveals that he once encountered her during a past battle. He recalls that despite her intense hostility, she was kind enough to let a suspicious observer like him go. He admits that if she had decided otherwise, he and Dan Yang likely would have never met. The aftermath of the mission remains chaotic for those involved. On Interstate 95 in Florida, a frantic James speeds down the highway in a black sedan. He uses a burner phone to wake his colleague, Ben, who is confused by the early morning call. James is covered in sweat and trembling with fear as he drops a terrifying bombshell. Galen Withrow's body has mysteriously disappeared. Because the disappearance occurred before the ship even docked, and while it was still at sea, James is certain that this wasn't a clerical error. As a result, Withrow's funeral has been cancelled to keep the incident top secret. James is visibly disgusted by the situation, viewing the theft of a fallen warrior's remains as a vile act of desecration. He tasks Ben with investigating the cruise line's data while he prepares for a high-level briefing. Meanwhile, in Korea, Juri is facing a much more personal crisis. After recalling a dismissive message from his sister, a self-proclaimed genius working in America, Juri realizes he is completely out of money. He suspects that Lim Kang's massive appetite has drained their shared finances. Rather than remaining dependent on his sister's erratic monthly allowance, the 18-year-old resolves to earn his own living. Luckily, he spots a flyer for the Ali Cup arm wrestling tournament, offering a massive 8 million won prize. Seeing an opportunity to solve his financial woes, he immediately calls Lim Kang. Our boy is currently at school, being mobbed by his classmates during gym, but Juri manages to convince him to cancel their weekend plans so Kang can compete in the tournament for him. Back at the secure briefing in DC, James, St. Pearl, and Ben review the official records of the massacre. The casualty count is high, but James notes that the loss of life was mitigated because the Inhumans remained concentrated on the upper decks. This was largely due to the sacrifice of the military units who focused the monsters' attention on the deck, allowing civilians to escape. St. Pearl provides her expert analysis of the two threats, identifying a spider-type monster with bladed tentacles and a chameleon type, capable of shapeshifting. Because the chameleon type could mimic Galen's allies, she theorizes that Withrow was ambushed while exhausted from an all-out brawl, leading to his decapitation. The briefing concludes with a focus on the most pressing mystery, the missing body. Since the remains of the monsters and other victims were left untouched, the targeted theft of Withrow's body suggests a specific, calculated motive. James and Ben agree that because the body couldn't have walked away on its own, someone on the ship must have stolen it. Ben has already requested the recovery of the vessel's CCTV footage, hoping a week of data processing will reveal the culprit. However, the upcoming arm wrestling tournament in Korea is attracting more than just our protagonist. In an Incheon internet cafe, the bully Choi Tae-ik spots the same flyer. Although he usually finds such tournaments lame, the massive prize money is too tempting to ignore. Because he wants to ensure a total victory, he decides to mobilize the entire Gundu gang to dominate the event. This sets the stage for a violent collision between our hero and the school's notorious thugs. The Ali Cup arm wrestling tournament kicks off on a bright Sunday in Seoul at the LC Auxiliary Stadium. Because the event has attracted 3 times as many competitors as last year, the organizers have implemented a preliminary round to quickly narrow the field down to a final 16. While the top 3 finishers will walk away with prize money ranging from 1 to 5 million won, everyone is truly eyeing the legend trophy that symbolizes the ultimate champion. Amidst the massive crowd, Juri is visibly anxious, but not necessarily because of the competition. He has discovered that the Hollywood star Ketchup Man is visiting Korea today, and he has planned a strict schedule to ensure they reach the airport by 5:00 p.m. Following this logic, Lim Kang needs to win the tournament quickly so they can catch their bus on time. To maximize their chances of being noticed, Juri has even prepared matching Ketchup Man uniforms for them to wear. Our hero is fully on board with the plan, his eyes sparkling at the thought of finally meeting his idol. As the officials call for number 82, Juri pushes a nervous Lim Kang toward the registration desk. He reminds him of their secret training. Because he is a superhuman, he must act like he is struggling to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Unfortunately, our protagonist finds it incredibly difficult to gauge his own strength. His first opponent is a massive man who scoffs at the idea of facing a high schooler, but his confidence vanishes the moment they lock hands. Because Lim Kang's grip is like a steel vise, the man realizes too late that he is outmatched. A violent shockwave shatters the table and sends debris flying, leaving the opponent foaming at the mouth and heading for an ambulance. This pattern continues throughout the morning. One by one, veteran competitors like the merciful tiger, Mo Tai Sik, and a friendly man in a pink sweatshirt approach Lim Kang with sportsmanship and confidence. Moments later, both are seen being loaded into ambulances on stretchers. Even the tournament announcers begin to comment on the unusually high number of injuries occurring at Table 82. Despite the chaos, the preliminaries finally conclude, and the announcer reveals the knockout stage bracket. The final 16 consist of a diverse and dangerous group. We see Nikolai Chasho, Bulgaria's Zeus and world-ranked 4th, set to face Lee Moon-gu of the Isub-mu Academy. Our protagonist, Lim Kang, is matched against Yan Yong, a jogging monk from Gyurim Temple, who is cheered on by a massive group of fellow monks. The crowd is particularly excited about a domestic dispute between two members of the notorious Gundu gang, Nam Gung-mu and Choi Tai-ik. Because the bracket was selected randomly, these two allies are now forced to crush each other to advance. While the other finalists look intense and ready for war, high above the clouds, an actor named Matt Dion travels toward Korea in the first-class cabin of a commercial airliner. Although he is the lead star of the famous Ketchup Man drama, he is currently battling a persistent cold. To fulfill a specific promotional contract, his manager, Rose, insists that he wear his full superhero costume for his arrival. Matt finds the tight suit incredibly uncomfortable, but because he cares deeply about his influence and the fans waiting at the airport, he settles into his heroic persona before drifting back to sleep. Meanwhile, the arm wrestling tournament has reached a point of high-profile betrayal. Two members of the Gundu gang, Choi Tai-ik and Nam Gung-mu, face off in a match that was supposed to be rigged. Because Tai-ik wants to ensure their leader wins the top prize, he orders Gung-mu to throw the match. However, Gung-mu refuses to take orders, choosing instead to remove his glasses, a sign that he is entering a serious, life-or-death struggle. This act of defiance infuriates Tai-ik, leading to an explosive clash of strength. As that brawl unfolds, Lim Kang prepares to face a monk named Yan Yang. Since the monk is highly disciplined, he immediately senses a massive, whirlpool-like aura within our boy. He realizes he is facing someone with unimaginable power, and asks to catch a glimpse of that true strength. Before they can settle their match, the crowd is distracted by a shocking upset at a nearby table. A man named Lee Moon-gu has just defeated a world-ranked professional, causing his supporters to erupt in celebration. Because of this massive victory, Moon-gu secures his place as a crowd favorite for the finals. Back at the gang's table, the struggle between the two thugs finally concludes. After a grueling test of endurance, Choi Tai-ik manages to slam Gung-mu's hand down to secure the win. Simultaneously, Lim Kang finishes his own match. Despite the monk's best efforts, our protagonist remains completely unmovable. With a small grunt, our hero pins the monk's hand effortlessly, advancing to the next round while looking more relieved about the time than the victory. The tournament bracket is further thinned when the gang leader, Park Gun-do, wins his match by default, because his subordinates kidnapped and tied up his opponent. However, instead of being pleased, Gun-do is disgusted by the pathetic behavior of his followers. He interrupts the event by brutally attacking his own teammates, knocking both Tai-ik and Gung-mu unconscious before walking away in a fit of rage. Because the leader forfeits his spot, the semifinals proceed with the remaining competitors. In the second semifinal, Lim Kang faces the battered Choi Tai-ik. The bully is in a foul mood and threatens to bury our protagonist at school if he uses even an ounce of strength. This threat causes our guy to overthink the situation. Because he is distracted by the intimidation, he accidentally applies too much pressure. This lapse in focus results in Lim Kang inadvertently crushing the bully's hand and slamming it into the table with massive force. As Tai-ik collapses in agony, the announcer declares our boy the winner, moving him into the final match against Lee Moon-gu. Just as the tournament reaches its climax, a far greater crisis emerges. At Incheon Airport, a violent shockwave shatters the runway pavement. A massive, pale-skinned inhuman with terrifying red markings has burst from the ground, signaling that the peaceful arrival of the world's favorite TV hero is about to be interrupted by a very real disaster. While the final round of the arm wrestling tournament begins, Ju-ri returns from the restroom to find our protagonist has successfully made it to the finals. He is incredibly proud of Lim Kang, though he finds the over-the-top cheering from the rival school's martial arts students to be a bit shameless and driven by greed. On the stage, our boy faces Lee Moon-gu, the intense head instructor of the Isub-mu Martial Academy. Moon-gu offers a respectful introduction, promising a match without regrets, while our hero offers a simple, awkward nod in return. As the two lock hands, the tension in the stadium becomes unbearable. Because the referee insists on a fair start, there is a moment of heavy silence before the signal to fight is given. The match erupts with an explosive burst of power, and while the crowd screams for their favorites, the local bullies from the Gundu gang watch from the sidelines, plotting to steal the prize money if our boy wins. Unfortunately for Lee Moon-gu, the match is over before it truly begins. Because Lim Kang possesses the strength of a superhuman, Moon-gu feels a level of pressure comparable to an elephant's foot crushing a human. Our hero lets out a staged shout of effort and slams Moongu's arm down, making the victory look as natural as possible to protect his secret. While Juri celebrates their supposed financial windfall, the referee declares number 82 the official champion. The victory takes an unexpected turn when the announcer asks our protagonist how he plans to spend the prize money. When the announcer suggests that donating to disaster relief is a noble cause, Lim Kang is moved by the idea of helping the unfortunate. To Juri's absolute horror and rage, our boy decides to donate the entire grand prize to charity on the spot. While the crowd cheers for his pure and generous character, Juri is left fuming and trembling, realizing their financial problems are far from over. After the ceremony, our hero and his handler head toward the bus stop, both wearing matching Ketchup Man t-shirts for their trip to the airport. Along the way, they are intercepted by Choi Tai-ik and his gang. The bully, whose arm is still in a sling from their previous encounter, threatens to settle the score at school. Luckily, Lee Moon-gu and his master Oh Bang-won intervene to show their respect. Moon-gu is so impressed by the match that he offers Lim Kang a business card, inviting him to train at their academy. The atmosphere shifts instantly when the elderly master Oh Bang-won approaches. He casually takes the legend trophy from Juri to admire it, but our protagonist's instincts immediately flare. Because he senses a powerful presence, he tells Juri to stand back. In a blur of motion, the master moves several feet away, revealing that he knows Lim Kang is the white-cap superhuman hidden behind the mask. Identifying himself as the successor of the martial art Subak, Oh Bang-won tells the boy to find him at Yongpo Mountain if he wants answers before vanishing into a cloud of dust, taking the trophy with him. Left with no prize money and no trophy, a defeated Lim Kang and Juri finally arrive at Incheon Airport to meet their idol. However, the terminal is eerily empty, and they soon realize why. A loud emergency siren blares through the building, announcing that an inhuman has been spotted on the runway. Outside, the situation has turned critical. As the Ketchup Man passenger plane descends for a landing, the blue monster stands directly in its path, letting out a terrifying roar as it prepares to lunge at the aircraft. Because the situation at Incheon Airport has escalated into a full-blown emergency, Juri frantically searches his belongings for Lim Kang's hero gear. Unfortunately, he realizes that in their rush to meet the celebrity, he only brought along a prototype mask and earpiece. He lacks his standard suit, shoes, and signature hat. Before Juri can even finish his apology, our protagonist snatches the gear from his hand and disappears into the panicked crowd currently fleeing the terminal. To solve his wardrobe problem, our boy spots a man in the crowd wearing a white baseball cap. As he brushes past the civilian on a crowded escalator, he swiped the hat with superhuman speed, leaving the man confused as he continues his retreat. Lim Kang then ducked into a public restroom to finalize his transformation. He takes a brief moment to look at his reflection, noting his Ketchup Man fan shirt, before discarding his civilian clothes to reveal his powerful physique. After removing a sticker from the stolen cap and securing his mask, our hero is ready to move. While this preparation takes place, Flight KC-7744, carrying the famous Matt Dion, begins its final descent into Incheon. The mood in the cabin is light until the pilots spot a massive, blue-skinned inhuman standing directly in their path on the runway. Before the flight crew can pull the plane back into the air, the monster launches itself from the pavement with such force that it creates a massive crater. The beast strikes the aircraft's engine and wing midair, causing a violent explosion that sends the plane into a terrifying skid across the runway. The crash leaves the passengers, including a wounded Matt Dion and his manager, trapped inside a smoke-filled cabin. Because the plane is now a stationary target, the inhuman approaches the wreckage to finish the job. It demonstrates its raw strength by easily crushing a nearby forklift before lifting the heavy machinery over its head to hurl it at the cockpit. Just as the metal projectile is about to crush the survivors, our protagonist intervenes. Leaping from the roof of the plane, Lim Kang delivers a high-speed kick that shatters the forklift into a cloud of debris. Our hero lands firmly on the asphalt, standing between the terrified passengers and the monster. The blue inhuman is left in a state of visible shock, realizing that its easy prey is now being protected by the white-cap superhuman. Lim Kang stands his ground on the Incheon Airport runway, his focused expression visible even behind his mask as the dust from the shattered forklift settles around him. Inside the mangled aircraft, a bloodied passenger watches in disbelief, instantly recognizing our hero as the famous white-cap superhuman. The blue-skinned monster lets out a deafening roar, but our protagonist remains unfazed. Because he needs a projectile to match the beast's aggression, he reaches out and grabs the forklift wreckage, casually lifting the massive machine with a single hand. Our boy heaves the forklift at the monster with incredible force. Although the beast is stunned by the flying machinery, it manages to leap into the air just as the forklift shatters against the pavement in a massive explosion of debris. As the monster descends through the smoke with red eyes, Lim Kang launches himself upward to meet it. He delivers a devastating knee strike to the creature's midsection, followed immediately by an overhead punch that slams the monster's head and sends it hurtling back down to the runway. The impact creates a massive crater in the concrete. As our hero lands and approaches the settling dust, he finds the sensation of the fight strange. Despite hitting the creature with his full power, it felt as though he were striking soft clay rather than a solid body. This observation is interrupted by static in his earpiece as Juri finally establishes a signal. Juri explains that he has set up a makeshift command center near the airport gate and is hacking into the control tower cameras to monitor the fight, especially since he rushed out without his usual action camera hat or even a shirt. Our protagonist warns Juri to get to safety, but he refuses to leave his partner alone. This brief distraction allows the monster to catch Lim Kang off guard with a lunging strike to the head, sending him skidding across the pavement. Luckily, our boy recovers instantly, catching the monster's next punch and flinging the beast away into a nearby terminal building. He follows the creature inside, only to find the monster's face becoming bloated and distorted. Suddenly, the monster spits out a thick, ink-like substance that obscures the area. Because of this dark cloud, our hero is forced to block a heavy strike that lunges through the darkness. He responds with a counterpunch to the monster's bloated face, noticing that the creature's skin ripples like liquid under his fist. As the monster retreats and begins to growl, Juri checks in again with a startling update. The control tower feed he is using is currently being shared with a news network, meaning our hero is being broadcast live to the world. While Lim Kang expresses his frustration that Juri hasn't fled the danger zone, Juri firmly reminds him that he is a part of the team and refuses to run. Our protagonist acknowledges his loyalty, but quickly shifts his focus back to the threat at hand. He describes the creature as a screaming, octopus-like entity whose condition is difficult to read. Just as Lim Kang settles into his fight with the blue creature at the airport, the situation shifts from a single duel into a full-scale tactical nightmare. Because our boy is focused on the threat in front of him, he is initially caught off guard when the monster's body begins to pulsate and bloat unnaturally. This physical transformation is merely the beginning. Suddenly, dozens of heavy, egg-shaped pods rain down from the sky, slamming into the runway and the terminal roofs with violent force. The arrival of these pods changes the stakes for everyone. Inside the darkened command center, St. Pearl and team watch the broadcast in disbelief, realizing that the white cap hero is now facing an abnormal, multi-front war. Since the scale of the threat has grown so rapidly, Ben even wonders if it's time to recruit our protagonist into their official team, doubting if any one person can handle this alone. The danger becomes personal when the eggs begin to hatch, releasing miniature, clawed-in humans that immediately swarm the area. Inside the terminal, Juri is left in a desperate position. Because an egg shattered his tablet and damaged the earpiece, Juri loses his technical link to our hero. While he tries to navigate the smoke and ruins, he is forced to vault over railings to escape a prowling hatchling, his situation becoming increasingly dire as he runs out of defensive tools like smokescreens. Outside on the tarmac, the main battle takes a grotesque turn. The large blue monster's back ruptures, allowing a second, red, multi-limbed creature to pull itself out of the host body like a parasite. Sensing Juri's panic through the static of his radio, Lim Kang decides he needs to save his friend first. However, the monsters have no intention of letting him leave. When our hero tries to sprint toward the terminal, the blue adult lunges at him. Although our protagonist manages to punch the creature away, the red inhuman intercepts him mid-air with blinding speed, slamming him into the concrete and leaving him pinned in a massive crater. Back inside, Juri finds himself cornered. Despite his own terror, he spots a civilian woman paralyzed with fear and realizes he can't just save himself. Realizing that the hatchling is about to kill the stranger, Juri courageously charges out from cover, striking the beast with a fire extinguisher. Unfortunately, the gap in power is too great. The monster remains unfazed, catching Juri's leg and flinging him into a wall with bone-crushing force. As Juri lies bleeding on the floor, he has a moment of clarity. Looking at the monster's shadow, he thinks of Lim Kang and realizes how lonely he must have been fighting these horrors by himself for so long. Just as the creature opens its maw to deliver a finishing blow, a sudden intervention saves him. A combat boot slams into the ground, and a man in black tactical gear appears, pushing the hatchling instantly. This newcomer is revealed to be B, the specialized sniper with the bionic eye. Because his unit has arrived to provide backup, the tide of the battle begins to shift. B immediately coordinates with his team, ordering all units to focus on the smaller hatchlings so they can provide the necessary support for the white cap hero to finish the main fight. Nearby, Juri lies injured and gasping for breath against a wall, while a predatory hatchling looms over him. Seeing the danger, B prepares to reveal his true firepower. He zips open a protective sleeve to uncover a high-tech mechanical arm, which begins to whir with lethal intent. This advanced prosthetic was the result of an intense modification surgery. During his recovery, a scientist explained that his arm was designed to house the Kesser Rail, a weapon with unimaginable destructive output, but a catastrophic energy drain. This power problem was solved by a young genius who recently joined the American branch of the ISSTF. She developed the Natom capsule, a vial of glowing blue energy that serves as the weapon's battery. Despite the incredible advancement, the technology is unstable, effectively making our soldier a human test subject for a weapon that only lasts 2 minutes per charge. Back in the present, a hatchling prepares to lunge at the defenseless Ju-ri. To counter this, the soldier calls out for his tactical dog, a Labrador named C, who sprints through the debris wearing a vest loaded with energy supplies. B snatches a natom capsule from the dog's vest and slams it into his forearm. The sudden surge of energy is so violent that he screams in agony, but the power allows him to deliver a massive, explosive punch that sends the monster flying. While the battle in the terminal intensifies, the situation on the runway has become a bloodbath. The Inhumans are currently tearing through the fuselage of the crashed airliner, causing the passengers inside to descend into a state of pure panic. Rose, the manager for the actor Matt Dion, tries to rally the healthy men to find weapons and fight back, but his plea is met with a furious outburst from a terrified passenger. This man screams that fighting a creature immune to bullets is a suicide mission, accusing the celebrities of being unable to distinguish their TV shows from a lethal reality. The argument is cut short when the airplane door is smashed inward and a monster enters the cabin. The terrified man immediately abandons his principles, shoving a woman aside as he tries to flee for his own life. In the terminal, B continues his desperate defense, using his bionic eye to track the swarming hatchlings. He fires a concentrated blast from the Kessler rail, but he quickly realizes that even this experimental weapon can't kill these creatures in a single hit. He concludes that he must aim for the same spot twice to be effective, meaning he has no chance of surviving an encounter with the adult entity. When his sensors detect even more monsters approaching, he checks his remaining supplies and realizes he only has one capsule left. Facing these overwhelming odds, the soldier begins to feel a sense of grim resignation, fearing that this mission will be his last. Inside the wreckage of the crashed airliner, the terrified silence is broken by a massive white fist punching through the metal hull. Because of the sheer force of the impact, the fuselage shatters, creating a jagged exit point for a dark silhouette standing within the smoke. This figure is revealed to be the actor Matt Dion, dressed in his full ketchup man costume and radiating a menacing intensity that stuns the cowering passengers. Matt Dion wasted no time ejecting a humanoid Inhuman from the plane with a strike so violent it sends the creature hurtling into the airport runway. The crisis inside the cabin remains high as a female passenger hysterically points toward a second monster stalking through the aisle. Luckily, Matt Dion looms over the creature before it can harm the civilians, mockingly noting that it's quite an ill-mannered animal for scaring a lady. Matt then grips the beast by the top of its head, his fingers digging into its scalp with bone-crushing strength. Seeing this display of power, the passengers are left in disbelief, wondering if their favorite TV star has actually been a superhuman all along. This revelation is particularly shocking for Matt's manager, Rose, who recalls a previous argument where a passenger mocked them for not knowing the difference between fiction and reality. Now, seeing the truth, Rose is reduced to tears. Matt Dion looks back at his friend with a resolute expression, acknowledging that his career as an actor is likely over because he has finally exposed his secret identity. He delivers a heartfelt farewell, thanking Rose for their time together before officially firing him to ensure the manager isn't tied to the dangerous battle ahead. With his ties to his old life severed, Matt launches himself out of the plane and onto the runway, landing with enough force to crack the concrete. He stands amidst the inhuman remains, casually joking that the red substance on the ground is simply ketchup. Despite the bravado, Matt seems annoyed that he has to sing his own opening theme song to get into the mood. When a monster charges him from behind, he obliterates its head with an effortless backhand strike without even breaking his stride. Matt's attention then shifts toward the terminal, where he spots the larger mother entity responsible for the chaos. He declares that he won't be going easy on the threats, promising to make the monsters extinct. This heroic stand is broadcast live, leaving global officials like Ben and James in total shock. Even St. Pearl is perplexed. She recalls meeting Matt Dion at past promotional events, and never suspecting that the idol was a peer with hidden, immense power. While the world watches the runway, the battle inside the terminal reaches a desperate conclusion. The specialized sniper, B, uses his mechanical arm to fire a final concentrated energy projectile into an Inhuman's head. Because the shot was successful, the creature collapses, and the soldier drops to one knee in total exhaustion. Unfortunately, the victory is short-lived when he realizes the monster is still moving. Lacking the energy for another railgun shot, B calls for his tactical dog, C, to bring him a toxic dagger. The specialized sniper B is pushed to his absolute physical and mental limit. Because the situation is so desperate, he resorts to a brutal, close-quarters assault, repeatedly stabbing a blue hatchling with his dagger despite coughing up blood from his own injuries. His rage and pain drive him to continue the attack until the creature is neutralized, at which point B finally collapses over the monster's remains in a state of total exhaustion. Nearby, his tactical dog C barks to alert the others, while the injured Ju-ri lies paralyzed on the floor, witnessing the aftermath of the harrowing struggle. Outside on the runway, the focus shifts to a massive red, multi-limbed Inhuman standing amidst the rubble. Matt Dion, still in his ketchup man costume, prepares to engage the beast, mockingly promising to turn the creature into octopus sashimi. However, Matt pauses when a massive impact site in the distance catches his eye. He realizes that Lim Kang must have taken a heavy blow earlier, but his concern is short-lived as a powerful figure begins to rise from the deep crater. Our protagonist emerges from the debris shirtless and his muscles tensed, looking more focused and intense than ever before. This sudden surge of power is felt far beyond the airport. In their hidden location, Nangi and Dan Yang watch the live broadcast with growing curiosity. Dan Yang is confused by the way the air seems to distort around the screen, wondering if the hero is using a specific pressure-based skill. Nangi, watching with a malicious grin, explains that this isn't a technique or a special ability at all. Instead, it is the pure, overwhelming energy of the white cap. The fact that this spirit is so dense, it is literally suffocating the surrounding time and space, creating an unnaturally tense atmosphere. Nangi suspects that our boy might actually be fighting in an unconscious state, driven by instinct rather than his own will. Back at the airport, the red inhuman lunges at Lim Kang with a desperate punch. Our hero remains perfectly still until the very last millisecond, at which point he moves with such blinding speed that his counterstrikes become a blur. In a single second, the monster is hit 7 times across its body, from its ribs to its kneecaps. Our protagonist finishes the exchange with a crushing punch to the beast's face, leaving the creature bleeding profusely. Matt Dion watches in disbelief, realizing that the white cap's power and speed are almost impossible to track, even for someone of his own caliber. The monster attempts one final counterattack, using its tentacles to bind our guy in a tight grip. This proves to be a mistake, as Lim Kang exerts a sudden burst of raw power that causes the tentacles to explode into shreds, leaving the inhuman mangled on the pavement. Seeing the massive difference in capability, Matt Dion concludes that the fight is over and begins to approach. However, the victory is interrupted by a new, chilling voice echoing across the runway. A pale, long-haired entity wearing a cloak appears, accompanied by a massive, blob-like inhuman. This newcomer tells the heroes to let the monster go, making it clear that this isn't a request, but a demand. Matt Dion stands paralyzed with shock because the massive entity in the red cloak just spoke. This is a terrifying development because, while the creature is clearly an inhuman, Matt can't sense its presence at all. As he struggles to understand what kind of monster he is facing, Lim Kang remains focused and ready behind his mask, even as the white-haired newcomer mocks their confusion. The inhuman speaks with total disdain, lecturing the heroes on how arrogant humans are for fearing what they consider to be inferior beings. The power of this new threat is demonstrated instantly when he casually yanks the battered red monster through the air with an invisible force. Because of this display of telekinetic ability, our boy and Matt Dion are forced to watch as the speaker continues his lecture. High above at their vantage point, Dan Yang is overcome with terror. She realizes that this monster isn't just speaking, it's wearing clothes and using advanced abilities, which is a combination she's never seen before. Even the usually cocky Nangi has lost his grin, replaced by a look of grim sobriety. He admits that the energy coming from this clothed one is unbelievably dangerous and exceeds anything he's encountered. Fearing that the two heroes on the runway are about to be slaughtered, Nangi orders a reluctant Dan Yang to prepare to intervene. Back on the tarmac, the white-haired inhuman looms over the broken red beast and demands to know if it remembers him. Matt Dion watches the exchange while sweating, noting that this opponent is 3 times the size of a normal human and operates on a level far beyond the mindless predators he's fought before. When the red monster only responds with a mangled roar, the newcomer loses his patience. Despite claiming he was told not to kill anymore, he becomes enraged by the creature's defiance. In a sickening display of brutality, he punches directly into the monster's throat, spraying blood across the runway. He declares that the creature doesn't deserve to fight and tosses the remains to his floating companion, a blob-like entity called Vanisher, who swallows the body whole. After the execution, the white-haired inhuman turns his chilling gaze directly toward our protagonist, promising to fix everything he deems arrogant. This threat causes our guy to lunge forward in a sudden blur of motion. Seeing the reckless move, Matt Dion screams in a panic and sprints to intercept him. He throws himself between the inhuman and Lim Kang, desperate to prevent a rash attack against such an unknown power. However, as he blocks the strike, Matt realizes something is terribly wrong. Our hero isn't responding to his words because he is actually fighting in an unconscious state. The two heroes become locked in a violent struggle of pure strength, with their collision creating shockwaves that crack the concrete beneath them. Matt Dion strains against the immense pressure of Lim Kang's fist, frustrated that he is being forced to fight his own ally, while a monster watches from the sidelines. Realizing that neither the Inhumans nor his unconscious partner are going to back down, Matt Dion finally snaps. He begins to glow with a violent purple aura, declaring that he will simply destroy everyone in his way. He strikes the masked hero directly in the face, creating a horizontal shockwave that echoes across the airport. As a result, our protagonist is sent hurtling backward like a projectile, crashing through the glass and steel of a terminal building before finally coming to a halt hundreds of feet away. With the immediate internal threat neutralized, Matt Dion turns his attention back to the primary enemy. He stands with his back turned, purple energy and stardust-like particles radiating from his frame as he acknowledges that it has been a long time since he used this much of his true strength. He locks eyes with the white-haired inhuman Pan, who has been watching the exchange with cold, analytical interest. Pan notes that Matt is now focusing his power into both hands, a level of focus that makes the monster curious, but also dismissive of Matt's cocky attitude. The tension between them causes a massive vertical explosion of energy that shatters the runway concrete, sending slabs of pavement into the air. However, before the two can trade blows, a mysterious voice calling the name Morel echoes from the shadows. This command causes Pan's expression to shift to one of immediate obedience. Seeing his targets preparing to retreat, Matt Dion launches himself forward in a blur of light to deliver a final strike. Unfortunately, a complex geometric magic circle suddenly appears beneath Pan's feet. Matt is forced to watch in confusion as a teleportation sequence begins. Pan's blob-like companion, Vanisher, begins to levitate and expands into a massive, translucent portal shaped like a jellyfish. As Pan floats upward into the center of the teal energy, he offers a chilling, toothy grin to the mat below. He admits that he had been trying to kill them, but realizes now that he underestimated their strength. Before disappearing completely from the Inshan skyline, Pan leaves them with a final, malicious promise. The next time they meet, everyone will die. The portal collapses into a single point of light, leaving the ruined airport in a heavy silence. The narrative then shifts away from the present chaos, diving deep into the dark, murky depths of the ocean, where white-haired Pan drifts unconsciously through the water. The story transitions to October 2, 2012. High-tech lights pierce the gloom as a submersible vehicle named the Drew Hill MKT-2 begins a vertical descent into the abyss. Inside the cockpit, the crew casually discusses the premiere of the very Ketchup Man drama Matt Dion was starring in, unaware of the historical discovery they are about to make. As they pass the 340-meter mark, the chief engineer reflects on the nature of exploration, arguing that the true meaning lies in the process and the perspective rather than just the result. The philosophical mood is shattered when a red alert blips on the radar. The assistant reports a reflective wave coming from the ocean depths, indicating they are approaching the ground. Because the sonar is behaving strangely, the chief engineer orders the light output to be raised to the maximum. The resulting floodlights reveal a terrifying graveyard of sunken airplanes, warships, and modern debris littering the seafloor. Strangely, the technician notes that the sonar retrieval value is substantially low, only 1/9 of what it should be. This leads the chief engineer to a startling realization. The sound waves aren't bouncing back because the ground is absorbing them or allowing them to pass through. Driven by an intense scientific hunger, Chief orders the crew to begin a punching operation to pierce the ground at its most permeable point. As the crew watches in disbelief, the lights of the submarine illuminate a massive metallic structure embedded in the seafloor. It resembles a giant, ancient hatchway, leading the chief engineer to believe they have finally located the legendary Pandora's box. In the aftermath of the Incheon airport crisis, the recovery process is still ongoing as the city deals with record-breaking damage. Although the airport was turned into a war zone for 4 terrifying hours, the news reports that a much larger tragedy was avoided because of the government's quick dispatch of the ISSTF and the unexpected intervention of 2 powerful individuals. The public is currently in a state of shock following the revelation that Matt Dion, the star of the Unyielding Ketchup Man series, is actually a real superhuman. Because his talent agency claimed they were unaware of his abilities, intense global attention is now focused on his next move as he returns to his home country. Inside a nearby hospital, the specialized sniper B wakes up with a start, still disoriented from his injuries. His chief is immediately by his side, forcing him to stay still because he is far too weak to move. When B asks about his tactical dog C, the chief points to the floor where the animal is curled up in a deep sleep. Luckily, C only suffered minor abrasions, though he eventually collapsed from exhaustion after refusing to leave his partner's side. The chief provides a sobering update on the incident, noting that while 50 people were injured, 6 lives were lost, including 4 ISSTF members who died fighting the hatched monsters. He reveals that B was also at death's door due to severe blood loss and a punctured lung caused by his own mechanical suit shattering into his internal organs. Strangely, B survived only because a young civilian provided clumsy but effective first aid by securing his airways and wrapping his torso in clothes. When the sniper asks where the kid is, the chief explains that the child was also in serious condition and had to be taken to a different hospital. B finally closes his eyes in relief, thankful that they both made it out alive. Meanwhile, Juri snaps awake in his own hospital bed after a series of blurred, traumatic memories. He is startled to find Lim Kang sitting right there, watching over him. Because Juri is covered in bandages and has his arm in a sling, he winces in pain when our boy accidentally jostles the bed. Once the initial confusion clears, the conversation turns toward the battle. Our protagonist admits to a startling possibility. He might have actually lost his fight against an inhuman. He explains that while he was rushing to save Juri, he was blindsided by the octopus-like creature in midair. The fact that the monster stomped on his head with such force, Lim Kang has no memory of the middle of the fight. He only knows that when he eventually woke up on an airport rooftop, he saw Juri being loaded into an ambulance and followed him to the hospital to ensure his safety. As they watch the hospital television, the news displays images of the new, advanced Inhumans like Pan and the blob-like creature. Experts are now warning that these clothed and speaking entities are far more dangerous than anything humanity has seen before, reviving global fears of a second or third wave of monsters that cannot be easily eradicated. Lim Kang watches solemnly, noting that it was Ketchup Man who ultimately drove these new threats away. For our boy, seeing his idol reveal himself as a true superhuman is a moment of profound realization. The focus then shifts to a government facility in America, where a chaotic official conference is taking place. Various agencies are shouting at one another, fighting for control over the interrogation of the famous actor. The tension is broken when St. Pearl ignores the bickering men and walks straight into the interrogation room. She greets Matt Dion with a serious, intense gaze, acknowledging their past acquaintance. Since the situation is so unprecedented, even the usually confident Matt Dion finds the meeting awkward, as he wasn't expecting a peer of her caliber to lead the inquiry. In a secure interrogation room, St. Pearl bypasses official protocols to confront the famous actor Matt Dion. Because she is aware of his true power, she makes it clear that she isn't interested in why he hid his identity, but she is curious about the gentle idol image he has portrayed. Ketchup Man's actor persona has been replaced by a rugged, ill-tempered reality. He crossly tells her he isn't in the mood for nonsense and demands to know her business. This interaction is watched closely by government officials behind a one-way glass. While some are annoyed by Pearl's rogue behavior, James defends her actions. He explains that since Matt Dion is a superhuman, only another superhuman like Pearl can truly understand and communicate with him. The conversation takes a sobering turn when Matt admits he has never felt guilty about hiding his identity or felt a personal responsibility to save the world. This honesty shocks the listening officials, and Pearl realizes she had a wrong impression of him. As she prepares to leave, feeling the meeting has reached a dead end, Matt stops her by mentioning her fallen associate, Withrow. This comment causes a violent surge of energy to radiate from Pearl, shattering the calm of the room and causing a nearby glass of water to shake. She warns him to choose his next words carefully, but Matt remains steady. He reveals that during the airport battle, he spoke with the giant Inhuman, Pan, and discovered that the creature possessed a high level of intelligence and a massive ego. Matt explains that while he has fought Inhumans before, these new threats are on an entirely different level. Because the Whitecap hero was fighting in an irrational state, and the Inhumans eventually retreated, the situation ended, but not before a chilling message was delivered. Matt informs Pearl that the Inhumans didn't just issue a warning, they spoke as if the death of all superhumans was a guaranteed fact. James and the other observers are horrified by this revelation. Matt points out that while monsters used to appear indiscriminately, the presence of an intelligent leader suggests they are now moving systematically. If these coordinated Inhumans successfully destroy the world's scattered superhumans, it will mean the inevitable end of Earth. Despite understanding the stakes, Matt maintains his independence. When Pearl asks if he still refuses to fight, he clarifies that he will fight, but he has no intention of joining a team or following a government schedule. He towers over her, declaring that he prefers to work alone and tells her not to look for him again. This isolation is interrupted when Ben peeks into the room, jokingly suggesting that being an official superhuman is a daunting task that requires a manager. To Matt's absolute shock, Ben introduces a familiar face. Rose, the manager Matt had previously fired to protect him, walks into the room. While the heroes in America attempt to organize, the focus shifts to a snow-covered cathedral in Russia. Kirillov guides the hulking Maxim Basilov through the frozen wasteland. Bashilov is in a foul mood, cursing the monster they are tracking for making him wander through the snow on an empty stomach. As they approach the cathedral, they find a massive inhuman footprint embedded in the ice. Driven by hunger and rage, the Russian powerhouse stomps toward the building, promising to end the creature the moment he finds it. While stuck in heavy nighttime traffic, Matt Dion reflects on the long history he shares with his manager, Rose. He recalls a nostalgic flashback to a time they shared drinks and celebrated their friendship, promising to stay connected no matter what. However, in the present, the actor's tone is much more severe. He makes it clear to Rose that their time for sentimental play is over, as the global situation has become too critical for idle distractions. When Rose asks if they are officially joining the team led by St. Pearl and James, Matt remains cautious. He explains that it isn't a matter of taking sides. He simply values his independence too much to be bound by bureaucracy. Despite this, he admits that because Inhumans are beginning to reveal themselves while humanity is still unprepared, superhumans must eventually stick together to win the upcoming war. Meanwhile, the investigation in Russia leads Kirillov and Maxim Basilov to a massive, snow-covered cathedral. They find it strange that the front doors are perfectly intact despite being the site of an Inhuman's trail, as most monsters would have simply smashed through them. Once Basilov pushes the heavy doors open, the two men enter a dark, silent hall that reeks of blood. Kirillov notes that something feels off because the energy of an Inhuman seems to saturate the entire four-story building, rather than originating from a single spot. The tension breaks when they realize the pews are filled with pale-skinned entities with red eyes. As these creatures lunge at them with a scream, Kirilov observes that they aren't traditional Inhumans. Although they move 3 or 4 times faster than a normal person, they are significantly slower than the monsters the heroes are used to fighting. While Kirilov leaps onto a stone pillar to analyze the threat, Basilov takes a more direct approach. He catches one of the entities by the throat, realizing that the creature is single-mindedly focused on biting his neck. When Kirilov tries to warn him that these creatures might still be human, Basilov shuts him down with a brutal punch that obliterates the attacker. He argues that they shouldn't be foolish or hesitant because these beings no longer smell like humans and are already dead. Seeing the logic in his partner's ruthlessness, Kirilov apologizes and joins the fight. They move through the cathedral to send the remaining innocent souls to heaven, certain that a true inhuman culprit is hiding nearby and pulling the strings. In a hospital back in Korea, Juri wakes up to find Lim Kang fast asleep and leaning heavily against his bed. As Juri watches the news, he sees reports of massive death tolls and disappearances in northeastern Russia, which military officials are attributing to inhuman activity. Because the world feels like it is crumbling bit by bit, Juri is overcome by a sense of dread, fearing that an uncontrollable wave of destruction is heading their way. Back at the Russian cathedral, the struggle comes to a head. Basilov stands over the mangled remains of the pale entities, frustrated by the nature of the fight. He looks up and spots a tall, cloaked figure hanging upside down from a wooden beam high in the ceiling. Recognizing this as the mastermind who forced them to kill the transformed humans, Basilov demands that the creature crawl down or face a beating. The figure silently releases its grip and drops to the floor, landing with predatory grace. As it stands to face the two heroes, it reveals a terrifying red-armored face adorned with horns and white spikes, marking the beginning of a much more dangerous confrontation. Kirilov stands alongside Maxim Basilov, calmly analyzing the strange creature perched upon the altar. Kirilov notes that while the Inhuman's physique isn't particularly large, even appearing smaller than Basilov, its appearance is incredibly bizarre. Clad in a dark cloak and a red mask, the creature is covered in wing-like structures, leading Kirilov to wonder if he is facing a bat-like entity or some kind of modern Dracula. This suspicion is reinforced by the jagged, bloody bite marks found on the victims earlier, convincing him that this monster is the source of the local vampire outbreak. Because the stakes are so high, Basilov steps forward and warns his partner to stay back. He realizes that if either of them is bitten, the transformation into a monster might be irreversible, making this a perilous fight. To prepare, Basilov grips his wrist and clenches his fists, bracing his massive frame for the impact. He launches himself forward in a sudden blur of motion, crashing through the wooden pews to strike the beast. However, the creature proves its elite reflexes by catching Basilov's massive fist with its clawed hand. The monster immediately takes to the air, unfurling its large wings to hover near the ceiling before descending back to the altar. Kirilov is impressed by the creature's flexibility, noting that it managed to guard itself using its feet while remaining perfectly composed. Unlike other Inhumans who lose their cool and act on raw instinct, this one is clearly in control of its actions. The tension spikes further as the monster's body begins to ripple and crack, entering a secondary transformation phase where it transfers its wings into its arms. The situation turns from dangerous to world-altering when the creature actually begins to speak. It identifies itself as a warrior serving a leader named Pan, mentioning that their group was impressed by the skills of those who killed another Inhuman named Ophir. This confirmation of a coordinated, intelligent hierarchy leaves both men in a state of utter shock. Basilov is confused by the name Ophir, while Kirilov begins to piece together that they are dealing with a much larger organization than they previously thought. The conversation ends abruptly when the Inhuman lets out a deafening scream and lunges from the altar. Despite Basilov's attempt to fight back by grabbing the creature's facial spikes, the monster is simply too fast. It delivers a lightning-fast barrage of punches to Basilov's jaw, drawing blood and eventually sending the Russian powerhouse flying into a pile of shattered debris. Standing over the fallen Basilov, the creature mockingly concludes that these men couldn't have been the ones who killed Ophir. It dismisses their lives as meaningless, claiming everyone will be dead soon regardless, but decides to make an exception by turning Basilov into a puppet. Just as the monster prepares to deliver this final indignity, a sudden arc of brilliant energy slashes through the air. Luckily, Kirilov intervenes just in time. He unleashes a concentrated blast that strikes the creature across the chest and shoulder, forcing it to retreat. While he regrets missing the monster's head, Kirilov stands with lightning-like energy crackling around his fingertips. Because the beast attempted to desecrate his partner, Kirilov declares that he will be the one playing with the monster now, signaling the start of a serious counterattack. Kirilov stands over his unconscious partner, Basilov, while facing down the masked Inhuman. The creature is visibly shaken, staring at a fresh, bleeding gash on its chest that it never saw coming. Since Kirilov's attack was so fast and undetectable until the moment of impact, the monster realizes it is dealing with a power that defies normal logic. However, the momentum shifts when the Inhuman's wound begins to seal. Thick, red tendrils of flesh weave together to close the opening, forcing Kirilov to realize that his opponent possesses a rapid regeneration ability. The fact that he has never encountered a creature with this level of biological resilience, Kirilov decides to stop holding back. He throws aside his brown cloak, revealing a ready stance and a cold determination. He casually mentions his deep hatred for dirty animals like bats, signaling his intent to finish the fight immediately. The Inhuman responds by lunging forward as a dark blur, but Kirilov stands his ground. As the creature swings its claws, Kirilov fires crescent-shaped energy blades. To the monster's shock, Kirilov begins materializing solid objects out of thin air to defend himself. A translucent sword appears to parry a strike, followed by a bombardment of floating, translucent fists that strike the Inhuman from multiple angles. This sequence culminates in a massive, spectral fist slamming the creature into the stone floor, creating an explosion of dust and debris. As the dust settles, Kirilov's mind drifts back to his first meeting with Basilov. In a snowy clearing years ago, he had saved the powerhouse by perfectly slicing a blue-skinned monster in half from the shadows. When the confused Basilov demanded to know who he was, Kirilov simply introduced himself as a wandering painter and a superhuman. Back in the present, the Inhuman stands back up, bloodied but still dangerous. It acknowledges Kirilov's strength, noting that while it has killed superhumans before, it never expected to find one this capable. The creature disappears again, striking Kirilov with a powerful kick that sends him skidding backward. Luckily, Kirilov recovers instantly, using a translucent blue shield emblazoned with a fleur-de-lis to block the next blow. As the two warriors lock eyes through the glowing shield, the secret of Kirilov's power is revealed through a past conversation with Basilov. Kirilov explains that he doesn't just fight, he paints on the air. By using his imagination to materialize the things he draws, he can create axes, swords, or shields at will. Because his thoughts become reality, the wandering painter stands as one of the most unpredictable and versatile threats the Inhuman hierarchy has ever faced. In a past conversation, Basilov recalls seeing a monster sliced apart by a thrown object and realizes that Kirilov was the one responsible. Kirilov confirms this, explaining that he had manifested and thrown a spectral axe. He notes that the greatest strength of his ability is the sheer speed of his projectiles, which makes them nearly impossible for the human eye to track. Since he can increase the velocity of these objects through intense mental focus, they become incredibly difficult for any opponent to avoid. However, this power comes with a heavy price. Kirilov reveals that every time he uses his ability, he gradually loses his vision. While he hasn't gone completely blind yet, the risk of permanent darkness looms over every battle he enters. Back in the present struggle at the cathedral, a blue shield hovers between the combatants. Seeking to end the fight, the painter focuses his energy to draw a new weapon, materializing a giant, spectral spiked mace. He hurls the Morning Star with devastating force, catching the Inhuman off guard. The spiked ball slams into the creature, sending it flying across the hall through rows of wooden pews and into a stone pillar. Although the impact is enough to crumble the masonry and leave the monster coughing up blood, the Inhuman remains conscious. Kirilov is visibly frustrated by the beast's durability, as his attempt to crush its head failed to neutralize the threat. The strain of the battle begins to take its toll on Kirilov. As his eyes glow with blue energy, blood starts to leak from the corners of his eyelids, and his vision becomes dangerously blurry. Realizing he is losing his sight, he tries to stay focused, but a hazy white fog begins to consume his field of vision. This momentary lapse proves nearly fatal. When the painter blinks, the spot where the monster lay is suddenly empty. The creature lunges from the shadows, appearing behind him for a lethal clawed strike. A spray of blood cuts across the air as Kirilov is slashed and sent crashing to the floor. The monster stands over the fallen Kirilov, mockingly placing its heavy foot on his head. It acknowledges that Kirilov was a formidable opponent, but prepares to crush him regardless. Suddenly, the creature notices blue energy particles swirling around its foot and realizes it has been standing over a decoy. From the upper balcony, the real Kirilov appears, having used his remaining strength to reposition and manifest a massive, ornate energy bow. Despite his eyes streaming with blood and his vision failing completely, the painter pulls the string to its limit and releases a spear-like arrow. The projectile pierces the Inhuman's chest and pins it to the floor with incredible force. As the monster screams in agony, Kirilov gasps for air, wondering if he has ever pushed his power this violently before. Unfortunately, the creature's resilience is inhuman. In a display of horrific willpower, the monster grips the energy spear and rips it from its own chest, causing a fresh explosion of blood. It looks back up at the balcony with a mangled face, promising to kill the archer. Kirilov is left in a state of shock, realizing that his most powerful strikes have failed to stop the beast. Luckily, Kirilov is not alone. In a memory, he recalls following Basilov through a snowstorm, admitting that he chose to stay by the man's side because he believed Basilov was a strong leader who surpassed his own strength. Back in the present, this faith is rewarded. Just as the monster prepares to strike, a shadow looms behind it. Basilov has finally recovered and stands tall behind the creature, ready to turn the tide of the battle. Kirilov gazes down at his partner with a mixture of concern and intensity, noting that it has been a long time since he's seen Basilov in such a battered state. Because the situation has reached a breaking point, Basilov asks if the Inhuman is finally done playing around. His head snaps up, eyes glowing with a pure light and his face contorted into a mask of absolute murderous rage. This sudden shift in the atmosphere is so powerful that the red-masked Inhuman recoils in shock, sensing that the dynamic of the fight has fundamentally changed. As the Russian hero rises to his feet with heavy, deliberate movements, the monster struggles to maintain its composure while spitting dark blood onto the stone floor. The creature is visibly confused because its opponent's silhouette now appears leaner and more condensed than before. While the Inhuman mocks the warrior for standing up again, it secretly focuses on its own recovery. The fact that the wounds from Kirilov's energy blades take time to heal, the beast lets out guttural, pained screams as it channels dark energy to weave its flesh back together. Kirilov realizes the monster is focusing entirely on regeneration, and frantically warns his partner to strike before it fully heals. Luckily, Basilov dismisses the warning with cold indifference, claiming the monster's recovery doesn't matter. This confidence stems from his unique and terrifying ability, rapid digestion. In a past memory, the two friends discussed how this power allows Basilov to dramatically increase his body strength, dynamic vision, and muscular speed as his body burns through fat. Because this ability cannot be manifested by choice, it requires a challenging opponent to act as a catalyst. This means the man only becomes stronger by being overpowered or pushed to his physical limits. Until today, no one had ever pushed him far enough to reach his maximum combat efficiency. Back in the present, the Inhuman feels its strength returning and lunges at Basilov with explosive, zigzagging speed. However, the monster's increased velocity is useless against the now condensed warrior. Basilov effortlessly tracks the movement and catches the creature by its head horn, mockingly congratulating the beast for being the first opponent to push his digestion this far. Basilov looms over the monster, his body steaming with heat and his muscles expanded to their absolute breaking point. Basilov delivers a punch of such unimaginable force that the resulting shockwave pulverizes everything in the hall, leaving the Inhuman crumpled against a stone pillar. Terrified and bleeding profusely, the creature realizes it will die if it continues to fight on the ground. Desperate to escape, the monster erupts two massive leathery wings from its shoulders and smashes through the cathedral's high windows, soaring into the stormy night sky. Kirilov watches in shock as the beast attempts to fly away, but the chase is short-lived. Basilov launches himself from the floor with a force, shattering the stone beneath his feet to soar after the retreating monster. In a blur of motion, the Russian hero catches up to the creature in mid-air. Towering over the terrified beast, he delivers a final crushing strike to the Inhuman's skull, declaring his hatred for the dirty creatures as the impact radiates through the building. Luckily, Kirilov is able to shield himself from the resulting shockwave, though the pressure nearly blows him off his feet. As Basilov delivers a devastating overhead blow, the heat radiating from his expanded muscles causes the entire structure to groan under the stress. This extreme impact proves too much for the architecture. As blood drips onto the wreckage of the neutralized monster, the ceiling begins to collapse. This forces Kirilov to urgently shout for them to evacuate the crumbling church immediately. Once they emerge into the blinding Russian snowstorm, the two warriors walk away as the falling snow begins to cover their tracks. Kirilov acknowledges that the opponent was undeniably tough, but he remains concerned about the risks of the encounter. He checks his partner for any bite marks, knowing that the Inhuman's teeth posed a secondary threat of transformation. Basilov, however, is more concerned with his stomach than his wounds. Because he has been starving for 2 days to fuel his abilities, he is incredibly irritable and insists they go find a meal immediately. While the heroes seek food, the narrative shifts to a dark, high-ceilinged room where a new group of advanced Inhumans is gathered. A pale-headed entity named Morel informs their leader Pan that the Inhuman known as Grab has likely been killed by a superhuman. Pan is visibly annoyed by this news, as he had specifically ordered his subordinates to avoid fighting while searching for the remains of Ophir. Despite this loss, the Inhumans remain unbothered, suggesting that the death of one dumb bat won't interfere with their larger coordinated plans. Back in Korea, the focus returns to Lim Kang's domestic life. Juri has been discharged from the hospital and hobbles back to his apartment on crutches, his leg still encased in a heavy cast. Although he is relieved to be home, he feels a sense of lingering trauma from the airport battle. He finds a sticky note from Lim Kang attached to a frying pan, informing him that our hero made him fried rice before heading to school. While Juri is initially touched by the gesture, the reality of the meal is unfortunately quite grim. After taking a single bite, Juri realizes the food has gone bad, leaving him sweating and pale as his face turns a sickly color. At Seoyeon High School, Lim Kang is busy navigating the social pressures of being a normal student. His classmates, Daebang and Chang Ryul, try to pressure him into buying them lunch at the cafeteria, but our protagonist plays it cool by claiming he has no money. As they walk through the hallways, the students discuss the recent events at Incheon Airport. Chang Ryul expresses his dread, noting that the Inhumans appeared so powerful that even Ketchup Man stood no chance. Because the monsters retreated on their own terms rather than being defeated, the students fear the world might be nearing its end. However, Chang Ryul finds hope in the existence of the White Cap hero, reminding his friends that they have protectors watching over Korea. Lim Kang listens to this conversation in solemn silence, his expression unreadable as he hears his classmates' desperate trust in him. Back at the apartment, Juri is still struggling, his mind plagued by nightmares and the psychological aftereffects of seeing the inhuman Pan up close. He wonders how Lim Kang can continue living a normal life while carrying the burden of fighting such horrors anytime and anywhere. As our hero looks out at the bright sky through a school window, he is left contemplating his own identity and what his purpose truly is in this changing world. Because he is seeking answers, Lim Kang reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small, crumpled piece of paper, which is revealed to be the business card for the Sub-Mu Martial Academy. As he stares at the name Lee Mun-gu, he is pulled back into a memory of the tournament where the elderly Oh Bang-wan claimed he had many questions to answer. Because the old man stole the champion's trophy and vanished, our boy recalls the cryptic instruction to seek him out at Mount Yangpo. This internal reflection is cut short when his classmates, Daebang and Chang Ryul, approach him. To avoid suspicion, the protagonist quickly hides the card and joins them, playing off his distraction as nothing more than a passing thought. Later that evening, the scene shifts to the apartment where Juri is recovering from his injuries. While the two eat pizza together, our guy mentions his plan to visit the dojo. This decision is driven by a need for answers, especially since Lim Kang has realized that the thief grandpa is actually a superhuman. When his handler asks how he can be so sure, our protagonist explains that it's an instinctual feeling, the same unsettling sensation he gets from inhumans, like the mysterious Black Hat Man he encountered at the port. Their conversation is interrupted by a special news broadcast featuring a superhuman analyzer named Chief Kim Hyun-jung. Since inhuman attacks are becoming more frequent, the public is desperate for information. The analyst clarifies that while the world only knows of 3 official heroes, St. Pearl, Matt Dion, and the late Galen Withrow, there must be many more hidden protectors. He uses the sheer number of defeated inhuman corpses found in places like Russia as evidence. However, he warns that not all superhumans are on humanity's side. He points to Black Hat and his companion in the red cloak as potential enemies, labeling them as a dangerous opposition to the world's safety. The broadcast takes a shocking turn when Chief Kim reveals that a new superhuman has officially come forward to cooperate with the government. This newcomer is Jane Sonata, a woman from Scotland who claims to have single-handedly defended the United Kingdom and is already acquainted with St. Pearl. While Juri reacts with visible shock and trembling to the appearance of another powerhouse, the interviewer pivots to the identity of Korea's own White Cap. This causes both Lim Kang and Juri to break into a cold sweat as the analyst claims to have figured out the hero's identity. Luckily, the tension evaporates into comedy when the chief confidently asserts that the White Cap is likely a woman in her late 40s, or a foreigner. Since every single detail of the analysis is wrong, the two sit in stunned silence, realizing the experts are actually clueless about our boy's true life. The next morning, our protagonist prepares to head out to Mount Yangpo in a tracksuit. Although Lim Kang offers to go alone to spare his injured friend the trouble, Juri insists on coming along. He argues that the young hero is too inexperienced to handle a seasoned scammer like Oh Bang-wan. Armed with his crutches and a sense of justice, the handler declares that it takes a scammer to deal with a scammer. With their plan set, the duo sets off toward the mountain to reclaim their trophy and uncover the secrets of the elderly martial artist. Lim Kang leans back on a bench at a remote rural bus stop, his face etched with exhaustion from their long journey. Because they have been traveling for so long, our boy is already asking how much further they have to go. Juri checks his phone while adjusting his leg cast and crutch, noting that they are almost at their destination if they can just catch this final bus. The protagonist is particularly drained because he missed breakfast, a significant problem for someone who typically eats 4 meals a day. As they wait, Juri looks out over the endless fields and mountains with growing annoyance. The fact that the neighborhood is completely devoid of stores or supermarkets, the young man jokes that they might have to hunt mudfish just to survive the afternoon. Lim Kang remains skeptical, pointing out that they have already been waiting for 40 minutes. Luckily, Juri remains confident in a blog post he read, insisting this is the only viable route to Mount Yangpo. This journey has been a test of endurance, involving crowded trains, city walking on crutches, and endless bus rides through the countryside. The silence of the farmland is eventually broken by a distant mechanical hum. To Juri's relief, a bus finally appears through the road. Once they board, the friendly driver confirms they are heading toward Mount Yangpo. He promises to alert them when they reach the final stop, allowing the two travelers to settle in for the last leg of the trip. As the bus rattles past rice fields and tractors, the conversation turns serious. Juri reminds Lim Kang that they are heading toward a potentially dangerous individual. Since they suspect the old man is a superhuman and already know he is a thief, Juri warns our hero to stay on guard. However, the protagonist is surprisingly calm. He admits that even though the grandpa is a stranger, he has an instinctive feeling that the old man isn't actually a bad person. While they talk, a news report on the bus TV catches their attention. The broadcast features Jane Sonata, who has issued a stern warning to the paparazzi. Because she is officially cooperating with the government, she threatens to destroy any surveillance equipment used to harass her. Shortly after, the driver announces their arrival at the mountain, and the duo hops off to begin the final climb. They quickly locate a wooden signpost nestled in the trees that points the way forward. The scene shifts far away to America, where the nighttime city skyline remains bustling. Inside a dark bedroom, St. Pearl is jolted awake by a vibrating smartphone. It is an urgent call from James, who is calling from the laboratory. Although he apologizes for waking her, James reveals a major breakthrough. They have finally obtained the restored CCTV data from the Opera cruise ship. Because the technicians have narrowed the footage down to the exact location of the fight with the Inhumans, Pearl refuses to wait until morning. She throws off her covers and prepares to leave immediately, determined to analyze the footage alongside the team. She knows that every second counts in understanding the tragedy that occurred at sea. Back in Korea, the trek up the mountain becomes increasingly difficult. Juri has begun keeping a journal, following his sister's habit of recording everything. He notes that the path to the Submu Martial Academy feels more like a trail for animals than humans, describing the mountain as the worst terrain he has ever encountered. The journey involves crossing shallow streams and navigating precarious suspension bridges. Because of his injury, Juri feels like a burden, but he admits in his notes that he couldn't let our boy go alone. He has started to feel a deep sense of unease whenever Lim Kang is out of his sight, plagued by terrible thoughts of what might happen. After navigating a dark cave that looks like it belongs in a ghost story, their persistence finally pays off. The traditional gates of the academy loom before them, signaling that they have reached their destination. Meanwhile, in the American ISSTF lab, the doors slide open as St. Pearl arrives. James and Ben look up from their monitors with grim expressions. James informs her that while she was on her way, they successfully located 2 camera angles that captured the sight of Galen Withrow's body. However, he warns her that the footage contains something that seems very wrong, hinting at a disturbing discovery within the digital records. St. Pearl watches with a shocked expression as James urgently orders Ben to bring the recovered data onto the main screen. Because Pearl has finally arrived, Ben provides a brief rundown while his hands fly across the keyboard. He pulls up the CCTV footage from the Opera cruise ship's banquet hall, where the brutal battle against the Inhumans took place. The screen displays 6 different angles, but Ben narrows the focus down to angles 2 and 5, which are the only ones that captured the fallen figure of Galen Withrow. James adjusts his sunglasses as sweat drips down his face, visibly anxious about what they are about to see. Since the quality of the second angle is poor, the team focuses on the 5th camera. Ben notes that the flickering in the video isn't a technical glitch. Rather, it's a physical phenomenon caused by the intense energy of Pearl's own battle nearby. He directs their attention to the digital timestamp at the bottom of the screen. As the clock hits 01:17:48, the corpse of Galen Withrow suddenly vanishes from the floor. The 3 analysts stare at the empty monitors in utter disbelief. Pearl narrows her eyes, realizing that this wasn't just a simple disappearance. The footage feels hazy. To get a better look, she orders Ben to play the video back at the slowest possible speed. At 0.1x speed, the mystery begins to unravel. As the timestamp passes 47 seconds, a faint, blurry afterimage appears to dash over the corpse. Pearl spots the anomaly immediately and orders a pause. Ben zooms in as far as the resolution allows, revealing a distorted, fast-moving figure standing over the body. James points out a distinctive bucket hat, while Ben notes what appears to be bright-colored long hair and a long coat. Pearl realizes with grim certainty that this is the individual responsible for stealing their fallen partner. She is left shaken by the thief's unbelievable speed, recognizing that someone moved fast enough to nearly bypass high-speed surveillance. James immediately pivots the investigation, ordering a check of all boarding and disembarking footage to find anyone matching these specific features. Meanwhile, back in Korea, the scene shifts to the quiet slopes of Mount Yongpo. Lim Kang and a recovering Ju-ri, who is still navigating on crutches, arrive at a traditional house. Our boy wonders if anyone is even home, but Ju-ri's sharp ears pick up a distant sound. Suddenly, they run into Lee Moon-gu, the instructor from the tournament. Luckily, the greeting is friendly, as Moon-gu assumes our protagonist has finally decided to join the academy to study martial arts. However, the duo quickly clarifies that they are only there to retrieve the stolen Alley Cup trophy. Just then, the elderly Oh Bang-won appears, casually carrying the trophy. He offers it back to them without a fight, much to the boys' surprise. While Juri is frustrated and scolds the old man for making them suffer through a mountain trek just to reclaim their property, Oh Bang-won remains unbothered. He offers a half-hearted apology, claiming he is a bit of a kleptomaniac, and tells them they are free to leave. As the old man walks away toward a high cliff, our hero feels a deeper pull for answers. He follows the master to the edge of the precipice. When the old man asks why he is being shadowed, Lim Kang speaks with a heavy, honest gaze. He admits that while the world calls him a superhuman, he has no idea what that actually means or who he really is. The master listens in silence before reaching down to pick up a jagged rock. Oh Bang-won poses a cryptic challenge, asking our guy if he could catch the rock before it hits the ground if it were thrown. Before our boy can even process the question, the master hurls the stone with immense power. While the boys are still reeling from the shock of the throw, the old man suddenly pivots. In a terrifying display of high-speed aggression, he launches a powerful kick toward the defenseless Ju-ri, sending the handler flying backward over the edge of the cliff. Our boy reacts with superhuman speed the moment he sees Ju-ri get tossed over the cliffside. As the handler plummets toward the abyss, our protagonist launches himself from the edge with enough force to crumble the rock beneath his feet. He dives into the gorge, accelerating his descent to catch up with his falling friend. To manage the plunge, our hero braces against the vertical face, digging his fingers into the stone to create friction. Because this slowing maneuver works, he is able to snag the unconscious Ju-ri midair. Holding his friend tightly, the young hero arrests their momentum by punching his free hand into the cliffside, bringing them to a halt. While hanging from the rock, our protagonist notices that Ju-ri has fainted from terror. This forces an immediate recovery, and our boy carries the limp handler back up the vertical wall to the safety of the grassy clearing. Fury consumes Lim Kang as he glares at the elderly master, demanding to know what the old man was thinking. However, Oh Bang-wan remains completely unimpressed by the hero's rage, coldly asking if our guy wants to fight him. When the protagonist hesitates, the master calls him arrogant and naive. He lectures the boy, explaining that feeling sympathy for an old man while a friend is in danger is a sign of weakness. According to the master, this is an absence of responsibility. He claims our hero's heart is as empty as a tin can because he puts false pressure on people he doesn't actually want to fight. He offers a final, harsh warning. With such a nasty and indecisive attitude, our hero will die sooner than he thinks. The tension is broken when the protagonist realizes Ju-ri has actually stopped breathing. This sudden crisis startles the old man, who immediately drops his tough persona and rushes back to help. Because emergency services can't reach this remote location, the two of them work together on the grass to massage the handler's legs and revive him. Luckily, the effort is successful, and the story shifts to the quiet of the academy at night. Lee Moon-gu attempts to welcome the newcomers by providing them with official academy uniforms, but Ju-ri is far from enthusiastic. Sitting on the porch with a bandaged head and a mask, the handler dejectedly explains that he has no intention of learning martial arts. When the instructor asks about Lim Kang, Ju-ri notes that our boy is the type who doesn't listen and has already wandered off to hunt wild boars. Sensing the tension, Moon-gu tries to defend the master's actions. He explains that while the old man's methods look dangerous, he possesses amazing foresight and always knows what is safe. The instructor reveals a softer side of the academy, explaining that most of the people there are outcasts who lost their homes and families. Because the master took them in when they had nowhere else to go, Moon-gu views him as a truly good person despite his kleptomaniacal tendencies. He dismisses the current silence of the academy by explaining that the other 10 students are away on a 2-day field training trip. Even though Ju-ri remains skeptical and focused on his injuries, the instructor remains enthusiastic, promising a training regimen where harshness and fun coexist. Despite the trauma of the day, Ju-ri records in his journal that the master is the worst, yet strangely admits that the situation is a bit interesting. In a quiet cafe, the famous Scottish superhuman Jane Sonata meets with St. Pearl, initially masking the seriousness of her visit with casual banter and exaggerated charm. The fact that Jane is a major public figure, their presence causes a stir with the waitress, but Pearl quickly cuts through the distractions to demand the real reason for their meeting. This forced Jane to revisit a memory from just before the tragic opera cruise ship incident, a time when she had unsuccessfully tried to introduce Pearl to another superhuman she cherishes like a younger sister, a girl named Sui. Jane reveals that Sui recently stumbled upon a horrifying scene on a European street that changes everything they know about their kind. While Sui was out at night, she witnessed a massive blue-haired man ruthlessly choking a victim to death. Because Sui has extensive experience fighting in humans, she immediately sensed that this killer was actually a human superhuman. She was disturbed not just by the murder, but by the fact that the man possessed enough raw grip strength to crush human neck bones with a single hand, a feat impossible for a normal person. Luckily, Sui intervened by leaping from a balcony to deliver a surprise flying kick, but the killer managed to block the strike with his forearm, confirming he was indeed a powerhouse. During the brief struggle, Sui noticed something even more unsettling. Even while being attacked, the man refused to let go of the corpse. Rather than staying to fight, the killer eventually snatched up the body and leaped into the air to escape. As a result of this encounter, Sui realized she wasn't just dealing with a lone murderer. She spotted a second silhouette moving in tandem with the killer across the rooftops, suggesting the existence of an organized group of superhumans who kill people. Unfortunately, the situation has turned from a mystery into a tragedy. Despite Jane's warnings, the headstrong Sui went out alone to track the group down. Jane looks devastated as she informs a shocked Pearl that she has officially lost contact with her friend. Since Sui has now been missing for 5 days, Jane fears the worst has already happened. While this shadow of a new threat looms over Europe, the focus shifts back to the early dawn at Mount Yongpo in Korea. Oh Bang-wan walks through the misty fields as our protagonist approaches him. The atmosphere between them has shifted from the previous night's chaotic revival to one of lethal intensity. Because he is no longer interested in games, the elderly master fixes our boy with a menacing glare. He declares that he is going to ask a few final questions, and he issues a chilling ultimatum. If our hero doesn't answer with absolute honesty, the master will kill him on the spot. Lim Kang is left in a state of visible shock as the elderly Oh Bang-won confronts him in the mountain clearing. The master admits that while they are practically strangers, he has already identified a glaring issue with our boy. Because the protagonist seems to lack a basic understanding of his own position, the old man can't decide if the youth is simply an idiot, has a death wish, or is truly fearless. Rather than continuing a useless conversation, the master decides he needs to see the truth for himself. The area is suddenly blurred by an explosion of motion as Oh Bang-won vanishes and reappears instantly in front of our hero. This forced the young man to endure a blindingly fast upward kick directly under his chin, followed by a massive, straight punch to the center of his face. The sheer force of the blow sends Lim Kang hurtling backward until he crashes violently into a pile of large rocks. Despite being asked repeatedly if the strikes hurt, our guy pushes himself up from the rubble with a grim expression and calmly states that they did not. This resilience leaves the master in genuine surprise. As he stares at the protagonist, he realizes that even after such a brutal assault, there isn't a single scratch on the boy's face or hands. This anomaly prompts the old man to ask if our boy has ever shed blood or even felt a lack of stamina during a fight. Looking back on his previous battles as the White Cap, our hero admits he has never bled or felt exhausted. Even when posed with a hypothetical scenario of fighting non-stop for an entire year, our protagonist blankly agrees to do it, revealing that the very concept of physical limits doesn't exist in his mind. Because of this realization, the master's tone becomes more serious as he begins an ethics lecture on the nature of their gifts. He explains that every superhuman possesses an essential power known as incensed. No matter what name people give it, this energy is the reason why knives snap and bullets flatten against a superhuman's skin. Because this energy permeates their bones and muscles, it creates a gap in power that varies from person to person. While other heroes like St. Pearl and Basiloff have bloomed and awakened their own unique specificities, the master points out that something is fundamentally wrong with our protagonist. The elderly man delivers a final piercing verdict while pointing directly at our hero's chest. He explains that while every superhuman eventually opens their eyes to their own specific power, Lim Kang is currently an outlier. Since his incensed has failed to bloom, the boy is effectively a vessel of infinite energy that hasn't yet found its true expression. Master Oh Bang-won reflects on the brutal strikes he delivered to Lim Kang, admitting that the bout led to a surprising and ironic conclusion. He observes that while other heroes fight with incredible physical strength that nears infinity, they do so without the presence of incense. Because our boy is currently in this state, the master realizes the young hero still has significant time to reach his full potential. He acknowledges that our protagonist is already a talented and strong superhuman, defined as a being who transcends human limits to engage inhumans in hand-to-hand combat. The master explains that while most superhumans have incensed permeating their bodies to varying degrees, which dictates their zero tolerance for damage or their specific combat styles, this does not yet apply to Lim Kang. He notes that our hero is a rare case who has been fighting at an incredible level purely as a human being, without any visible incense. This revelation leaves the old man shocked and confused, as the living witness standing before him suggests the boy started at a high level from the very beginning. When the protagonist mentions his past failure and loss of consciousness at the airport, the master reveals he watched the White Cap superhuman live on the news. He explains that after our hero passed out, his original power underwent a forced awakening. Because the boy's inner strength became too great for his mind to handle, he didn't actually faint from the monster's hit. Rather, his mind collapsed under the weight of his own surging power. The master compares our boy's untapped potential to a massive iceberg, calling his level of power truly immeasurable. The conversation turns grave as the master recalls the appearance of the giant inhuman Pan. He describes the cloaked entity as an unprecedented monster of overwhelming power and theorizes that such a creature appeared specifically to target our hero. The master believes that Lim Kang is the only true obstacle standing in the way of these intelligent inhumans taking over the world. Warning that the Earth will soon fight for its survival, the master offers a paternal gesture and promises to help bring out the boy's true strength, apologizing for the earlier violence before leading him away to eat. Meanwhile, Juri records his experiences in his journal as the other members of the academy return from their off-season training. Although his leg is still in a cast, the muscular students immediately put the newbie to work chopping firewood as a form of rehabilitation. Juri describes a grueling few days involving painful acupuncture treatments from the master, which he jokingly compares to being turned into a hedgehog. Despite the hardship, he begins training at a wooden dummy, finding a strange sense of belonging, even as he questions if the others realize his friend is the famous White Cap hero. As the days pass, Lim Kang and the master often disappear together for what Juri suspects is special training, returning only when it is time to eat. While our boy is frequently punished for accidentally breaking training equipment, the bond between the group grows. That night, The elderly master gently tucks a blanket over the two sleeping boys, watching over them as they rest from their labors. In the quiet mountain academy, Juri is faced with a practical dilemma. Our protagonist needs to return to school. Because the transition from the chaotic training on the mountain to a regular academic life is so stark, the handler is prepared to confront the elderly master Oh Bang-wan if he refuses to let the boy leave. However, the master surprises them both by encouraging Lim Kang to head back immediately. He suggests that if our boy runs the entire way, he can use the long distance as a productive part of his endurance training. Lim Kang begins preparing for the journey, tying his sneakers while Juri provides a list of errands to handle back home. Since the handler won't be returning just yet, he asks the hero to pack his undergarments, a charger, and even a game console and laptop. After receiving clear directions on which way to run, our boy offers a small smile and tells his friend not to worry. In an instant, the peaceful courtyard is shattered by an explosion of dust as our hero launches himself into the air. Oh Bang-wan watches from the tiled roof as white streaks arc across the sky, marking the protagonist's high-speed departure, before casually inviting Juri to go fishing. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the high-tech environment of Ben's lab. Ben is meticulously analyzing security footage from an X-ray checkpoint that all passengers on the Opera cruise ship had to pass through. He is focusing on the distorted figure in the bucket hat, trying to find a matching clue that connects to the thief who stole Galen Withrow's remains. Because identifying the culprit is essential for the honor of the fallen hero, James encourages Ben to push the technology to its limits to reveal the thief's face. James suspects the individual may not have boarded the ship through normal means, making the digital investigation even more critical. The intensity of the lab work is interrupted by a call from St. Pearl, who reveals she is currently in Northern Ireland. James is shocked by her sudden relocation, but Pearl explains that she has teamed up with Jane Sonata to find Jane's sister, a superhuman named Sui. Unfortunately, Sui went missing after witnessing a series of rapid murders and disappearances that Pearl believes were caused by other superhumans. This leads to a chilling realization. There is a potential connection between these European crimes and the theft of Withrow's body. Pearl acknowledges the danger of facing hostile superhumans, but insists on resolving the case to save Sui. The fact that she knows the investigation might take several days, she instructs James to maintain a high level of vigilance. In the event of a new inhuman warning while she is away, Pearl tells James to contact Matt Dion. Since the famous actor is currently in the United States, he is the only powerhouse available to defend the region in her absence. James is relieved to know that Jane Sonata is backing Pearl, even as he admits that an unprecedented mission to hunt down rogue superhumans feels incredibly ominous. As the conversation ends, Pearl's eyes glow with a fierce intensity, signaling her absolute resolve to see the mission through. Observing the exchange, Jane Sonata notes that Pearl is fortunate to have such dedicated colleagues, even as they prepare to step into the heart of a very dangerous conflict. In a ruined stone courtyard, a blue-haired superhuman drags a bloodied body across the pavement before flinging it aside with a single hand. The victim, dressed in a green shirt, hits the stone face down with a heavy thud, leaving him motionless and covered in gore. An unseen speaker observes the carnage, noting that the body is completely destroyed and that their mission has hit a problematic snag. From the shadows of the crumbling room, a man with long white hair seated in a chair assumes command, issuing a new mission to the assembled figures. 3 days prior in Northern Ireland, a local named Hershey sits exhausted at David's pub, demanding one more drink. The muscular, tattooed bartender, David Joshua, tries to cut him off, but the drunkard becomes defensive and orders a cup of Balkan from a new staff member in the back. Because a string of serial killings and disappearances has plagued the neighborhood, Hershey is terrified of walking home in the dark and begs David to drink with him until morning. Their bickering is interrupted when the pub door swings open and a man in a gray coat named Matthew McCurry enters, playfully pointing a handgun at the group. Although the bartender is unbothered by the detective's dangerous sense of humor, Matthew eventually lowers the weapon and settles in for a beer. The mood turns somber as Matthew, a veteran police officer, discusses the local crisis. He notes that 13 people are missing and the victims share no common connections. Even more disturbing is the discovery of a mutilated blue inhuman body found in the street with its upper torso and limbs missing. A death so strange and surgical that Matthew doubts a typical superhuman was responsible. During the briefing, the new bartender, Pebo, suggests that the killings and the inhuman murder might all be the work of the same person. As the night winds down, David orders his staff, Evan and Gasvidal, to begin closing the shop. Gasvidal carries the now unconscious Hershey out the door. Matthew realizes it is time to leave and promises the staff he will reclaim their neighborhood from the criminals, though he humorously avoids giving them a tip by claiming he left his wallet in the car. As the detective walks away from the pub, Evan watches him with respect, believing that an honorable legend like Matthew is the city's best hope for justice. The following day at dawn, the peaceful atmosphere at the pub is shattered when Matthew McCurry returns, but this time his intensity is real. He kicks the door open and points his handgun at the patrons, including a blonde woman and the staff. Because a horrific new crime has been discovered, the detective is no longer joking. He flashes his police badge and orders everyone to raise their hands so he can verify their alibis. A shocked David Joshua tries to calm him down, but Matthew reveals the grim reason for his aggression. Last night, the drunkard Hershey was found dead, his body so badly crushed that the detective now views everyone in the vicinity as a potential suspect. In the tense atmosphere of David's pub, Matthew the detective maintains a grave expression while holding his gun steady. He delivers a chilling update on the local crisis, explaining that the body found in the woods was missing its head and torso, leaving only the limbs behind. Since the remains were so badly dismembered, David Joshua initially hopes the victim might not be Hershey. However, Matthew is certain of the identity because he recognizes an expensive Fastek Philippe watch on the corpse, the same one he saw Hershey wearing during his drunken outburst the previous night. This identification is further supported by a call to Hershey's wife, who confirmed he never made it home. The detective notes that because the expensive watch was left behind, the murder clearly wasn't motivated by robbery. Instead, the surgical and brutal method of dismemberment matches the profile of the serial killer currently terrorizing the neighborhood. This realization turns the pub into an interrogation room. Matthew begins questioning the staff's alibis, forcing Joshua to recount his timeline. The bartender explains that after the detective left, he and Gasvidal stayed late to clean up before playing cards over a beer, while their co-worker Evan slept in the store. According to Joshua, they didn't head home until sunrise, and Evan remained at the pub the entire time. Matthew remains skeptical, especially when he turns his focus to the newcomer, Pabo. Because the neighborhood's wave of disappearances and murders began almost exactly 2 months ago, the same time Pabo moved into the area, the detective views him as a primary suspect. Despite Joshua's attempts to defend his employee, Matthew decides to take Pabo into custody for further questioning. He puts his gun away and leads the quiet bartender out, leaving Joshua, Gasvidal, and Evan in a state of stunned disbelief. The weight of the situation takes its toll, and Joshua decides to close the business early for the night. Evan heads home while Gasvidal lingers, expressing his worry for Pabo. Joshua tries to remain optimistic, admitting his disappointment in Matthew's aggression but trusting that Pabo is innocent. However, the quiet is shattered when Matthew suddenly bursts back into the pub, hysterical and drenched in sweat. He screams that the police car transferring Pabo was smashed, resulting in the deaths of 2 officers and Pabo's disappearance. Frantic, Matthew demands Pabo's resume to find his home address, but the situation takes a sharp, suspicious turn. Joshua notices that Matthew is remarkably unharmed and questions why the detective wasn't in the vehicle during the attack. When Matthew stammers through a weak excuse about investigating another location, Joshua's suspicion turns into open doubt. This causes the detective to snap. His eyes turn bloodshot as he draws his revolver and points it at his friends, accusing the entire group of conspiring against him. The standoff reaches a breaking point as Matthew becomes visibly unhinged. When he notices Joshua hiding a hand behind his back, he fears a counterattack and pulls the trigger. A deafening gunshot rings out, and blood splatters across the floor. Amidst the carnage, a figure in a white bucket hat calmly walks through the gore, noting with amusement that the group managed to tear itself apart without much outside help. The intruder looks down at a bloodied, barely conscious Joshua. As the man looks up, he is horrified to realize that the figure is not the Evan he knew. The man reveals himself to be Jamal Evan, a malicious superhuman who has been hiding in plain sight. As he crouches over the dying bartender while casually holding a severed head, Jamal Evan offers a chilling promise. He will share one final, funny story about their time together before he finishes the job. David Joshua sits slumped against a wall, his body mangled beyond recovery. Jamal Evan, the rogue superhuman, crouches before him while casually holding the severed head of their former co-worker. Because he is staring at a monster he once trusted, Joshua wheezes out a question, asking if Jamal was also responsible for the death of the drunkard Hershey. Evan remains calm, admitting he killed Hershey, though he claims it wasn't his original intention. He explains through a flashback that the night began with Hershey stumbling into a dark stairway where 2 massive superhuman silhouettes blocked his path. The fact that Hershey was intoxicated and obnoxious, he took out his anger on Jamal. This lack of respect forced the killer to end the man's life simply because he found Hershey's attitude ridiculous. When Joshua asks about the rest of the staff, Jamal offers a mocking smile. He reveals that while he still considers himself part of a team, most of the people Joshua knew are now just corpses on the floor. He looks down at the body of Gasvidal with feigned sentiment, calling him a good friend before lifting the severed head of Pabo. Jamal admits he was particularly curious about Pabo, the handsome new bartender who had been introduced to the staff only months prior. Jamal recounts the moment he intercepted the police cruiser that was transferring Pabo. After smashing the vehicle and killing the officers, Jamal confronted Pabo in a pool of blood. Since Pabo had a strangely calm and bland personality, even in the face of death, Jamal was desperate to know his true identity. He suspected the bartender was either a hidden powerhouse or a fellow maniac killer. To test this, Jamal offered a sinister deal. He promised to spare Pabo and Joshua if the bartender would simply beg for his life with both hands. Unfortunately, the test ended in a way that disgusted the killer. Pabo looked up with a manic, terrified grin, revealing that one of his hands had already been severed. Because he couldn't technically beg with both hands, Peibo pathetically pleaded for mercy anyway. This unexpected cowardice ruined Jamal's interest. Feeling the display was pathetic, he violently grabbed the man by his hair and executed him, finding the entire interaction repulsive. Back in the present, Joshua shouts in defiance, accusing Jamal of having a devil's talent and questioning why he kills so indiscriminately. Evan remains thoughtful, listing boredom, revenge, and curiosity as his primary motivators. However, he insists he isn't a horrible person. As a blue flame erupts over a magic circle, Jamal explains his twisted philosophy. He believes he is bringing life back to worthy souls by sacrificing useless ones. He views himself not as a devil, but as a godlike creator working against the strict laws of providence. As the first light of dawn hits the town, Jamal offers Joshua one final chance to choose life. Because he is filled with pure hatred for the man who betrayed his friends, Joshua simply tells him to go to hell. Jamal offers a dry laugh and walks out of the pub, leaving the bartender to take his final breath. As he stands in the street, Jamal reflects that the world might already be hell because it never changes. The quiet morning is interrupted by a vibrating phone. Jamal answers a call from someone named Carol and receives a shocking update that causes his expression to turn predatory. This news forces him to return to an ancient, ruined temple where his subordinates are waiting. He informs his warriors that their previous mission has hit a snag because one of their targets, a person of great significance, managed to escape. Because the escape happened recently, Jamal is certain the target is still nearby. He stands up and holds up a photograph of the individual, commanding his team to hunt them down immediately. He warns them that since the target is famous, they must move with absolute precision to catch him before he disappears for good. Evan's subordinates launch themselves into the air to carry out his order to hunt down the individual from the photograph. Jamal Evans stands atop a stone pillar, watching the chaos with a casual, detached expression. Despite his calm exterior, he admits to himself that he doesn't feel good about the situation. He believes that whenever something unexpected occurs, misfortune is bound to follow, which forces him to conclude that he should also make his move. As he begins walking down the stone steps to leave the hideout, Jamal Evan instructs a young girl Carol to stay behind. This directive immediately sparks a confrontation. Carol stands up and screams at him in frustration. She is tired of being left behind and bored, even going so far as to call Jamal an idiot. Evan continues walking without looking back, attempting to explain that they will soon sack everything and move their operations to America. However, the argument remains one-sided. Carol continues to pout and shout insults after him, leaving him to wonder what she is even babbling about as he departs. Meanwhile, the focus shifts to Londonderry, one of the largest cities in Northern Ireland. On a balcony overlooking the city, Jane Sonata provides a grim update to St. Pearl. Because 2 more people went missing just before they arrived, Jane explains that the local damage is becoming endless. Despite the city being a ghost town at night, the disappearance cases aren't dropping, and the authorities have been unable to solve the mystery. Jane notes that the last place they could reach their missing friend, Sui, was right here in Londonderry. She theorizes that the culprit is likely inexperienced because he hasn't moved locations despite the rising heat. St. Pearl listens with a serious expression, realizing that if the killer runs away once the government officially announces an investigation, they will lose their chance to find him. Just as the 2 superhumans begin to coordinate an ambush, an emergency notification flashes across their phones. A Li Injong alert, the term for an inhuman threat, has been triggered in Campsie, the village right next to theirs. The alert reports numerous deaths on the route from the Derry airport. This sudden crisis forces St. Pearl to change the plan immediately. She realizes that once an inhuman is caught, their presence in the area will be exposed to their enemies. Looking toward the horizon, Pearl declares that she cannot ignore an inhuman threat, whether it's in America or here, and the 2 prepare for immediate action. This news of the rising death toll and the discovery of an inhuman corpse in Northern Ireland spreads globally via television broadcasts. In a quiet room, the Russian heroes Maxim Basilov and Kirillov watch the report while maintaining their training. Elsewhere, Nan Gi and Dan Yang monitor the situation from their hideout, hearing that England is sending an elite counter-terrorism team to handle the homicide cases. Even at the Mountain Academy in Korea, Master Oh Bang-won and his students, including Ju-ri, watch the broadcast in solemn silence. Back in Europe, white streaks of light arc across the sky as St. Pearl leaps through the air over the rooftops. Pearl lands violently in the street, shocking the local civilians, and sprints toward the center of the road. However, she suddenly stops in her tracks, her eyes widening in absolute horror. Standing in the center of the street is a red-haired superhuman with a scarred neck. To Pearl's disbelief, it is the man she thought was dead, Galen Withrow. He is standing over the remains of a blue-skinned inhuman that has been partially encased in a strange golden substance. Seeing him triggers a painful memory for Pearl. She recalls James sitting with his head in his hands, sobbing over Withrow's death. James had shared how much he respected the man's hidden kindness, and how he had finally succeeded in making the blunt warrior smile. In the present, St. Pearl is consumed by a mixture of misery, sadness, and pure, cold fury. She calls out the beginning of his name, and the red-haired figure turns around to face her. The man who looks like Withrow stares back at Pearl with wide eyes for a brief, silent moment before he suddenly launches himself toward the sky with a ground-shaking shockwave. But he is immediately intercepted by a massive, gray-skinned figure. This brute blocks the attack and delivers a devastating counterpunch that sends the red-haired warrior reeling through the air. St. Pearl watches in alarm as the force of the strike creates a massive shockwave, launching red-haired across the skyline and through several stone buildings. Because of the extreme impact, debris rains down on the streets, forcing terrified civilians to scramble for cover. As the dust settles, Pearl stands her ground, staring at the gray-skinned intruder with a look of intense scrutiny. She demands to know what kind of creature he is, but the massive man only responds with a cold, inhuman gaze. Luckily, Jane Sonata arrives to back up her partner, her eyes beginning to glow with a menacing light. Jane is visibly pale and confused by the sight of the kneeling, scarred man on the ground, but she quickly shifts into a combat stance. She warns the intruders that she wants immediate answers regarding who they are and why they are causing such chaos. The tension breaks when a blue-haired man with a scarred face finally speaks. He claims that he and the gray brute only exist to serve a leader named Evan. This statement shocks both superhumans, especially when the man explains that they are simply taking back the red-haired warrior because he originally belonged to Evan. St. Pearl is finished listening to what she considers nonsense. She radiates a powerful aura and declares that she is taking her friend back regardless of their claims. The standoff is interrupted by a new, detached voice echoing from a nearby bridge. Jamal Evan, wearing his signature white bucket hat, sits perched on a stone railing, looking down at the scene with curiosity. He admits he never imagined running into the world's strongest superhumans here, noting that he hasn't heard any updates from his subordinate Carol. Despite the high stakes, Evan remains relaxed and even offers a mocking compliment to Pearl's appearance now that she isn't wearing her hero suit. This disrespect only fuels Pearl's rage, and she threatens to kill everyone on the spot if she doesn't get a straightforward answer about Evan's involvement. Evan leans forward, attempting to de-escalate the situation by suggesting they talk instead of fight. He acknowledges that facing both St. Pearl and Jane Sonata at once could cost him nearly 80% of his power, a risk he isn't willing to take while his current project is so close to completion. However, Pearl ignores the strategic talk and focuses on the condition of her friend. She demands to know what happened to Withrow, leading Evan to reveal a horrifying truth. With a look of twisted pride, the villain claims he saved the warrior by literally gluing his severed head back onto his body and giving him a new life. Evan expresses a bored annoyance, explaining that after Withrow regained his senses, he ungratefully ran away, which is why the group was hunting him down. This confirmation of desecration is the final straw for Pearl. As Evan continues to speak calmly about Pearl's power, she ignores his warnings and charges the massive gray-skinned man. With a single explosive punch, she tears directly through the brute's midsection, declaring that the conversation is over and ordering the monsters to move out of her way. After St. Pearl completely neutralizes the gray-skinned brute, the cobblestone street falls into a heavy silence. Because the massive body has been ripped apart in a single blow, the red-haired warrior watching from the ground is left in a state of visible shock. High above on the bridge, Jamal Evan witnesses the defeat, his eyes widening as he realizes his primary muscle has been taken out instantly. Even Jane Sonata is momentarily paralyzed, her unmoving gaze fixed on the carnage Pearl just created. Sensing the immediate danger is over for the moment, Pearl reaches a hand down to the scarred red-haired man. He looks up at her with a blank, hollow stare, seemingly unable to process the rescue. The peace is short-lived when the blue-haired warrior launches a desperate ambush. He lunges forward with a powerful punch aimed at Pearl's head, but Supergirl reacts with effortless precision. Because she is far more capable than her attackers realize, she catches his massive fist against her forearm without flinching. Blue-haired looks at her in total disbelief, gritting his teeth as he tries to pull away. Pearl maintains an ironclad grip on his wrist, preventing his escape before delivering a devastating counterpunch to his chest. The resulting explosion of energy is so violent that it sends the warrior hurtling backward, shattering a nearby building upon impact. Watching from the bridge, Jamal Evan's expression turns grave. He notes the swirling golden particles around Pearl's fist and concludes that she hasn't even reached her full power yet. Pearl turns her gaze toward the bridge and issues a cold challenge. She mockingly invites Evan to call out the rest of his friends, promising to show him that his original estimate of her power was a massive understatement. Evan narrows his eyes, beginning a frantic mental analysis of her combat style. He realizes that her attacks are unique. They aren't long-range projectiles, but rather concentrated bursts of light that manifest the exact moment she makes physical contact. This divine, golden aura provides her with both unimaginable destructiveness and a durability that defies logic. He recalls blue-haired landing a clean strike on her chin earlier that didn't even make her flinch. Evan concludes that Pearl is likely the only person in the world who receives a divine blessing from the sun, evidenced by the fact that the temperature of the entire area has risen just by her presence. Rather than being intimidated, Jamal Evan lets out a mocking laugh, praising her endless charm. However, the battlefield takes a grotesque turn behind them. The defeated blue-haired struggles to rise, coughing up thick globs of blood as his body begins to mutate unnaturally. He lets out a bone-shaking scream while his muscles bulge and tear through his clothing. To St. Pearl's horror, a scorpion tail erupts from the warrior's back. This new form is faster and more lethal. The mutated blue-haired lashes out with his tail, striking the ground with such force that the pavement shatters. Pearl is forced to leap back, noticing a dark poison dripping from the tip of the stinger. She quickly realizes this transformation is disturbingly similar to the inhumans they usually fight. Blue-haired begins a synchronized barrage of fists and tail strikes, forcing Pearl to maneuver through a blur of high-speed attacks that turn the street into a wasteland of dust and rubble. Seeing that his subordinate has chosen to fight to the death, Jamal Evan decides to depart. He turns away and begins walking across the bridge, tipping his hat as a final gesture of respect for Blue-haired's determination. Unfortunately for the villain, his exit is interrupted by a shadow. A giant boulder hurtles from the sky, slamming into the bridge with a deafening roar. Evan vanishes in a blur to avoid being crushed, reappearing on the street below just as the stone structure shatters. Before he can recover, a second massive rock slams into the cobblestones near him. Through the settling dust, Jane Sonata appears, floating in the air while surrounded by a dozen levitating boulders. Since Evan attempted to ignore her presence and walk away, Jane fixes him with a cold, judgmental glare, declaring that he needs to be disciplined for treating her as if she didn't exist. As the confrontation in Londonderry intensifies, Jamal Evan observes Jane Sonata with a calculating gaze, recognizing her presence with a sinister familiarity. Because he has targeted her allies in the past, Jane is consumed by a cold determination, demanding that the villain leave her friends alone. She expresses a sharp disdain for the enemy group, finding it hard to believe that such dangerous individuals are led by a leader she considers trash. Nearby, the chaos of the battle continues as St. Pearl brutally shatters the mutated blue-haired warrior in mid-air. Jamal Evan remains remarkably calm despite the loss of his men, clarifying that he didn't intend to retreat. He reveals that his primary goal was to reclaim the scarred, red-haired Galen Withrow. Looking down at the dazed man kneeling on the pavement, Jamal compares Withrow's mental state to that of a newborn deer thrust into a world of unknown chaos. The fact that Withrow was brought back from the dead through Jamal's horrific methods, the villain insists he is the only one responsible for the warrior's new life. This twisted logic only infuriates Jane Sonata further. She refuses to listen to another word, her eyes glowing with power as the stones around her begins to vibrate in response to her rage. Realizing that Jamal will never stop talking nonsense, Jane launches herself off a bridge to pursue him. She intends to catch and interrogate him about the mess he has created, but Jamal finds himself struggling to keep up with her speed. Meanwhile, the crisis is broadcast globally via a drone. In Korea, Master Oh Bang-won and his students at the Sub-Mu Martial Academy gather around a television, watching the live footage of the inhuman alarm in Northern Ireland. Even though the heroes' identities are partially obscured, Juri is shocked to see Jane Sonata involved in such a large-scale conflict. Amidst the tension, our boy Lim Kang finally returns to the academy, greeted by his classmates just as the broadcast shifts to the desperate fight on the other side of town. At Ben's lab, the situation is equally tense. James and Ben analyze the footage with growing dread, quickly identifying both Jane Sonata and St. Pearl. However, James freezes when he spots the distinctive white bucket hat worn by Jamal Evan. Because this matches the figure from the cruise ship's security data, James realizes they have finally located the individual who desecrated Withrow's remains. While Ben frantically tries to understand why the mission to find their friend Sui turned into a war zone, the battle in Ireland reaches a new level of intensity. Jamal Evan sprints through the streets of Londonderry, forced into a defensive struggle as slabs of rock rain down on him. He quickly realizes that these are not ordinary projectiles. Realizing that the stones move with a strange organic fluidity, he concludes that they possess their own free will. He notes with growing alarm that there are no visible triggers or movements from Jane to manipulate them. She simply watches him, and the stones hunt him like predators. This unknown form of attack makes even approaching her nearly impossible, forcing the villain to admit that Jane is far more terrifying than he anticipated. Despite his high-speed maneuvering, Jamal is eventually cornered. He leaps into the air to avoid one rock, only to be caught off guard when a second stone stops dead in midair. Before he can react, Jane Sonata appears directly in front of him. Calling him a rat, she delivers a devastating punch to the villain's face. The impact is so violent that it sends Jamal Evan hurtling through several stone buildings in a spray of blood. Although stunned by the hit, he quickly regains his composure. Across the street, Jane Sonata stands tall amidst a field of floating rocks, watching him with calculated intensity. She mentally analyzes the exchange, realizing that even though she struck his face within a millisecond, Jamal was skilled enough to kick her stomach at the moment of impact to soften the blow. Despite his great reflexes, Jane remains confident because the damage she dealt was significant. She admits she initially underestimated him, but now recognizes that the opponent possesses a great deal of combat experience. Jamal responds with a mocking smile, laughing off her praise despite his bloodied face. His expression quickly turns predatory as he reveals that he has figured out the secret behind the floating stones. He explains that he feels many souls radiating from her, which triggers a flashback for Jane. Years ago, she explained to young Sui that she doesn't simply control objects. Instead, she is part of a collective called Henge. These consist of 80 individual stones, each possessing its own pure soul and free will. While they share thoughts and emotions, Jane is the last Stonehenge, the primary physical vessel for this collective power. Back in the present, Jamal is impressed with himself for deducing the algorithm of her powers and their specific numbers mid-fight. He admits that fighting 80-1 makes his own situation feel somewhat hopeless. However, he quickly shifts his focus to Saint Pearl, whom he calls an absolute being. The stress of the encounter causes Jamal to laugh hysterically as his hair begins to turn white from the strain of being pushed to the brink of death. Jamal mockingly asks Pearl if she is alright, pointing out the wounds on her face caused by his subordinate Costa. He reveals that Costa was a chimera created using parts from an emperor scorpion, which is why the creature possessed such lethal poison. Pearl notices that she has indeed been poisoned, but luckily, her golden aura causes the toxins to evaporate from her skin almost instantly. Seeing this, Jamal is forced to acknowledge her incredible healing capabilities. Jane Sonata steps forward to join Pearl, disgusted by how Jamal plays with the corpses of humans and animals to create his minions. She demands to know the whereabouts of her sister Sui, but Jamal remains indifferent to the suffering he has caused. He mockingly claims he might have killed her, noting that he has a bad memory for the people he executes. This cold dismissal sends Jane into a dark rage, and she tells Pearl to stay back so she can unleash a powerful technique called Foundation. Just as the battle is about to escalate, the confrontation is interrupted by sudden streaks of white light blasting through the air. These energy streaks narrowly miss Jamal, who stands frozen as the dust settles. A group of new figures emerges from the shadows. Recognizing the newcomers, Jamal notes that his reinforcements have finally arrived, shifting the balance of the conflict once again. The group is a diverse and menacing collection of elites, including a man in a checkered visor, a red-skinned horned creature, and a blonde woman who appears exhausted from a previous struggle. This sudden arrival catches Jane Sonata off guard, while Saint Pearl remains stoic, calmly asking if the entire enemy roster has finally gathered in one place. Jamal Evan, observing from behind, mockingly tells Pearl that her confidence might be her undoing now that his full team is present. Because of the massive scale of this clash, the battle is being broadcast globally, though the footage is increasingly difficult to capture. Back in Korea at the Submu Martial Academy, Master Oh Bang-won and his students watch a television screen filled with static. The news reports that a drone sent to film the crisis was destroyed in mid-air by a mysterious flying stone, leaving the reporters scrambling for a way to document the scene. Our protagonist, Lim Kang, watches the flickering screen with an intense focus, hearing the news that Great Britain has prohibited all military units from entering the city to avoid being caught in the crossfire of the superhumans. On the streets of Londonderry, Jane Sonata's attention shifts to a pale, white-skinned inhuman among Evan's group. She realizes with a start that this is the same powerful monster she had previously fought and wounded in a chaotic encounter. Because the creature possessed a unique ability to shred and deceive, it had managed to escape her months ago despite being near death. Strangely, the Inhuman now crouches in the street with a neutral expression, seemingly having no memory of the woman who nearly killed him. The standoff is interrupted by an internal crisis within Jamal Evans' team. A gray-haired subordinate informs the villain that their youngest member, Carol, has been kidnapped. This news sends Jamal into a state of visible shock. He is quick to point out the logic of the situation. He questions why the group came to the battlefield instead of searching for their missing comrade. The subordinate explains that they were actually pursuing the kidnapper when they inadvertently ended up at this exact location, suggesting that Carol is actually hidden somewhere nearby. Despite his exhaustion, Jamal Evan resolves to find her, though he insists on securing Galen Withrow first. The battle erupts again when a massive red-skinned inhuman with a gargantuan mutated arm lunges through the street to snatch the dazed Withrow. Luckily, Jane Sonata intervenes, calling down a massive rock from the sky to smash the creature's reaching hand into the pavement. In the resulting cloud of dust, an orange-haired subordinate sprints toward Withrow, delivering a powerful kick to knock Jane's stone away. Standing over the confused warrior, the man tells Withrow to wake up, though he privately notes that the floating stones Jane is using are far more dangerous and unnatural than they appear. Realizing that she is facing an influx of fresh enemies, Jane Sonata decides to unleash her true power. She admits that the excitement of the fight is starting to overwhelm her, and a massive pillar of energy erupts around her as she activates her foundation technique. The resulting pressure is so intense that even Jamal Evan is forced to brace himself against the wind. In a blur of energy, the floating rocks in the air shatter and reshape themselves into sharp, rectangular piles. As Jane Sonata begins to levitate, surrounded by hundreds of these lethal stone blocks pointed at the elites, she issues a final, chilling warning for them to prepare for death. However, just as she is about to strike, a familiar voice calls out from the distance, begging her to wait. Jane and Pearl turn in surprise to see Sui, who had been missing for days. Sui waves cheerfully at St. Pearl, revealing that she has been waiting for backup. To everyone's shock, Sui is safely carrying the small child Carol in her arms, effectively holding the enemy's missing piece. This reunion brings a momentary sigh of relief to the heroes, as Jane Sonata pulls Sui into a fierce embrace while St. Pearl catches the young Carol. However, because Pearl is naturally observant, she immediately notices something unsettling. The child has dazed, swirly eyes, suggesting she is in an abnormal mental state. This discovery catches the attention of Jamal Evan, who watches the exchange with a mixture of shock and predatory interest. Realized that Sui was the one who managed to track him undetected. The piece is shattered when the red-skinned inhuman known as Del Opir stomps onto the pavement, shattering the stone beneath his weight. This monster is far more dangerous than a mindless beast because he possesses the ability to speak and strategize. Del Opir suggests a violent resolution, offering to slaughter the superhumans to reclaim the child, but Jamal Evan remains cautious. Because he recognizes that Pearl and Jane are monsters in their own right, he decides that a direct confrontation is too risky. Instead, he prepares to retreat with the Alexander Kalin and the rest of his subordinates, prioritizing Carol's safety over a bloodbath. Sui, despite her exhausted state, takes control of the negotiation. She points a finger at the villains and issues a cold ultimatum. If anyone moves, she will kill the child. This threat forces Jamal and his team to freeze, as they realize Sui understands exactly how important Carol is to their plans. Jamal Evan is genuinely impressed, questioning if Sui was also the one responsible for setting the resurrected Galen Withrow free. Although Sui denies any involvement in Withrow's escape, Jamal finds the mystery intriguing rather than frustrating. He shifts his focus back to the trade, warning Pearl that his patience has reached its limit and that he is prepared for an all-out war if they don't hand Carol over. Sui quietly urges St. Pearl and Jane to accept the trade and stop the fight immediately. Since she has spent time observing the enemy group, she warns her allies that the villains possess hidden depths of power that haven't been revealed yet. She argues that a full-scale battle would cause a level of destruction that nothing in the world could currently compare to. Recognizing the logic in Sui's warning, Pearl turns her attention to the nature of Jamal's powers. She asks if the souls he brings back to life are permanently bound to his will, seeking to understand the true state of her fallen friend. Jamal Evan provides a chilling explanation of his creation process. He explains that his resurrected subjects are typically bound by an unbreakable oath, acting as newborns with no memory of their past lives while following his commands. However, he admits that Withrow is a unique failure. For reasons even Jamal doesn't understand, Withrow managed to shatter his shackles and regain a form of independent consciousness, which is why he ran away in the first place. Because Pearl realizes that Withrow is currently catatonic and in a fragile state, she agrees to the exchange. She offers the child in return for the red-haired warrior, and Jamal Evan accepts the deal without objection. The trade is executed with clinical precision as Alexander Kalin hurls Galen Withrow toward the heroes, while Pearl tosses Carol back to the villains. Once the exchange is complete, Jamal is disturbed to find Carol unconscious and demands to know what the heroes did to her. Sui maintains her innocence, claiming the girl simply passed out from the stress of being caught. Before the villains depart, Jane Sonata delivers a final, stern warning. She tells Jamal that despite his unimaginable gifts, he must stop risking innocent lives, or she will eventually be forced to hunt him down. Jamal Evan offers a casual farewell before his group launches into the air with burst of speed. High in the clouds, 5 figures, including Del Opir, retreat from the scene. St. Pearl is left standing in the ruined street, her gaze fixed on the Kalin who remains behind for a brief moment. This individual, Alexander Kalin, stares back at Pearl with red eyes. Before she can act, he vanishes into the sky to join his team. After the threat has passed, Sui is visibly rattled, wondering if they should send someone to monitor the brat who just escaped. However, St. Pearl, who is now cradling the catatonic Galen Withrow in her arms, decides that the priority has shifted. She tells her companions that it is time to head back, leaving the ruined city walls behind. One day later, the narrative shifts to the aftermath of what the media is calling the Camp City riot. The English government has dispatched specialized units to resolve the situation, but because the superhumans moved so quickly, the soldiers find nothing but the traces of a large-scale battle. Despite the lack of physical evidence, the incident becomes a global sensation. News broadcasts across the world show images of Jane Sonata and St. Pearl, but the real shock comes from eyewitness testimonies. Several elderly citizens excitedly report seeing a man with long red hair and dark skin, the legendary Galen Withrow. Because Withrow was officially declared dead months ago, this news causes a wave of confusion and hope. In Korea, our protagonist's handler, Juri, watches the report in disbelief, while the mysterious Nangi contemplates the impossibility of someone returning from the dead. The public pressure mounts, forcing the American government and St. Pearl's spokesperson, James De Niro, to address the rumors of Withrow's reincarnation. Even the famous actor Matt Dion is seen watching the news with a serious expression, noting that despite the intensity of the fight, casualties were miraculously limited to a single death. James and Ben review the data at their headquarters, acknowledging that Jane Sonata's megalith power likely protected the citizens from the crossfire. The doors to the lab slide open, and St. Pearl finally arrives with Jane and Sui. Because they have been gone so long, the reunion is a mix of relief and awkwardness. Ben is so flustered by the energetic Sui that he accidentally blurts out his internal thoughts about her being pretty, much to his own embarrassment. Meanwhile, James shakes hands with Jane Sonata, feeling a breathtaking sense of force emanating from her that reminds him of Pearl's own presence. The professional atmosphere returns when Ben asks the question on everyone's mind. Is Galen Withrow actually alive? St. Pearl confirms that while he is back, he is not normal and is currently resting in a secure lab. Sway prepares to take the lead on a briefing, offering to share everything she observed regarding Jamal Evan and the young girl, Carol. However, an intercom message interrupts the meeting. James is told that a guest has bypassed security and is heading straight for the conference room. To everyone's shock, the intruder is revealed to be Matt Dion, who is ignoring the guards and turnstiles to force his way into the discussion. While the world's heroes gather in America, a quiet tension is building back in Korea. Lim Kang stands by a river in the forest, staring up at the sky with a troubled expression. When Master Oh Bang-won asks if he is worried about something, our boy admits he has a weird feeling that he can't shake. Since our protagonist possesses senses that are much sharper than a normal person's, the master realizes this isn't just teenage angst. Oh Bang-won becomes serious, sensing that the boy's intuition is picking up on a real threat. His instincts are proven correct as the scene reveals a large, mossy, inhuman-like figure lurking silently in the shadows of the forest, watching them. Master Oh Bang-won stands on a large rock by the river, when he suddenly senses a strange presence. This forced the old master to cautiously peer around a boulder to investigate the source of his intuition. Luckily, the threat turns out to be nothing more than a rabbit staring back at him. After the master scolds the animal and it hops away, he looks at the sky, wondering if rain is coming because he feels a strange heaviness in the air. Their meditation is interrupted when Ju-ri shouts from the academy walls, waving his arms to announce that food is ready. Because of the invitation, the master and our boy stand up to head back inside, unaware that a massive, mossy inhuman is actually hiding behind a rock just a few feet away. As the heroes walk off, the creature watches them with a low groan. Our protagonist seems to sense the lingering gaze, glancing back with a serious expression as he leaves the riverbank behind. Meanwhile, in a dark hideout, the leader Pan confronts a trembling, blob-like creature named Vanisher. Since the mission was so high stakes, Pan is furious and demands to know if the scout was spotted by the Whitecap hero. Pan's aggression is cut short when the horned inhuman, Morel, intervenes to calm him down. Morel explains that while our hero is incredibly cautious, Vanisher successfully tracked his location without being fully compromised. According to Morel, they are now ahead of schedule. He clenches his fist, declaring that monitoring is over and it's finally time to strike from the front. He orders Vanisher to call in Venomous and the rest of their elites, officially beginning the hunt to kill the Whitecap superhuman. Across the ocean in America, the atmosphere in the ISSTF conference room is tense as Matt Dion pushes open the doors. He walks in with a casual attitude, noting that the harsh expressions on the faces of James and team make him feel like an unwelcome guest. Jane Sonata is particularly annoyed, questioning how the actor managed to bypass high-level security just because he was bored. Luckily, the young Sui breaks the tension by suggesting that Ketchup Man simply couldn't handle being left out of the loop. The conversation turns serious when Matt reveals his true reason for coming. He has a specific question about the man in the bucket hat, Jamal Evan, whom he encountered years ago during a crisis in the Netherlands. Matt explains that while he was secretly handling a monster incident near a film set, Evan appeared and immediately identified him behind his mask. Because the villain laughed off the secret and vanished into the night, Matt has felt uneasy ever since. St. Pearl listens intently, confirming that the man Dion met is almost certainly the same Evan they faced in Ireland. Recognizing that the threat is now global and personal for everyone in the room, Pearl looks at the actor and his manager. Due to the shared history and the rising danger, she officially invites Matt and Rose to join their coalition. In the high-tech, sterile environment of Dr. Oldman's laboratory, a pink-haired woman named Ju-hee stands alone, scanning the room with a look of frantic confusion. She is searching for someone, but her eyes eventually settle on a vertical medical tank filled with glowing cyan liquid. Submerged inside is the scarred, red-haired Galen Withrow. Despite her rebellious attitude, Ju-hee hesitates to interfere with the equipment, knowing she would face significant trouble for touching the doctor's delicate machinery. The silence is broken when Dr. Oldman rushes into the room, sweating and visibly shocked to find his former student standing in his lab without any prior notice. Although he immediately begins to nag her for the sudden intrusion, Ju-hee simply smirks. She notes that the doctor hasn't changed a bit before turning to face him with a confident gaze, playfully pointing out that she hasn't actually caused any damage yet. As they settle down with mugs of coffee, the conversation turns toward the global crisis. Dr. Oldman is curious about Juhi's intentions, but the young woman reveals she plans to stay for the time being. She believes the doctor would be in serious trouble without her help, especially given the rising threat of the Inhumans. Juhi explains that as mere humans, they cannot simply depend on the mysterious power of superhumans to save them. Because Inhumans transcend human limits in both speed and power, she argues that humanity's only hope lies in accelerated scientific development and the creation of superior weapons. Juhi is a genius who views most first-class researchers as idiots in a well, who are too comfortable with their boring, established careers. She values practical results over facades, which is why she prefers working as an independent developer. While discussing intelligence, she fondly mentions her brother back in Korea. Although he is still a minor, she considers him a fellow genius who is far more useful than the world's academic elite. The focus shifts to the monitor displaying Withrow's schematics. Juhi is confused as to why a powerful warrior like Withrow is submerged in a recovery capsule. Dr. Oldman explains that St. Pearl brought him here after the conflict in Northern Ireland, but the situation is grim. Due to the horrific experiments performed by Jamal Evan, Withrow is in a terrible mental state and cannot remember his own identity. Dr. Oldman reveals a disturbing truth. Withrow actually died, and Evan somehow brought him back to life as a newborn, without a past. This revelation leaves Juhi stunned, as the idea of a single man possessing the power to resurrect the dead defies all scientific logic. Meanwhile, at the ISSTF headquarters, a different kind of shock ripples through the team. James is left trembling when Sui suddenly vanishes into thin air right in front of him. Luckily, she reappears instantly, explaining that she isn't invisible, but is using a unique ability called Secret Hidden Room. By drawing a mark on the ground with her own blood, Sui can create a fold in space that completely hides anyone inside the barrier. Because the barrier works both ways, it is the perfect tool for spying, though it can be compromised if a third party accidentally steps into the hidden area. Sui uses a whiteboard to brief the team on Jamal Evan's operations. She drops a bombshell by stating that Evan's hideout doesn't actually exist in a physical sense. While she tracked them to a remote location in Northern Ireland, she found no buildings. Instead, there was only a black portal that the group used for travel. St. Pearl theorizes that one of Evan's subordinates must possess spatial abilities, meaning their base moves wherever Evan goes. Even more chillingly, Sui reports seeing human bodies being carried into the portal. Jane Sonata concludes that Evan's ability to stitch the dead back to life likely requires a constant supply of fresh corpses, explaining his recent string of random killings. Sui then highlights a second crucial detail, a young girl named Carol who seems to be protected by the gang. While Carol appears to be a normal, grumbling child, Sui overheard an exchange that suggests she is the group's most valuable asset. Carol predicted a massive fight in Korea where many people, and potentially the Whitecap hero, might die. St. Pearl realizes this isn't a coincidence. She remembers meeting Carol on the Opera cruise ship. Following this logic, the team concludes that Jamal Evan is using Carol's ability to predict the future to make strategic decisions. This means the villain isn't just reacting to the world, he is actively changing the direction of the future to suit his needs. The briefing is interrupted by a call from Dr. Oldman. He informs St. Pearl that Withrow is finally awake, though he apologizes for the delay in reporting it. Before hanging up, the doctor mentions that his former student, a huge fan of Pearl's, is also at the lab and has something vital to share. Dr. Oldman hands over the smartphone to his student. Juhi introduces herself to St. Pearl. Although she opens the conversation by playfully claiming to be a huge fan of the legendary hero, the tone quickly shifts to the matter at hand. Juhi informs a stunned Pearl that her colleague Galen Withrow has finally woken up. Because the doctor already established that Withrow has no memory of his past, Juhi is honest about the uncertainty of his recovery. She warns Pearl that there are no guarantees he will ever remember who he was, but she insists that from this point forward, the hero must follow her specific instructions if they hope for the best outcome. Meanwhile, a typical day is unfolding at Seoyan High School. Inside the school store, a group of students is gathered around a pile of snacks. Lee Daebang is visibly annoyed about the cost, but Chung Ryul dismisses the complaint, forcing the larger boy to pay since he'll likely eat most of the food anyway. The group dynamic is further disrupted when Hong Moo-hee playfully snatches a piece of bread right out of Lim Kang's hand. Our protagonist tries to grab it back, reminding her that they already took his food the previous day, but the girl simply squishes our hero's face and runs away with the prize. Since Moo-hee has been acting particularly mean lately, the boys can only watch her go, with Daebang finding the whole interaction cute while the others bicker over who actually paid for the meal. Back in the classroom, the peaceful atmosphere is shattered when Choi Tae-ik pulls open the door and demands a fight with Lim Kang. Because the bully's arm was injured only a day ago, our boy tries to decline, pointing out that Tae-ik should be resting. This hesitation draws a bored insult from Kwan Chul, which nearly causes a second brawl in the middle of the room. As the bullies and students argue, the classroom chaos is interrupted by a girl who informs our protagonist that the faculty office has called for him. Someone is at the school looking for him, and the urgency of the message forces him to hurry. Inside the faculty office, a teacher is discussing Lim Kang's irregular attendance and poor grades with a visitor. Master Oh Bang-won, looking sharp in a black suit and white cap, bows deeply to the teacher. The fact that he feels responsible for our hero's lack of guidance, the master takes the full blame for the boy's behavior. The teacher is quick to reassure him, noting that while our hero is often late or absent, he is clearly a good-natured kid who gets along well with everyone. The conversation is cut short by a knock at the door, and Lim Kang stands in the doorway, completely stunned to see Grandpa in a formal suit. As the teacher promises to pay more attention to the boy's academic future, the master leads our hero out of the office and onto the school grounds. Since he usually sees the old man in rags, our protagonist is impressed by the new look. Oh Bang-won explains that Ju-ri helped him dress this morning, having insisted that the old man should wear something respectable if he's going to be out in public. As they walk, the master checks in on the boy, asking if he's truly enjoying his school life. Our hero reflects on the warmth of his classmates, admitting that being at Seoyeon High makes him feel like he has a massive family. Hearing this, the master is satisfied and tells our boy to head back to class so he doesn't miss any more lessons. Before the old man walks away, our protagonist offers a heartfelt thanks, making it clear that he considers the master to be part of that family as well. With a final wave and a promise to see each other later, the master disappears into the city, leaving our hero to return to his studies. At the Submu Academy on Mount Yongpo, the peaceful routine of the students is interrupted by a sudden, unsettling change in the atmosphere. Because their friend Ju-ri has returned to the city, the courtyard feels unusually quiet as the disciples go about their morning chores. The instructor, Lee Moon-gu, joins them in sweeping the fallen leaves, but the casual conversation about the heavy winds quickly dies down when he senses a terrifying presence in the sky. This intuition is proven correct when a massive, dark shadow begins to swallow the entire academy courtyard. Looking up, Moon-gu is paralyzed by the sight of a gargantuan pale head descending through the clouds. This is the inhuman known as Vanisher, and it lets out a deafening roar that releases a violent shockwave, shattering the windows and sending debris and students flying in every direction. As the situation settles, 4 elite Inhumans stand in the center of the ruins. Rafa, a pale entity with a vertical slit for a mouth, surveys the terrified students and notes that their target, the Whitecap, is nowhere to be found. Although Vanisher confirms they are at the correct coordinates, the absence of the hero leads the muscular simian to suggest a brutal alternative, slaughtering everyone present before moving on. Faced with certain death, Lee Moon-gu experiences a moment of profound clarity. He recalls the teachings of Master Oh Bang-won, who once rescued him from a dark past and taught him to live a life without regrets. Since this academy is the only home his students have ever known, Moon-gu and his disciples refuse to retreat. They take their combat stances, resolved to defend their ground regardless of the overwhelming odds. The crisis immediately triggers a nationwide response. At Seoyeon High School, the emergency alert system blares over the intercom, informing students that giant Inhumans have appeared at Mount Yongpo. The news of the attack sends the classroom into a state of panic, but for Lim Kang, the notification is personal. The fact that his friends and mentors are in the direct line of fire, our boy doesn't wait for evacuation orders. He suddenly vaults over his desk and sprints out of the school at superhuman speed. Simultaneously, Master Oh Bang-won is walking through a city street when the public sirens announce the disaster. Upon hearing that his home is under siege, the master's calm demeanor vanishes. He launches himself into the air, creating a sonic boom that leaves the surrounding civilians in a state of shock. Unfortunately, the situation at the academy has already turned into a massacre. Simeon moves with a level of violence the students cannot track, delivering a bloody punch that tears through one of the disciples' chests. Seeing his student at death's door, Lee Moon-gu is consumed by a mixture of terror and duty. This forced him to take a desperate gamble. He lunges at Simeon, clinging to the monster's face to distract it. Knowing they stand no chance in a fair fight, Moon-gu screams at his remaining students to disperse and run for their lives. Although the disciples desperately want to stay and fight by his side, the instructor's fierce command forces them to realize that their survival is his only priority. The focus shifts back to the sky. Master Oh Bang-won and our hero continue their high-speed sprint, their eyes fixed on the horizon as they prepare to collide with the inhuman invaders. In the middle of a high-speed sprint across the city rooftops, the silence is broken when Master Oh Bang-won's phone begins to vibrate. Because he is currently rushing toward a crisis, he quickly answers the call from his top disciple, Lee Moon-gu. Unfortunately, the news from the other end is devastating. A bloodied and gasping Moon-gu begs his master not to come to the academy, explaining that the site is already a smoldering ruin. Despite the old man's desperate protests, Moon-gu insists that staying away is the only option because the threat is far beyond what they anticipated. As the connection crackles with the sound sound of destruction, Lee Moon-gu provides a sobering report of the massacre. He reveals that several disciples have already been killed on the spot, while others have been scattered into the surrounding forests. Luckily, some students managed to escape the initial slaughter by hiding near the river during a laundry shift. Recognizing that his own time is running out, Moon-gu uses his final moments to deliver a vital piece of intelligence. He informs the master that the inhuman invaders already know Lim Kang is the white cap superhuman. Because our hero wasn't at the academy, the monsters have officially shifted their target to the high school to flush him out. The conversation takes a heartbreaking turn as Moon-gu prepares for his end. He offers a tearful farewell, thanking the master for a life lived without regrets, and calling him father for the first time. As a memory of their snowy past and shared love for their family flashes through the master's mind, an explosion erupts on the other end of the line. Since the signal goes dead and the phone is crushed in his trembling hand, Master Oh Bang-won is consumed by a cold, murderous resolve. He turns to Lim Kang and commands our hero to head to the school at maximum speed, his own eyes burning with the weight of his loss. Back at Seoyeon High School, a typical afternoon is instantly transformed into a nightmare. Students like Dae-bang and Chang Ryul are interrupted while packing their bags by the sight of the gargantuan pale head of the inhuman vanisher appearing through the clouds. Because the creature lets out a deafening, bone-shaking roar, the school is thrown into an immediate panic. The situation escalates further when 4 inhuman pods slam into the schoolyard with violent force, releasing the elite invaders directly onto the campus. One of the monsters, a blue creature named Pyongoid, begins to liquefy and expand across the pavement, acting as a living portal for dozens of smaller, pale hatchlings. The elite leaders, Rafa and Simeon, stand amidst the swarming army, noting that the white cap is still nowhere to be found. Since they have no intention of waiting, Rafa orders his forces to begin a grand banquet of destruction, commanding the Inhumans to kill and destroy everything they see. As the monsters begin scaling the school walls and smashing through classroom windows, the students find themselves trapped and fleeing toward the upper floors in a state of pure terror. Just as the Inhuman army prepares to overrun the building, a figure descends rapidly from the sky above Seoyeon High School, appearing as a dark silhouette plummeting toward the earth. This is our protagonist, Lim Kang, who slams into the schoolyard with the force of a meteor. Due to the sheer intensity of his landing, a massive explosion of concrete and debris erupts, sending violent shockwaves across the entire campus. On the ground, the elite Inhumans Simeon and Rafa watch the impact crater with stunned expressions, realizing their target has finally arrived. While the Inhumans loom over the edge of the roof, our hero stands alone amidst the settling dust. A blue, multi-limbed creature perched on the building's side lets out a roar and lunges toward him, trailing white energy. Lim Kang remains perfectly still as the monster dives with claws extended. Just as the beast is about to strike, our boy vanishes and reappears in midair to deliver a devastating upward strike. This forced the creature upward before the hero followed through with a powerful punch that shattered the monster against the school's brick wall in a cloud of dust and blood. The secondary threats do not wait. Another blue Inhuman lunges from the side, but our boy turns his head slightly and catches the monster's face mid-air, slamming it into the pavement to neutralize it instantly. Despite the blood splattering his face, our hero continues his relentless counterattack. He grips another monster by the head while clinging to the building with one hand, hurling the beast with enough force to create a sonic boom. Because of this extreme strength, the monster crashes through the terminal windows in an explosion that rattles the entire building. Observing from the ground, Simeon and Rafa realize that every segment of their subordinate's body is being systematically crushed. Rafa finally confirms the hero's identity, noting that even without his signature hat, the warrior is undoubtedly the White Cap. While the elites coordinate outside, the terror spreads into the school hallways. A blue Inhuman corners a girl named Sohee, prompting a group of students, including Dae-bang and Chang Ryul, to rush toward the scene in a state of pure panic. They find themselves trapped between monsters coming from the staircase and the one threatening their classmate. Just as the Inhuman opens its massive maw to devour Sohee, a sudden blur of motion streaks through the hall. Lim Kang appears instantly, delivering a powerful kick that sends the monster flying through a brick wall. Our protagonist stands in the wreckage, his white shirt stained with blood and his face shadowed by debris. His classmates stare at him in total shock and confusion, barely able to recognize their quiet friend in this blood-soaked warrior. Unfortunately, the elite Inhuman Rafa decides to shift the nature of the battle. His body begins to pulsate with violent red energy, and he lets out a deafening roar that releases a massive red shockwave. This energy washes over the entire school and city skyline, acting as a mental intrusion. As a result, every student, including Lim Kang and the approaching Master Oh Bang-won, is hit by the wave. The students remain frozen in a trance-like state, their expressions becoming glazed and blank. Because of this mental assault, Lim Kang experiences a horrifying hallucination. He looks down at his hands as the atmosphere changes, only to see a vision of his classmates being brutally slaughtered. In this nightmare, Dae-bang is gripped by the throat, and a clawed limb pierces Muhee's chest. Our hero stares at the bloodied bodies of his friends with a hollow, dark expression, his mind momentarily clouded by the illusion of their demise. Luckily, Master Oh Bangwan is not so easily deterred. He sprints toward the schoolyard, his movement appearing as a blur of high-speed white energy. The master charges the two elites, moving so fast that Simeon cannot even see him coming. He delivers a strike that grazes Rafa, missing a fatal blow by only a millisecond. As Rafa hovers in the air with a fresh wound, he mockingly admits that he finds nothing more fun than digging into someone's mind. Master Oh Bangwan stands his ground, his face set in a murderous scowl as he adjusts his tie. He sternly judges the monster for causing such widespread hallucinations and demands to know if these are the beings who harmed his sons at the academy. Because Oh Bangwan is consumed by a cold fury, he unties his tie and casts it aside, fixing his gaze on the elite inhuman Rafa. The master issues a final warning, promising to pay the monsters back double for the destruction they've caused. He points a finger forward with grim determination, vowing to cut the scumbags in half. The battle erupts when the muscular Simeon leaps into the air with a primal scream. Master remains perfectly calm as the beast descends. Because the master possesses superior counterstrikes, a massive shockwave erupts, sending the Simeon hurtling backward with a distorted, bleeding face. Moving as a blur of white light, the master reappears beneath the falling Simeon to deliver a devastating overhead strike. He slams the creature's head into the pavement with enough force to spray blood across the ground. As he continues his high-speed assault, the master shifts his focus to the red, sharp-toothed Hechi. The monster lunges with its massive maw open, but the master pivots narrowly to dodge the bite. Despite a moment of high-speed uncertainty, where the Hechi nearly catches him off balance, the master responds with a lethal physical strike from his foot, tearing the monster apart in a spray of blood. Simeon lunges again, but our hero blocks the punch with his bare hands, his expression dark with rage. Inside the school hallway, the horrific hallucination of slaughter finally vanishes. Lim Kang is shown shouting for his classmate, Hong Mu-hee, who is leaning against a wall waking from her trance. Our protagonist reaches out to her, urging her to look at him. Since she is disoriented and covered in sweat, Mu-hee struggles to realize that the visions of her classmates being killed were not real. Their classmates, Wu Chang-ryul and Li Dae-bang, look on in total shock. They realize that our boy just moved as a white blur to save the class president, leading them to ask the question they previously thought impossible. Are you a superhuman? Lim Kang remains serious and shadowed as he prepares to put on his signature white cap. A scream echoes through the hall as students report that the upper floors are being overrun. Because the situation is critical, Lim Kang speaks with a quiet authority, telling his friends he doesn't have time to sit around. He puts on his cap and prepares to head back into the battle. He tells his crying classmates he is glad they regained their senses and urges them to stay put. With a resolute face, our hero promises to protect them, leaving the students in awe as they realize the white cap legend is their own classmate. Back in the schoolyard, Master Oh Bangwan evaluates his opponents. He notes that the Simeon is tougher than any monster he has killed so far, and is successfully adapting to his speed. Because the beast is learning his patterns, the master realizes his speed no longer gives him the upper hand. Meanwhile, Rafa speaks in a mocking, distorted voice, noting that the master is using a regular prosthetic leg. He expresses a twisted interest in how the old man transfers energy to an artificial limb, but declares that the master's nightmare is just beginning. Oh Bangwan looks at the creature with pure disdain, dismissing the monster's talk as boring nonsense. The scene shifts to a conference room in the USA, where St. Pearl is leading an emergency meeting. Since the crisis in Korea has reached a global scale, she announces her intention to form an unprecedented international team to help. This decision shocks Ben, as a hero going to another country to intervene is a historic first. Matt Dion supports the move, noting that the white cap student is currently at a disadvantage against Jamal Evans' forces. St. Pearl begins issuing her orders with military precision. She instructs James to head to Dr. Oldman's lab because a developer named Juhee is specifically looking for him. While James is confused by the request, the rest of the team, including Sui, Rose, Ben, and Dion, is ordered to stay in America. The fact that the mission requires the highest level of power, St. Pearl reveals that she and Jane Sonata will travel to Korea together. The two powerful women are traveling through a black, thunderous sky, heading toward Seoyeon High School to join the war. Inside a trashed classroom, a terrified student cringes against filing cabinets as a gray inhuman with long blue tongues looms over him. Just as the creature opens its mouth to strike, a powerful punch suddenly slams into the side of its head, causing a spray of blood. The force of the fist is so extreme that it crushes the monster's skull instantly, neutralizing the threat before it can harm the boy. The savior is revealed to be Lim Kang, standing over the fallen beast with his white cap pulled low. Since he just witnessed his schoolmate's unbelievable power, the student is left in a state of total shock, eventually falling to his knees as he realizes that the white cap legend and the quiet boy from his school are the same person. Our hero doesn't waste any time on conversation and immediately races out of the room. As he moves through the school hallways in a white blur, he he evaluates the gravity of the situation. Since he can sense the heat map signatures of 30 to 40 Inhumans attacking from multiple directions, he realizes the building is being systematically overrun. He determines that his only choice is to head toward the area with the most concentrated trouble, leading him to focus his attention on the school basketball court. Inside the court, the atmosphere is pure chaos. A teacher frantically tries to gather students at the back of the room, while several blue Inhumans prowl among the fallen bodies. Because the emergency exits are blocked by more monsters outside, the students feel trapped and hopeless. The terror reaches a peak when the smaller Inhumans begin to merge into a single, pulsing mass of flesh. This fusion results in the emergence of a massive, multi-limbed creature known as Pyongoid, which features grotesque mushrooms growing from its back. The monster opens a central maw and erupts dozens of long blue tentacles that lash across the gym, forcing everyone to dive for cover. Just before a tentacle can snag a student, Lim Kang crashes through the high windows in a shower of glass. He lands firmly on the court floor and catches the monster's reaching appendages with his bare hands. Fueled by a sense of personal responsibility, our protagonist swings the tentacles with enough strength to pull the massive Pyongoid off its feet. He follows up with a devastating, energy-infused punch directly into the creature's face, caving in its head. The force of the strike creates a violent shockwave that blasts the Pyongoid through the building wall and out onto the school grounds, leaving the monster obliterated. As the dust settles, a heavy silence falls over the witnesses. One student, recognizing the boy in the white cap, is moved to tears by the realization of who has been protecting them. Lim Kang remains standing in the smoking crater, his shirt stained with blood. When he turns his glowing gaze toward the remaining smaller Inhumans, the creatures are so overwhelmed by his murderous intent that they actually begin to back away in fear. Our protagonist has no intention of showing mercy. He moves with a sudden burst of speed, systematically dismantling the remaining monsters with a series of brutal kicks and punches. After slamming two Inhumans' heads together, he stands tall as blood rains down around him. He issues a chilling promise to the cowering beasts, declaring that none of them will escape because he intends to kill every single one of them today. While the massacre continues at the school, Jamal Evan arrives at a deserted Incheon airport. Dressed in his white bucket hat, he casually notes that the weather is far too nice for such violent fighting before deciding that South Korea is actually a pleasant place. On the third floor of Seoyeon High School, horrific scene continues. A blue-skinned Inhuman has pinned Park Chang-sik against a window, impaling the teacher through the shoulder with its prehensile tongue. While students watch in frozen terror, the teacher ignores his own agony to prioritize their safety. Because he views his students as his own children, he uses his remaining strength to grip the monster's face, desperately shouting for the teenagers to flee while he holds the line. In what he believes are his final moments, he urges the young generation to take responsibility for the future, offering a tearful apology for any harshness he showed them in the past. Just as the creature prepares to deliver a finishing blow, Park Gun-do streaks through the hallway with explosive speed. Using his blue gym shirt to blind the monster, our protagonist's schoolmate delivers a powerful flying kick that forces the Inhuman to drop the wounded teacher. Gun-do is immediately joined by Choi Tae-ik, and the two gang leaders combine their strength to tackle the beast toward a window. Since the monster is as solid as an unmoving tree, the boys struggle to gain ground, prompting Gun-do to scream at the onlookers to stop watching and start pushing. Rallied by this command, a group of students lunges forward to join the fray. The collective force finally shatters the glass, sending the Inhuman plummeting toward the schoolyard. Unfortunately, the victory comes with a terrifying cost. As one of the monster falls, another one snags Gun-do's hand with its tongue, dragging the boy into the corridor. In mid-air, the creature wraps its suffocating tentacles around Gun-do, crushing his ribs and leaving his classmates to watch in horror. Facing the reality of his own death, the young fighter's mind drifts back to a sunset long ago. He recalls a childhood with his father, a man who encouraged him to be honest about his feelings instead of hiding behind a stoic mask. The tragedy of Gun-do's life is rooted in the loss of that father, a brave firefighter who died running into a burning building to save others. Because of this trauma, Gun-do grew up as a cynical, welfare kid, despising the very concept of heroes because of the void his father's heroism left behind. He remembers a quiet moment on the school roof just before the current crisis, where he had ignored an emergency alert only to find Lim Kang standing there as a superhuman. At the time, he had questioned the use of being a hero, but as the Inhuman's grip tightens around his neck in the present, his only remaining thought is how much he misses his dad. Luckily, the cycle of sacrifice is interrupted before Gun-do is lost. As the boy's eyes go blank, a sudden arc of energy cuts through the air, severing the monster's hold and allowing the student to fall safely on the ground. The specialized Sniper B has arrived on the scene, delivering a devastating kick that shatters the air around the Inhuman. With his cybernetic eye and his mechanical limb fully charged, the soldier orders the surrounding students to cover their ears. As the shockwave of the impact radiates through the schoolyard, Gun-do watches the intervention in a daze. After a lifetime of resentment, the word hero finally carries weight as he realizes he has been saved. Inside a shattered classroom, the tension is thick with falling glass and the heavy breathing of students. Choi Tai-ik and Nam Gung-moo crouch in terror, their eyes wide as they witness a blood-stained mechanical arm punctuating the air. Before them stands the specialized Sniper B, who has just neutralized a lethal inhuman threat. While some students erupt in relief at the sight of a protector, Park Gun-do lies battered on the floor, his body pushed to its absolute limit. The arrival of a tactical unit brings a sense of order to the chaos. Soldiers move up the stairwell with precision, prioritizing student evacuation while B remains the primary line of defense. Because the situation is still volatile, the sniper orders the students to stay put. However, Gun-do, fueled by a desperate need to prove his worth, reaches out to grab the soldier's leg. Despite his crushed torso and severe internal injuries, he pleads to join the fight, finally admitting that he has always wanted to be a hero like the ones he once resented. B offers only a cold medical reality. If the boy moves now, he may never stand again. In another wing of the school, the mystery of the white cap is finally unraveled for the students. Lim Kang stands amidst the wreckage of a classroom, his hand dripping with inhuman blood. His classmates, including Quan Chul, watch in stunned silence as they realize the quiet, unassuming boy they know is actually the legendary superhuman. Our hero doesn't stay for the cheers. He focuses his mind on the remaining threats, sensing 10 more monsters lurking around the campus and downtown. The battle in the schoolyard between Master Oh Bang-won and the elite Inhumans has reached a stalemate. The red-skinned Hechi unleashes a barrage of high-speed spikes, forcing the Master to maneuver with surgical precision. Although he manages to dodge most of the projectiles, he is forced to pull a jagged spike from his own shoulder, realizing that Hechi acts as a long-range deterrent, while the muscular Simian handles the close-quarters brawling. The fact that Simian's durability is so immense, the Master's counterattacks aren't accumulating enough damage to end the fight. Master Oh Bang-won senses a tingly purple energy in the air, recognizing it as a spell cast by the shell-dwelling Rafa. To counter the monster's ability to track him, our protagonist's mentor begins to move in a pattern that leaves no displacement in the air, appearing as a blur that defies Rafa's visual sensors. This unusual movement unnerves the elite Inhuman, who decides to drop the games and go full power. Rafa is genuinely impressed that the old man has remained undamaged, despite a three-pronged assault from some of the strongest beings in their hierarchy. Watching this carnage from a nearby rooftop, Jamal Evan and his subordinate observe the ruins of the school. Because the airport is so close to the campus, Jamal notes how quickly the beautiful scenery has been decimated. While his subordinate suggests opening their hideout, Evan remains cautious. He senses that the presence of these Inhumans is far stronger than normal, yet he has an ominous feeling that getting involved would lead to their certain death. As the sky darkens, the man in the bucket hat offers a chilling prediction. A second wave is coming, and it will bring a level of terror and despair the land has never seen. Master Oh Bang-won is caught in a violent struggle with the inhuman Simian, his face straining as he blocks a massive, pale arm lunging toward his head. The Master uses both hands to grip the monster's forearm, holding the heavy limb inches from his face. In a sudden bloody counter-motion, the Master exerts such incredible strength that the creature's arm is completely torn away. The monster screams in agony, throwing its head back as its limb is severed, sending sprays of blood into the air. Watching from above, the elite Inhuman Rafa observes the carnage with a cold, analytical gaze. The Master stands tall despite his tattered clothes and bloodied hands, mockingly noting that it is funny to hear a monster scream. He stares down his opponent, questioning if these creatures actually feel pain like humans do. However, the Master's confidence is suddenly shattered when he sees a vision of his disciple, Lee Moon-gu, kneeling on the ground and clutching a mangled arm. Since he is distracted by the sight of his battered student, the Master is caught off guard. Simian seizes this opening, landing a massive punch to the Master's face before kicking him across the pavement. Our protagonist's mentor skids across the yard, gasping for breath in a state of pure exhaustion. As he struggles to recover, the voices of his fallen disciples begin to call out to him through a swirling, purple-tinted haze. He sees the blurred, tearful faces of his students watching him through the fog, and his eyes glaze over until they are a solid white. Because he is now fully consumed by this hallucination, he is left defenseless in the real world. Simian lunges forward with its remaining limb, delivering a lethal slash that cuts through the Master, leaving the Master broken and mangled in a pool of blood. Rafa hovers in the air, looking down at the remains with detached pity. The elite concludes that while the Master showed impressive mental strength by resisting 3 opponents at once, even the strongest mind eventually falls to the 5 senses illusion. Believing the fight is over, Rafa turns toward the school building, noting that he didn't expect to take so much damage before even meeting the white cap hero. High on a nearby rooftop, the villain Jamal Evan watches with disappointment. He finds it incredible that such a powerful human existed, yet he is frustrated that the Master died before he could witness the full extent of the battle. Suddenly, Simian is startled by a new presence. Before the monster can react, a massive white fist punches through the air, striking the creature with explosive force. The Simian is sent flying across the yard, its jaw shattered by the impact. Master Oh Bang-won stands in the center of the yard with clear eyes, revealing that the monsters didn't know as much as they thought. Rafa is struck with panic when he notices a hole in the simian's chest from a strike that should have been impossible. The master fixes his intense gaze on the remaining elite, calling him a rookie as a purple energy shield shatters around him. Rafa begins to spin uncontrollably in the air, his vision blurring as he realizes he is losing his own 5 senses. The master explains that because Rafa can no longer tell the difference between reality and illusion, the monster will be trapped in its own trick for all eternity. When the creature screams that this is a petty trick, the master clarifies that he simply borrowed the ability. He reveals that during their initial exchange, he struck Rafa's forehead to leave a mark, allowing him to steal the enemy's power for a limited time. Our hero's mentor admits that his defeat earlier was a mere performance to bait the monster into a false sense of security. As he prepares for the final blow, the master offers a philosophical reflection on the nature of purpose. He equates superhumans to normal people, explaining that they are all just searching for a reason to live their lives. He recalls a nostalgic memory of his students gathered at the academy, laughing and bickering as they prepared for a group photo. They had wanted the picture simply because Ju-ri was getting his cast off, a mundane but precious reason that brought them joy. Back in the present, tears stream from the master's eyes as he reflects on the life these monsters destroyed. He declares that he will show them the true cost of trampling on someone's life. With a final cataclysmic strike, a vertical line of light suddenly splits the elite inhuman Rafa into 2 bloodied halves. Master Oh Bang-won stands stoically amidst the falling remains, having decisively ended the threat. Because of this overwhelming counterattack, the other elite monster, Simian, can only let out a final gasp before its life force fades completely. In its dying breath, Rafa utters the name Behemoth, signaling the arrival of a much greater danger. Strangely, the atmosphere in the desolate schoolyard shifts instantly. Both the master and the rogue superhuman Jamal Evan, who is watching from a nearby rooftop, sense a suffocating pressure piercing through the sky. Jamal Evan realizes that the current silence is merely the calm before a devastating storm. Since the tension is so thick it feels like a blade at his throat, he concludes that a truly ridiculous power is about to reveal itself. This intuition is proven correct as the gargantuan, blob-like inhuman known as Babylon Vanisher descends slowly onto the campus. The creature opens its maw to let out a roar so loud it rattles the surrounding buildings. Inside the school, the specialized sniper B hears the scream and immediately moves to lead his tactical team toward the roof. Meanwhile, the students huddle in terror, listening to the playground sounds and desperately hoping that this nightmare will turn out to be a dream. The ground shakes as a massive muscular foot stomps onto the pavement. A giant inhuman with multiple eyes and tusks, identified as Behemoth, stands over the corpses of the fallen elites. He mockingly scolds his predecessors for being defeated by an old man, revealing that he has been watching the entire fight through the Vanisher's portal. Since he saw the master steal Rafa's power, Behemoth recognizes the old man as a dangerous opponent, yet he remains entirely unimpressed. He is joined by 2 other elites, the 3-faced Harper and the horned Galtaran, who have all arrived with the singular mission of eliminating the White Cap. Master Oh Bang-won narrows his eyes, feeling an overwhelming weight he hasn't experienced in years. Because he realizes these new arrivals are prepared for a lethal struggle, he prepares his body for the impact. Behemoth lunges with incredible speed, mockingly noting that the master seems absent-minded. Although the old man attempts a high-speed kick, Behemoth catches his foot with a single palm. The monster acknowledges the master's skill in defeating the previous elites, but dismisses him as a secondary obstacle. With a powerful strike, Behemoth blasts the master toward the school building, leaving him bloodied and gasping for air. Behemoth declares that while they are only interested in the White Cap, they have no choice but to kill anyone else who stands in their way. Luckily, a high-speed white blur streaks toward the school roof at that exact moment. Lim Kang lands and looks down at his fallen mentor, his expression turning to one of pure rage. Seeing his target has finally appeared, Behemoth prepares for the main event. As the master lies on the pavement staring at the sky, he reflects on his aging body and his inability to continue the fight. He offers a silent apology to our boy, believing that even without his guidance, the young hero will eventually succeed. However, the situation takes an unexpected turn when a blue portal opens in the middle of the yard. The mysterious Nan-gi steps out of the light, laughing maniacally. He addresses the monsters with a mocking tone, reminding them that the human world has a specific rule regarding respect for the elderly. Nan-gi enters casually into the Seoyan High, his presence immediately drawing the ire of the Behemoth. The inhuman elite is visibly annoyed by the intrusion and demands to know why the stranger has interfered. Rather than engaging in a direct argument, Nan-gi turns to his companion, Dan Yang, and issues a strict command to stay out of the fight this time. He instructs her to take the injured Master Oh Bang-won and retreat to safety immediately. As the master lies bleeding on the pavement, he watches the duo with deep suspicion. He recognizes Nan-gi as the notorious Black Hat and fears that he might be an enemy of mankind. Despite these concerns, Dan Yang ignores the master's wariness and kneels to move him, promising Nan-gi that she will stay away from the coming clash. Nanji laughs off her concern with a wide, malicious grin, urging her to hurry because he can sense another threat approaching. Within moments, Dan Yang launches into the air, carrying the master away and leaving Nangi alone to face the towering shadow of Behemoth. Behemoth looms over the man in the black hat, demanding to know his relationship with the white cap hero. Nanji offers a mocking, playful response, jokingly calling the hero his forbidden love, just to needle the beast. This disrespect prompts Behemoth to swing a massive hand down in a blur of motion, intending to crush the human. However, Nangi vanishes before the impact shatters the concrete. Before the monster can react, black bands of energy wrap around Behemoth's muscular arm, pinning him in place. Nanji reappears with a dangerous grin, mocking the beast for being just as quick-tempered and predictable as the other monsters he has faced. The battle intensifies as Nangi uses a black magical rope to hurl the massive Behemoth into the sky. As the monster crashes back down, a shadowy entity known as Black Mirror emerges from the ground behind Nangi. The shadow notes that it has been a long time since it was summoned to the outside world, and Nangi welcomes his partner, noting that things are about to get very busy. While Black Mirror questions why they are even bothering to fight, Nangi warns the shadow to stay focused. He describes Behemoth as a monster among monsters, explaining that even a single mistake against such a creature would lead to instant death. Behemoth regains his footing, his multiple eyes fixed on his new opponent. He arrogantly declares his plan to slaughter every superhuman on Earth once he finishes with the white cap. He finds it almost amusing that a crazy guy like Nangi wants to fight him and asks for a reason. Nangi's eyes glow with a fierce red light as he laughs back. He states that because he is a superhuman and his opponent is an inhuman, he needs no other justification to kill him. In a safe location away from the front lines, Master Oh Bang-won reflects on the overwhelming power he just encountered. He realizes that the single punch Behemoth landed on his chin was so intense that the shockwave traveled through his entire face, and the subsequent strike to his ribs caused unprecedented damage. He looks at Dan Yang with a mix of suspicion and curiosity, demanding to know why she saved him and if her group truly fights for humanity. Dan Yang finally removes her cloak, revealing her blue hair and face. She admits that she is unsure how she feels about exposing herself after so long, but she formally introduces herself to the Master, confirming that she is indeed acting for the sake of mankind. Far across the ocean, St. Pearl and Jane Sonata are racing toward Korea atop floating stones. Jane calculates that they are still about 2 hours away, despite the hinges moving at maximum speed. As Pearl looks toward the horizon with a grave expression, Jane reflects on the villain Jamal Evans' unwavering trust in the child Carol. She fears that if Carol's predictive powers are accurate, the death of the white cap hero may be unavoidable. Jane resolves to intervene and stop this predicted defeat at any cost, but the conversation is cut short when Pearl's eyes widen. She detects a presence ahead in the distance, signaling that their journey home will not be as clear as they hoped. Massive, pale, monstrous hands emerge from the very edges of the world, converging toward the two superhumans with terrifying speed. Because the threat is so immense, Jane Sonata immediately orders Pearl to stay close to her floating henge stones, but the precaution is barely enough. The colossal limbs slam into them with earth-shattering force, triggering a violent shockwave that tosses the heroes like ragdolls, crushing several of the defensive hinges into rubble. As purple energy emerges through the air, Pearl recognizes the destructive nature of the attack. She narrows her eyes, recalling her previous encounter with the intelligent inhuman leader, Pan. The fact that she remembers his ego and his ability to manipulate dimensions, she realizes with a start that the white-haired adversary has somehow intercepted them far out at sea. In the distance, Pan stands atop a glowing magic circle hovering over the water, accompanied by the blob-like Vanisher. The inhuman leader praises his scout before unfolding a celestial array of magic circles across the sky. He issues a command for Vanisher to return to a figure named Morel before dissolving the creature into a streak of white energy. Within an instant, Pan uses his own incredible speed to appear directly in front of Pearl and Jane. Pan looms over the two heroes. He mockingly asks why they are in such a hurry. Before they can respond to his sudden appearance, Pan lunges forward with a brutal greeting. He delivers a powerful kick that strikes both women simultaneously. Because the force is so extreme, St. Pearl is sent hurtling downward, crashing into the ocean and sinking deep beneath the waves. Jane Sonata screams out in horror as her partner disappears into the deep blue. Underwater, Pearl struggles to regain her senses amidst the sinking debris. She notices that even though the henge stones are broken, the fragments are reacting to her presence, clinging tightly to her joints. Using this unexpected support, St. Pearl erupts back onto the surface with a massive explosion of water. Pan watches her ascent with a mocking grin, commenting on her lack of talent for flying. To counter this disadvantage, Jane Sonata resolves to help her partner by forcing the remaining henges to become one with Pearl's body. This strategic move allows the blonde hero to maintain her footing in the sky, readying her for a serious battle. Pan observes the stones with detached curiosity, noting that they seem to move forever unless the one controlling them is killed. Jane Sonata scowls, identifying Pan as the inhuman who previously fought Matt Dion at Incheon Airport. Pan merely laughs, claiming that the encounter was just for fun. Pearl then demands to know how he anticipated their arrival. Pan pauses to offer a lecture on the inevitability of their cause. He explains that the goal of the Inhumans is to devour the Earth, and that the superhumans' belief that they are protecting humanity is an arrogant assumption. He reveals that there is a disagreement among the Inhuman leadership regarding the Whitecap hero, Lim Kang. Since they decided that eliminating Lim Kang would ensure their victory, the Inhumans have prioritized the mission in Korea. Pan admits that he originally viewed Jane and Pearl as his only significant obstacles, but the emergence of the Whitecap has changed the hierarchy of their concerns. When Pearl asks if he is the official leader of the Inhumans, Pan offers a hollow, chilling look that serves as a confirmation. Radiating an aura, Saint Pearl declares her intent to end the pointless war by killing him then and there. Pan remains unimpressed, floating amidst a galaxy of magical runes as he dismisses her threat as another arrogant assumption. While this clash of titans unfolds over the ocean, the focus shifts back to the roof of Seoyan High School. The elite Inhumans Galtaran and Harper watch Lim Kang from a distance. Galtaran admits he finds the boy in the white cap to be unimpressive and boring. The fact that he underestimates our hero's true power, the monster prepares to lunge forward to start the execution, unaware that his overconfidence may lead to his own funeral. On the rooftop of Seoyan High School, Master Oh Bang-won sits slumped and broken against a wall, his strength nearly spent, while Dan Yang stands guard over him. His weary gaze is fixed on the horizon where Lim Kang is locked in a brutal struggle against the Inhumans Galtaran and Harper. Seeing the boy's bloodied face and torn shirt, the master recalls a vital command, urging his student to close his eyes and find his center. This moment of crisis triggers a deep memory for the master, taking him back to the mountain academy where life was simpler. He remembers his students gathered around a wild boar, marveling at its size and joking about the destruction it caused to the fermenting food jars. During those peaceful days, the master spent hours observing a dazed Lim Kang, searching for any hint of the scent that defines a superhuman's power. Because the boy showed no outward signs of this energy, the old man felt a sense of profound mystery, wondering if his own abilities simply couldn't grasp the nature of the boy's potential. Even as the other students focused on mundane tasks like buying tangerines, the master's attention remained on our hero. He eventually called the boy away for special training, much to the envy of the other disciples who knew the intensity of the master's focus. Because our protagonist was always hungry, he hesitated at the thought of more work, but Lee Moon-gu and the others could only watch as their friend was led toward the rugged cliffs and the roaring waterfalls of the mountain. Standing by the crashing water, Master Oh Bang-won explained that the scent of a superhuman is rooted in an ultra-high level of mental strength. He noted that because Lim Kang had already mastered 12 techniques of Subak-do along with archery and capturing skills, there was nothing left to teach him in terms of physical martial arts. Instead, the master ordered our boy to strip off his shirt and sit cross-legged directly under the heavy flow of the waterfall. The goal was for the hero to empty his mind until he could hear every single drop of water resonating brightly, maintaining a calm heartbeat regardless of the distractions around him. The master chose to watch from the hidden foliage of a nearby tree, wanting to witness the moment the boy's scent finally emerged without interfering. Unfortunately, the initial training didn't go as planned. Rather than entering a deep meditative state, our boy was caught drinking the waterfall to relieve his persistent hunger. Master Oh Bang-won felt a wave of pity for the starving student, noting that even after repeated attempts at mental training, no significant change seemed to occur. However, the master's pride grew as he noticed the boy becoming more dedicated over time. One evening, as a shirtless Lim Kang walked calmly through the forest, the master witnessed something impossible. 2 small sparrows landed on the boy's shoulders, and a wary wild rabbit began following him as if he were part of the forest itself. Since animals are typically terrified of humans, the old man realized the atmosphere around the boy was shifting. The master watched in disbelief as the entire forest seemed to react to our protagonist's presence. The wind fluctuated around him, and with every step the boy took, the water in the puddles seemed to clear a path, avoiding his feet. It was a sharp, unsettling feeling for the observer, as if the boy was naturally absorbing the life energy of his surroundings. When Lim Kang spotted a large snake and innocently called out to his grandpa, the master broke into a sweat, realizing he had been spotted despite his stealth. He saw a faint light in the boy's eyes and realized that while the atmosphere had become inharmonious, our hero was effectively being chosen by nature itself. The master concluded that Lim Kang possesses the power of a savior, a being capable of protecting humanity even when the world is on the edge of a cliff. Back in the present, this latent power finally erupts. Sizzling with energy, our boy delivers a high-speed, devastating punch to the Galtaran. Because of the sheer force of the blow, the monster is left gasping for air on the roof of Seoyan High School, his blood splattering across the concrete as he pushes himself back up. Our protagonist walks calmly toward his opponent, his presence so overwhelming that it creates a heavy, suffocating pressure in the air. This atmosphere is so intense that even the winged elite, Harper, finds it difficult to breathe. realizing with a start that this terrifying power is coming from a mere high school student. Desperate to turn the tide, Harper takes a deep breath and launches a high-speed acidic projectile toward the center of the roof. Luckily, Lim Kang remains perfectly still as the attack fails to connect. The energy simply circles around him and vanishes into the air without ever touching his skin. Because his best weapon was neutralized without the hero even moving a muscle, Harper is left in a state of total shock. Sensing that they are completely outmatched, Galtaran shouts for Harper to go and retrieve their fallen allies, specifically the elite Rafa, to trigger his power boost. While the monsters scramble, the bloodied Master Oh Bang-wan watches the scene with a mix of pride and paternal dread. He realizes our boy is entering a critical state of blooming, which triggers a memory of their earlier training in the forest. The Master recalls how the hero's mind previously disconnected at the Incheon airport because his body couldn't handle the vastness of his own power. Master O explains that our protagonist's hidden energy is like an overflowing cup. If he cannot maintain absolute mental control, his own power will trigger an explosion that results in a global disaster. Since the hero's scent is now blooming darker and more intensely than ever before, the Master fears that Lim Kang is currently a ticking time bomb, struggling to stay conscious within his own psychological void. The chaos on the ground takes a grotesque turn when Harper flies down to retrieve Rafa, only to find nothing but a pool of blood where the body should be. Because their companion has vanished, Galtaran loses his patience. He orders Harper to stop hesitating, and instead throw the mangled corpses of the other defeated Inhumans, Simeon and Hechi, directly to him. In a sickening display of scavenger habits, Galtaran opens his massive maw and devours the remains of his own allies. Dan Yang watches in horror, realizing that the monster is using this cannibalism to trigger a massive power boost. After consuming the bodies, Galtaran undergoes a terrifying transformation into his ultimate form, becoming more muscular and covered in jagged spikes. He steps forward, cracking the rooftop, and mockingly tells the Whitecap that the Inhumans will inevitably win the war regardless of this single battle. However, the monster admits he wants to kill our protagonist personally for the sake of fun publicity, to cement his own legacy as a great warrior. With a final roar, Galtaran lunges forward in a blur, intent on finishing our hero with his own hands. Galtaran's roar is cut short as the atmosphere on the rooftop shifts. Lim Kang stands perfectly still, but because he has tapped into his deepest reserves, a surge of power radiates from his body. This sudden intensity forces everyone present, from the battered master to the observing elites like Behemoth and Jamal Evan, to realize the protagonist is no longer exhausted. Our hero strikes with such speed that the air ripples, catching Galtaran off guard and tearing a massive wound into his chest. This blow sends the monster hurtling into the sky, and moving like a blur, the protagonist intercepts him midair to deliver another devastating strike. Galtaran can only spin in disbelief as he is completely outclassed. To finish the exchange, our guy lunges forward again, ending with a powerful upward kick that creates a pillar of energy and sends the monster soaring through the clouds. Dan Yang watches the explosion of power in shock, acknowledging that this is the true potential of the Whitecap. Nearby, Master Oh Bang-wan watches with a grim but proud expression, noting that while the boy's consciousness is split and the state is risky, he is maintaining an incredible balance. The elite Harper can only tremble as he watches Galtaran's mangled body eventually come crashing back down, shattering the school's court. High above, our hero remains in the sky, energy still flowing in his eyes as news drones struggle to film through the smoke and dust. The scene shifts to a global broadcast where a news anchor provides a frantic update on the situation in Incheon. Because over 50 Inhumans have occupied the campus, it has officially become the largest unprecedented attack in history. The news reports that while heroes like the Black Hat and the suit-wearing old man are fighting back, the biggest bombshell has been the revelation of the Whitecap's identity. The world now knows that the hero is actually Lim Kang, a local high school student. This discovery has led professionals to conclude that the entire invasion was specifically designed to target the boy. James De Niro, the spokesman for St. Pearl, confirms the gravity of the Korean War during a press conference. He states that because this situation is more dangerous than anything they've ever seen, both St. Pearl and Jane Sonata are already headed to Korea to intervene. In Russia, Maxim Basilov and Kirilov watch the broadcast with a mix of shock and rage, particularly at the mention of the Black Hat joining the fight. Kirilov analyzes the footage, noting that mankind has entered a final stage of evolution at an advanced speed. He warns that if the 4 heroes in Korea lose, it will mean the end of the entire country. Since the Inhumans have moved with full power to focus on Lim Kang, Kirilov argues that every superhuman in the world now has a simple, singular response they must take. He gestures to his projections, explaining that all superhumans need to focus on helping the Whitecap immediately. Although Basilov is visibly annoyed that the young student is being seen as so amazing, his pride doesn't stop him from agreeing to the mission. He stalks away with a frustrated scowl, reminding Kirilov that no matter where they go, he remains the leader. Kirilov simply offers a small, knowing smile, acknowledging that the Russian powerhouses are officially entering the war. In the middle of the schoolyard at Seoyeon High, Behemoth opens his eyes and fixes a sharp, lethal glare on Nangi. Despite being bloodied and battered, Nangi continues his charge. Behemoth notes that since Nangi is finally fighting seriously, he will reciprocate. Because the Inhuman is on a tight schedule, he decides to use his full strength to end the encounter. Nangi mocks the beast's tight schedule and transforms into a swirling mass of shadow energy, signaling a shift in the fight. Nangi attempts to restrain the giant by summoning his shadow companion, Black Mirror. Thick bands of energy wrap around Behemoth, confining his muscular frame. This allows Nangi to strike with a blur of high-speed motion, grappling with the monster in midair. However, the effort fails. Even after hitting the monster with his full power, Nangi realizes that Behemoth's skin is too thick to slice. As a result, he is struck by a counterblow and sent tumbling through the air into the debris. As the dust settles, Behemoth stands unaffected. Nangi struggles to find his footing, realizing that every one of the Tusked Elite's attacks is potentially fatal. Since the monster's power is so overwhelming, Nangi knows he cannot maintain a defense for long. Behemoth mocks the effort as pathetic and exerts his raw strength to shatter the Black Mirror's energy bands. This display of strength leaves the shadow entity terrified, admitting it can no longer hold the beast back. Behemoth then launches himself into the sky, descending toward Nangi like a projectile. Although the shadow warns him to dodge, the force of Behemoth's fist slamming into the ground creates a shockwave of earth. Nangi feels the wind pressure from the monster's movements suck the air out of the area, throwing him off balance and leaving him vulnerable to a follow-up strike that sends him spinning. Seeing his partner reach his limit, Black Mirror begs Nangi to flee. Behemoth ignores the plea and fires a concentrated beam of energy into the sky. The beam strikes with violent force, resulting in a distant explosion that leaves Dan Yang and Master Oh Bang-wan watching in shock. Walking through the dust, Behemoth explains that while their primary target is our hero, the White Cap, this massacre is only the first step of a larger cause. According to the monster, the order of their kills is irrelevant because every hero and human is already marked for death. He warns them that even if the White Cap survives today, humanity cannot defeat an enemy that has already prepared for war. He tells the survivors they will eventually surrender to despair, leaving them with nothing to do but cry. Luckily, Nangi is not yet broken. He stands among the ruins, heavily injured, but mocks the monster for talking too much. While Behemoth looks on in surprise, Nangi's Black Mirror surrounds his body. He stands firmly, declaring that the Inhumans are exactly as he expected. Because they were nearly caught in a devastating blast, Black Mirror is left questioning what the enemy actually fired. Nangi admits that he doesn't have the answer, but he knows one thing for certain. If that shot had been a direct hit, they would have both been turned to dust. Nangi observes the Behemoth, whose sharp tusks and red eyes radiate a terrifying pressure. Nan realizes that every injury he managed to inflict with his sickle has already recovered in the blink of an eye. This forced him to acknowledge that even his best efforts might be meaningless against such a monster. As a result, his muscled arm is now shredded and dripping with blood, making him feel like he is walking on thin ice. Reflecting on the struggle, Nangi recalls his attempt to use his Roar of the Dead technique. Unfortunately, even that powerful strike failed to leave the Behemoth helpless. Behemoth, meanwhile, watches the black shadow surrounding Nan with a predatory curiosity. He notices that Nangi's momentum hasn't slowed despite the damage, leading the monster to conclude that the warrior still has enough spleen left to be worth claiming. High on a nearby rooftop, the villain Jamal Evan and his subordinate Chenver watch the carnage unfold. Because Nangi is surviving an encounter with such a high-level commander, Chenver is left speechless by the marvelous fight. Evan narrows his eyes in realization. He can feel Behemoth's intense gaze reaching all the way to the rooftop. Even though the monster is locked in combat, he is already aware of the observers and is simply choosing to ignore them. Evan reflects on a blurry prediction from the young girl Carol regarding whether the White Cap hero would die. The fact that this fight is defying all his expectations, Evan is left with a lot on his mind. Back on the field, Nangi faces the monster and reflects on his own past. He explains that when Inhumans first appeared, he was driven by a sense of curiosity toward these ridiculous, dangerous creatures. He had an intuition that this small crack in the era would eventually bring a huge ruin to the world. Nangi describes how he began weighing power levels in his mind, comparing the superhumans to the devilish Inhumans. He was sure that if a truly evolved group of monsters existed, they would be so overwhelming that everything else on the planet would seem insignificant. Behemoth finds this perspective interesting, mockingly asking how Nangi feels now that he is finally standing before one of the Inhuman commanders. With a fierce, bloodied smile, Nangi admits the monster is way beyond his expectations. Behemoth questions why Nan continues to block his path since he isn't even the primary target, but Nangi simply laughs. He explains that because he is a superhuman, he has a duty to correct the power scale he once weighed in his mind. As the two prepare for a final, lethal collision, Behemoth prepares himself, promising to pay tribute to the warrior's determination to die. Just as they are about to strike, a pink-cloaked figure arcing through the sky interrupts them. Dan Yang screams for Nangi to stop, her intervention triggered by a terrifying secret they shared in the past. Nangi once explained to her that his power, Black Mirror, is usually sealed within a tattoo on his wrist. Because the darkness coexists with him, he can only use half of his power while it is locked away. Luckily, joining with the Black Mirror grants him unimaginable ability, but the risk is catastrophic. Nangi warned that the more he pulls from that darkness, the farther away his original ego drifts. If he cannot separate himself from the shadow after they fuse, he will eventually cease to exist. In the present, Dan Yang watches in horror as Nangi allows the black vortex to consume him. Realizing he is willing to lose himself to contain the commander, the tension of the standoff is suddenly broken by a violent impact. The mangled, bloodied body of the inhuman Harper falls from the sky, crashing into the ground after being obliterated by Lim Kang. Both Behemoth and Nangi are shaken by this sudden turn of events. Our protagonist, Lim Kang, stands battered but resolute, staring up at the giant commander. Recalling the advice of his handler to try talking before fighting, our hero fixes his gaze on Behemoth and notes with cold clarity that the monster is indeed capable of speech. This sudden appearance causes Nangi and Dan Yang to freeze in shock. Because Nangi was on the verge of a suicidal fusion with his Black Mirror shadow, the timing is awkward, yet Dan Yang feels a wave of pure relief. From his vantage point on the roof, the battered Master Oh Bang-wan watches his student with a mixture of pride and dread. He recognizes that Behemoth is a creature that transcends normal evolutionary phases, which is why he mentally pleads for our hero to remain cautious. The atmosphere shifts from terror to a roar of collective hope as the students realize who has arrived. Since they recognize the Whitecap as their own classmate, dozens of teenagers lean out of the shattered school windows, screaming Lim Kang's name. Their frantic cries fill the air, ranging from desperate pleas for him to win to casual, tearful jokes about meeting back in the cafeteria. Even the bully Choi Tai-ik is seen sobbing while shouting for our boy to hold his ground. This overwhelming show of support surprises the master, who realizes that despite our protagonist's quiet nature, he has built a massive family worth fighting for. Inside a nearby classroom, the teacher Park Chang-sik tries to keep the dying Park Gun-do conscious, promising him that they will all escape soon because of the savior standing in the yard. Observing the scene from a distance, the villain Jamal Evan watches with a predatory focus. He senses that the time has finally come for the ultimate clash between the two powers. Meanwhile, Nangi evaluates the situation and decides to step back. The fact that the protagonist's arrival marks the final round of this war, Nangi realizes that his own clumsy shadow attacks would only serve as a distraction to the hero's superior flow. He officially separates from the Black Mirror entity, deciding to retreat and watch the display of skills from the sidelines. The focus shifts to the mangled remains of the elite Harper, who lies at Behemoth's feet. In a distorted, dying voice, Harper warns the commander to avoid a direct confrontation with Lim Kang. It goes without saying that Galteron was already obliterated by a single, massive punch that left an explosive crater in the pavement. Harper concludes that the boy's power is simply too high to track. This warning, however, infuriates Behemoth. Because he views himself as a godlike commander, he finds it insulting that a loser subordinate would tell him to be careful. He dismisses Galteron as a useful but expendable force, and declares that Harper's fear is a sign of weakness. Behemoth turns his multiple eyes toward our hero, towering over him with a mountain of muscle and malice. He acknowledges the boy's earlier question about whether he can speak, confirming it with a chilling declaration. Because the hero dared to question his status, this day will be Lim Kang's last. The monster initiates the assault with a massive stomp that shatters the ground, but our guy dodges with a blur of speed that gives even the commander goosebumps. The collision is instantaneous and cataclysmic. As Lim Kang lunges forward with a focused punch, Behemoth meets him with his own massive fist. Their collision creates a circular shockwave so violent it ripples across the entire schoolyard. Master Oh Bang-wan and Dan Yang watch in absolute silence, paralyzed by the sheer volume of power on display. As the hands-on war begins in earnest, Nangi realizes that the reality of the Whitecap's strength has officially exceeded every limit of his imagination. The high-altitude battle between our boy and the Inhuman commander has reached a level of violence that is literally reshaping the city skyline. Due to the sheer intensity of the collision, Lim Kang is falling through the sky with his white shirt shredded and his body covered in blood. However, he isn't the only one feeling the pressure. Behemoth is sent hurtling backward as a result of a high-speed strike, forced to erupt long, white appendages from his body just to arrest his momentum among the skyscrapers. That's why the center of the city is suddenly consumed by an explosion of energy. Our hero lunges through the smoke, delivering a point-blank punch that slams the commander into a skyscraper with enough force to create a crater. Our protagonist doesn't stop there. He continues his relentless assault, shattering one of the monster's horns before swinging the giant creature through the air by its remaining tusk. As a result, the two combatants plummet toward the street, smashing through glass facades in a blur of motion that leaves onlookers screaming in terror. Inside the nearby office buildings, the situation has turned into a nightmare for the civilians. Because the ground is shaking and dust is raining from the ceilings, workers are left scrambling in a panic, fearing an earthquake. A scarred manager finds himself paralyzed by regret, wishing he had run away when the inhuman alarm first rang. From his office window, he watches the high-speed projectiles of energy move through the city, barely able to comprehend the scale of the destruction. The technical nature of the fight is even more shocking when viewed through the eyes of the monster. Behemoth's eye widens as a massive beam of dark energy, referred to as the Roar, blasts into his face and mangles his body. Despite firing this attack at high speed through thick smoke, the commander realizes something is terribly wrong. Behemoth notes that our hero didn't even have time to defend himself, yet the trajectory of the energy blast shifted the moment it touched him. Behemoth concludes that the protagonist is taking advantage of the wind pressure to accelerate his movements, making him as elusive as the wind itself. While the monster finds himself out of breath, our boy stands in a crater with eyes solid. High on a rooftop, Jamal, Evan, and Chenver watch the carnage with growing unease. Jamal Evan realizes that if his guy dies, he won't be able to collect the body without facing the monster's wrath. He is forced to evaluate the risk of becoming the next target, though he finds a small bit of comfort in the fact that Carol hasn't predicted his death just yet. On a rooftop overlooking the chaotic city, Nanji breaks into a chilling laugh, his scarred face twisting into a malicious grin. He has successfully tracked down Jamal Evan, who has been hiding in the shadows. Nan doesn't hold back, immediately mocking Jamal for living in such a shabby place and claiming he can smell something disgusting radiating from him. Because Nangi is naturally perceptive, he openly accuses Jamal of being the one responsible for the unnatural and ridiculous experiments used to revive dead bodies. Jamal Evan is momentarily caught off guard by the confrontation, but he quickly regains his calm, analytical composure. He tries to play dumb, questioning how this stranger knows him and insisting they've never met. Luckily, Nangi's intuition is sharper than Jamal's deflection. Nan explains that while they are strangers, Jamal's very aura suggests he wouldn't hesitate to commit horrific acts. Nangi begins to lay out a logical deduction based on recent global events, specifically the resurrection of the hero Galen Withrow. Because St. Pearl is a veteran with a perfect track record, Nangi argues that her initial announcement of Withrow's death was undoubtedly accurate. Therefore, the news that Withrow is suddenly alive couldn't be a mistake. It had to be the result of a mysterious, inappropriate ability to manipulate the dead. Nangi concludes that Jamal Evan is the culprit who saved the corpse, thereby triggering the violent conflict with St. Pearl in Northern Ireland. Realizing he has been found out, Jamal Evan stops pretending and offers a sinister smile, mockingly asking if Nangi wants to be his friend. The suggestion of friendship only makes Nangi laugh harder, though he admits they share a similar nature as observers of the world. However, he makes a sharp distinction between them. He doesn't share Jamal's vicious hobby of turning corpses into forced dolls. Just as Jamal's subordinate, Chinvar, prepares to intervene, Jamal shuts him down, deciding that a fight between them right now serves no purpose. He tries to frame himself as a harmless survivor just trying to relax, but Nangi remains unconvinced. He prepares to engage, wanting to personally verify if Jamal is truly human or something else entirely. The standoff is interrupted by an explosion of strikes from the nearby schoolyard. The gargantuan inhuman commander, Behemoth, has grown even larger and more terrifying during his clash with Lim Kang. Because of this sudden escalation, Nangi shifts his focus toward the bigger problem. Jamal Evan takes this opportunity to flee across the rooftops with Chinvar, admitting that even he has barely avoided death several times just by being near the Behemoth's presence. He realizes that our protagonist is operating at a level far beyond his wildest imagination. Back at the ruined school, the specialized sniper B stands in the yard, staring in silence at the streaks of energy arcing through the sky. He is joined by the battered master Oh Bang-wan, who is struggling to stay on his feet. The master's priority remains the safety of the students, and he asks the soldiers to focus on the school building. This selflessness moves the captain, who expresses his deep gratitude for the superhumans. Thanks to their constant sacrifice, the military can finally place their trust in these protectors, watching with bated breath as the White Cap continues his impossible struggle against the monster. The battle above the ocean shifts as Pan, the inhuman leader, captures Jane Sonata. Holding her bloodied frame by the torso, the white-haired monster mocks her size and expresses a twisted satisfaction at finally pinning her down. His clawed fingers dig into her chest and arms, forcing her to feel the immense pressure of his power. She remains defiant, looking up at her captor and suggesting he is the one who is truly trapped. This defiance triggers a coordinated response, as St. Pearl streaks across the sky in a golden blur. A third, biological eye opens on Pan's forehead to sense the incoming threat, but floating stones distracts him. Pearl delivers a high-speed punch directly to the leader, followed by a relentless barrage of strikes that send him hurtling backward over the sea. Pan is forced to release his grip. As Jane begins to fall, he manifests a magic circle from his forehead eye and fires a massive vertical beam of purple energy downward. The destructive blast severs a gargantuan, a hand appearing in the sky, raining chunks of flesh and rock into the ocean. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jane finds her footing on a solid surface in the air and sprints back toward the enemy. The confrontation reaches a fever pitch when Pearl dives from above. Her downward strike creates a pillar of light and water upon impact. Amidst the erupting ocean, she unleashes a rapid barrage of punches. The force of this energy results in a cross-shaped explosion of light, shredding the villain's red cloak and leaving his body covered in deep gashes. Despite being mangled and bloodied, Pan rises with a manic grin. He admits their combined strength is enough to kill him, but notes with amusement that they have already figured out his secret. Jane confirms this realization, stating his movements are tied directly to the third eye on his forehead. The logic of his power is now clear. Every time the forehead eye blinks, Pan instantly relocates to any position his pupil sees within a 50-meter range. This dimensional leap has a cooldown of approximately 5 to 6 seconds. Rather than being intimidated by the discovery, he seems revitalized. He explains that while his anger usually causes him to lash out at subordinates, the pain of this battle has cleared his head. Viewing the two superhumans as the best toys he has ever found, Pan's eyes widen with crazed intensity. He expresses a horrifying hope that they survive, so they can continue making his power shine. As a sphere of purple magic circles manifests around him, he laughs hysterically, unleashing a surge of energy that leaves Pearl frozen in shock. The battle over the ocean reaches a catastrophic peak as a massive fist from Pan slams downward, threatening to crush everything in its path. Because the force is so extreme, Jane Sonata is left in a state of absolute shock, her face splattered with blood as she watches the devastation unfold. St. Pearl lunges forward through a distortion of energy, but the sheer volume of the enemy's assault makes the situation look hopeless. Multiple energy beams arc across the sky, forcing St. Pearl to move at high speed to dodge the irregular barrage. She realizes that the attacks are constant and have no discernible pattern, which makes finding an opening nearly impossible. That's why she attempts to squeeze through the gaps in the energy to land a valid hit. However, the inhuman leader, Pan, simply shifts through dimensions to avoid her. Jane Sonata concludes that they must find a way to break Pan's dimensional barrier down, but she is interrupted when a monstrous fist strikes toward her. As a result of this distraction, Jane Sonata falls through the air amidst floating stone. Pan takes advantage of her vulnerability and delivers a brutal punch directly into her face. This strike is so violent that it leaves Jane with a mangled, bleeding face, forcing her to realize she underestimated the monster's physical aggression. Nearby, St. Pearl is shown kneeling on a rock in the ocean, heavily injured and bleeding. Her shock only deepens when she hears Jane call out to her, just as a gargantuan hand descends from the sky to finish her off. The scale of the disaster is so large that it is even visible to civilians. A commercial airplane flying nearby is forced to divert its course to Russia because the inhuman incident in Incheon has made the local airspace too dangerous. While passengers panic, a young boy stares out the window in awe. He points out a massive hand moving through the clouds, marking the terrifying reality that the battle has reached the upper atmosphere. Back on the water, a pair of gargantuan hands emerge from the ocean depths, surrounding St. Pearl. Jane Sonata screams for her partner to escape, but the trap is too large to avoid. The giant hands clap together with St. Pearl in the center, creating an explosion of energy and water that shakes the diverting airplane nearby. Pan hovers before the closed hands, confidently declaring that St. Pearl is finished. He explains that the trap is designed to increase pressure until any foreign substance inside completely disappears from this plane of existence. However, Pan's victory is short-lived. A sudden surge of energy causes the inhuman leader to look upward in shock as a golden light begins to leak from between the giant fingers. This moment of near-death triggers a memory for St. Pearl. In a past conversation with James, Pearl admitted that she isn't a god or an immortal being. She is simply a human who understands that people rely on her. Since she officially jumped into the front lines as a superhuman, she felt the weight of that responsibility, especially after the loss of Withrow. She confessed that her only wish is to be strong enough to protect those who trust her forever. Driven by this selfless resolve, a pillar of golden light strikes the ocean in the present. St. Pearl emerges from the trap with intense energy and crackling lightning. This transformation leaves both Pan and Jane Sonata in total disbelief. Now radiating a level of power that defies logic, Pearl fixes her gaze on Pan and repeats her question, demanding to know if he is truly the leader of the Inhumans. Jane Sonata, despite being battered and bloodied, watches in absolute disbelief because she has never seen her partner manifest this specific form before. St. Pearl appears to have sprouted wings of pure light, looking more like a soaring phoenix than a human. Jane realizes that something miraculous has happened. Even though Pan's previous trap should have crushed the henge spirits into dust, St. Pearl's utter willpower has allowed her to break through, drawing the lost souls back to her as a source of power. This sudden surge of energy catches Pan off guard. Although he tries to maintain his arrogant composure, the inhuman leader admits that his initial fondness for Pearl has turned into genuine unpleasantness because her new strength is becoming a real problem. Before he can even finish his sentence about the nature of his leadership, Pearl strikes like a bolt of lightning. She slams into Pan's side with enough force to create an explosion of water and energy, forcing him into a defensive struggle. St. Pearl doesn't give him a second to breathe. Wreathed in golden fire, she lunges again and delivers a brutal blow directly to Pan's face. This is a significant shift in the fight because her movements have become completely different. faster, sharper, and far more aggressive. In a desperate countermove, Pan manages to land a heavy blow on Pearl's back, launching her away. He spits blood and admits that he was only playing with her earlier, but his rage is clearly peaking. As his multi-pupiled eyes glow with purple energy, he realizes that the time for moderation is over. However, Pearl recovers instantly and pummeled him with a series of rapid-fire strikes that leave the monster screaming in agony. To regain control, Pan manifests hundreds of rotating magic circles across the sky, culminating in an explosion of purple light. As the smoke clears, the villain floats calmly over the water, his hand soaked in blood. He acknowledges that the heroes have exceeded his imagination, but he refuses to admit his perspective was wrong. He looks at St. Pearl and notes that her strength is nearing completion, which makes the prospect of breaking her even more exciting for him. Recognizing that they cannot win this individually, Jane Sonata decides it's time to take a massive risk. Because they haven't been able to land a decisive blow, she calls out to Pearl, suggesting a coordinated strike. Jane prepares to use her ultimate support ability, Foundation Stonehenge, creating a ring of floating stone slabs. Her plan is simple. She will use her full power to pin the monster's legs, creating the perfect opening for St. Pearl to deliver a finishing blow. In a past briefing within the high-tech walls of Ben's lab, Jane Sonata explains the true depth of her power to a stunned group of allies. While the team already understands that her henges are a collective of 80 individual souls that share her emotions, Jane introduces a much more advanced concept known as Foundation. This state occurs when the henges move beyond mere cooperation and join together as a single organized unit. Since the henges can take different shapes, Jane has developed 4 distinct types of foundations to handle various threats. The first of these is the mass type, which turns the henges into a sophisticated aerial bombardment system. This ability allows them to track a target like a guided bomb or launch a devastating carpet bombing over a large area, making it ideal for fighting massive crowds. The second type, the Foundation of Bondage, creates a restrictive Stonehenge formation that traps enemies within a specific zone while simultaneously causing intense mental distress. The third ability is the Cradle Tower, a massive structure guarded by 7 monolithic protectors that provides a wide range of healing skills to those within its reach. Although Jane admits there is a secret 4th foundation, she refuses to disclose its details, leaving her teammates like Ben and Matt Dion completely overwhelmed by the scale of her capabilities. However, these incredible powers come with significant physical and environmental costs. Jane explains that for a foundation to work safely, all 80 henges must be in perfect condition. Because several were broken during recent battles, activating a foundation now carries a risk of physical necrosis or the permanent loss of a henge's soul. Jane even recalls a time her own arm began to rot because she pushed her powers too far without proper balance. Furthermore, their strength is tied directly to earth energy, meaning the closer they are to the ground, the more powerful they become. Back in the present, the situation over the Atlantic Ocean has become incredibly dire. Jane Sonata realizes that fighting so far from land and using a foundation with damaged henges has placed her in a state of extreme vulnerability. Despite the necrosis risk and the lack of ground energy, she resolves to risk her life to support St. Pearl. As a result, she manifests a swarm of stone slabs with screaming faces that surround the inhuman leader, Pan. Pan stands battered on his magic circle, watching the screaming stones with a manic sense of appreciation. He views this desperate stand as a beautiful, final match. While the rest of humanity remains unaware, currently fleeing in terror or hiding in shelters, Pan acknowledges a chilling reality. He looks toward the bloodied St. Pearl and Jane Sonata, noting that the outcome of this specific clash will decide the survival of the world. The fact that they represent Earth's greatest hope, the inhuman leader unleashes a final blinding energy ready to see if the heroes can actually prevent the destruction of the planet. The battle in the city streets reaches a level of extreme violence as Behemoth slams his fist into Lim Kang. Due to the immense force, the ground shatters, sending shockwaves that force nearby bystanders to scramble for cover. Our protagonist responds with a rapid counterpunch. The smack of the impact resonates as the young hero engages the multi-eyed beast head-on. However, Behemoth's raw strength remains an obstacle. He delivers a heavy blow to Lim Kang's face, sending a streak of energy across the skyline. This forces our boy to crash through a bridge and a building facade, scattering debris before he skids across the asphalt and spins to regain his balance. As Lim Kang lands in a crater, Behemoth stalks toward him, his clawed feet crushing the concrete. Our hero moves like a blur around the giant, but the commander remains analytical. Behemoth evaluates the situation, noting that even though Lim Kang's face is spattered with blood, his will to charge is relentless. This endless pressure begins to unsettle the monster. Behemoth originally believed the fight would be settled quickly, but he realizes he was wrong. While dodging a collision of energy that rocks the street, Behemoth reflects on his previous struggle with Nangi. He notes that while the Black Hat was a formidable superhuman who could repel attacks, our protagonist is a different breed. Lim Kang isn't cautious. He simply continues to attack without regard for his own safety. Because of this, the monster admits to a growing fear. Despite being the stronger combatant, Behemoth feels like he is fighting a never-ending wall. He looks into our hero's eyes and sees that Lim Kang does not care about the damage he is taking. The street erupts in another explosion as the monster's muscles bulge, tapping into his true power. Black tentacles laced with lightning swipe through the air, sending energy blades flying past nearby buildings. This escalation endangers two young boys, Jun and his older brother, who are huddling in the wreckage. Seeing the civilians in the crossfire, our hero shifts his focus. He lands nearby, using his body to deflect the flying debris and shockwaves away from the children. Luckily, the boys are unharmed. Our hero, bloodied and gasping, locks eyes with the older brother, who tells Jun to run. As the children flee, Lim Kang launches himself back into the air and lands on a high bridge. Behemoth watches him from the ground, the silence triggering a memory. Behemoth recalls a lecture from Morel regarding the weakness of superhumans. At the time, Behemoth was dismissive, but Morel's point was that despite their power, superhumans are still human beings. Back in the present, Behemoth finally grasps the meaning of that lesson. Recognizing he can exploit our hero's human nature, the inhuman commander hunches over and launches a massive spear-like bolt of energy across the battlefield. Our hero watches the projectile as it narrowly misses civilians in a nearby building and strikes a structure with a massive impact. Because of the force of the blast, our protagonist is left lying flat on the ground, battered and bleeding. Behemoth falls from the sky and slams into our boy with devastating force. The ground erupts, leaving the elderly Master Oh Bangwan stunned. On a distant rooftop, Jamal Evan and others watch in shock as Behemoth emerges from the dust, holding Lim Kang in a single hand. The monster laughs as he stands in the crater. Behemoth looks at the broken hero in his grip and warns the onlookers that they are in big trouble. He admits he is surprised. Because he felt desperation for the first time, he begins to crush our hero with a two-handed grip. Lim Kang remains motionless with vacant eyes while Behemoth lets out a primal roar. Dark energy gathers in the monster's throat, and the electrical surge fills the area. A sound of shattering bone echoes as the light reaches a blinding intensity. Our hero's signature white cap falls into the rubble, leaving Oh Bangwan, Nangi, and others in shock. Watching from the rooftop, Jamal Evan notices that our protagonist isn't breathing. He realizes the moment foretold by the future has finally arrived. Behemoth stands over the ruins, breathing heavily with blood dripping from his tusks, and claims the first victory of the Great War. Behemoth looks down at his fallen opponent, acknowledging that the white cap was a worthy match. However, as our boy remains unmoving, his mind drifts back to a rainy day at the academy. He remembers asking his grandpa about his dreams. Oh Bangwan had explained that family isn't just about blood, it is about truly loving someone. While the master's dream was to live happily with his family, our boy reveals his own secret. His dream is to protect that family. Back in the present, this resolve triggers a sudden change. Our protagonist wakes with a roar as energy erupts from his body. The ground beneath Behemoth shatters, and an energy tornado forms, shooting a pillar of light into the sky that dwarfs the skyscrapers. The shockwave shatters windows and sets off car alarms throughout the area. Behemoth's eye widens with absolute shock as the earth splits. He looks into the light with disbelief, unable to understand how our hero is standing. Within the blinding glow, a shirtless Lim Kang emerges and fixes his gaze on the monster. The battle has reached a horrific turning point, as Behemoth is completely decimated. Because the hero's counteroffensive was so brutal, the monster is left mangled with both arms torn away at the elbows. While the beast tries to buy time for his regeneration, he notices something unsettling about his opponent. Lim Kang stands amidst the ruins, his entire frame trembling violently as an aura surges around him. This instability confuses the commander, who realizes that despite the boy's shivering, the threat is only rising. Observing this, Master Oh Bangwan recognizes that the boy is at a point where he cannot let go of his power. As Lim Kang's eyes glow with an unstable light, he exhales a sharp breath. Behemoth's instincts flare, forcing him to tense his muscles and manifest a defensive energy across his skin. He believes that no amount of effort from the boy can pierce his final line of defense. Unfortunately for the monster, this defiance is useless. A gargantuan pillar of energy erupts from our hero's position, shattering the ground and dwarfing the surrounding buildings. From the heart of this light, a massive energy construct slams into Behemoth. Since the impact is so sudden, the commander is sent reeling, unable to comprehend how his defenses were bypassed. Lim Kang does not allow a moment for recovery. As a high-pitched energy radiates from his body, he launches himself forward to deliver a devastating kick to the side of the monster's head. The strike is so violent that it pulverizes the pavement, crushing Behemoth's face into the earth. Our hero stands over the remains with bulging muscles, leaving the mangled commander to wonder how a human could possess such strength. As Behemoth's body falls apart, the blob-like Babylon Vanisher emerges from the sky to reclaim the remains. Luckily, Nangi refuses to let the scavenger interrupt. Moving with blinding speed, Nan intercepts and strikes the Vanisher, warning the creature not to interfere while he watches the battle. As a result, the Vanisher roars and disappears into the sky, leaving Behemoth's severed parts to drop back to the ground. Far away in a darkened room, the high-ranking Morel is interrupted by the bloodied Babylon Vanisher. The The creature returns in a panic, mumbling Behemoth's name before it succumbs to its injuries. This news of a commander's defeat leaves Morel in shock, as the power balance of the invasion has been shaken. Back at the ruins of Seoyan High School, the victory has pushed our hero to his limit. Lim Kang lets out a primal scream as his energy aura explodes outward, leaving Nan Gi and Master O stunned by the scale of the surge. The tension is broken by the sound of a creaking bicycle. To the Master's disbelief, Juri is frantically pedaling toward the center of the battlefield to reach his friend. Juri skids to a halt just as the energy vortex around Lim Kang begins to collapse. Sensing that the hero's body is about to give out, Juri drops his bike and rushes forward. He catches the unconscious Lim Kang as he falls, cradling him in the rubble. Since the threat is finally over, Juri tells the hero he can stop now. In the aftermath of the cataclysmic battle, Jamal Evan walks across the field of jagged rocks and urban rubble, casually noting that the conflict has finally reached its end. Nearby, Juri is covered in sweat and dirt. He is in shock as he hears the villain's voice. Jamal points out the undeniable reality that superhumans possess terrifying strength, specifically citing how Lim Kang managed to obliterate a high-level commander with a single blast. As he approaches the kneeling Juri, Jamal Evan looks down with a thoughtful expression. He admits he is genuinely surprised because for the first time, a situation has deviated from the future his associate Carol predicted. Despite the historic shift, Jamal remains focused on his own goals. He stares at Juri and demands that he move away, making it clear that he has come specifically to claim our hero's unconscious body. Luckily, Juri refuses to be intimidated. He hugs Lim Kang's body tightly. He declares that he won't let go of his friend just because a stranger demands it. Jamal Evan maintains a calm, reaching forward, while warning the boy that his patience has limits. This attempt at intimidation is interrupted by Master Oh Bang Wan. The elderly mentor steps firmly between Jamal and the boys, blocking the path with a resolute stance. He mockingly dismisses Jamal's politeness, telling him he looks like a jerk for trying to fool them with such a transparent act. Jamal Evan continues his slow walk across the rubble, noting that he has received quite a lot of harsh words today. The Master doesn't back down, revealing that he has known Jamal was spying on them from the very beginning. Jamal is genuinely impressed by the old man's strength, admitting that watching the Master's previous fight was a valuable experience that might save him trouble in the future. However, the Master remains disgusted. He points out that while Jamal is clearly a superhuman, he chose to watch the slaughter from the sidelines rather than help, which confirms he is a twisted and foolish individual. Jamal Evan quickly loses interest in the conversation. Because his mood has soured, he decides he no longer wants to be interrupted. He declares his new intent to simply kill the Master and take both his body and the Whitecap's remains as prizes. This threat draws a laugh from Nan Gi, who joins the standoff, suggesting a better idea. Jamal should be the one to die. Nan Gi notes that if they eliminate the villain now, no one else will have to suffer. This defiance finally pushes Jamal Evan to his breaking point, as he admits he never imagined he could get this angry at someone. Refusing to leave empty-handed, Jamal signals his subordinate, Chinvar, to activate their hidden base's portal. A vortex of energy erupts on the battlefield, serving as a gateway to their real hideout. As a result, several of Jamal's elite subordinates, including a red-skinned monster and a pale avian entity, emerge from the shadows. Jamal Evan looks at the group of heroes and challenges them to see who actually dies first. Master Oh Bang Wan evaluates the newcomers, realizing that each individual is a high-level superhuman. He is particularly wary of Alexander Kalin, recognizing him as the strongest threat in the enemy lineup. Jamal Evan, tired of the delays, notes that the weather is nice and decides it's time for everything to go his way. He commands his monsters to finish the struggle, and the creatures respond with a deafening roar that shakes the very ground. Just as the monsters prepare to lunge at the cowering Juri and the defensive Master, a sudden sound echoes from the sky. Alexander Kalin is forced to dive out of the way as a massive stone shield slams into the earth. Within seconds, multiple giant shields rain down from the sky, creating a defensive perimeter that traps the monsters and provides a sudden barrier for our heroes. Through the settling dust, a man with blonde hair appears standing atop the rubble. This is Kirilov, who stands calmly behind his manifested shields. He addresses his partner, the powerhouse Basilov, noting that they have made the right choice to stand with the heroes on this side. The sudden arrival of the Russians leaves Nan Gi, Juri, and the Master in a state of complete confusion. Even Jamal Evan is startled, as he has never seen these individuals before. When Danyang demands to know who they are and why they are interfering, Kirilov identifies himself and Basilov as allies from Russia. While the hot-headed Basilov yells from the background for his partner to get rid of the distracting shields, Kirilov promises to provide the full details later. Basilov grits his teeth and prepares for combat, signaling that the reinforcements have officially arrived. Juri is immediately struck by the Russians' presence, sensing that this pig-like man is an incredibly formidable warrior. Basilov's attention shifts to the ground, where Lim Kang lies face down and unconscious. Despite the boy being fainted, the Russian powerhouse notes that a great and quiet life force is still emanating from him. This observation is cut short by Basilov's own irritation. He sharply demands to know what Kirilov is doing, forcing the calm painter to finally agree to join the fray. The transition to combat is instantaneous. A red hand reaches for the edge of the dissolving shields, leading to a violent clash between Basilov and the giant limb that shatters the surrounding earth. As the shockwave clears, the red-skinned subordinate of Jamal Evan lunges forward. This monster intends to clean up the battlefield, swinging a gargantuan arm toward the heroes. Although dwarfed by the inhuman size, Basilov remains steadfast and refuses to take a defensive stance. This forced the red inhuman to deliver a full-power punch directly to the Russian's body. The resulting explosion of force is so intense that it stuns Nangi and Dan Yang, who marvel at the monster's incredible power. However, Basilov's foot remains firmly planted in the cracked pavement. To the monster's confusion, the man in the yellow shirt stands tall with his hands in his pockets, blood-splattered but completely safe. The assault continues as a blue, shark-like inhuman lunges with its maw wide open, striking Basilov's face mid-air. This blow knocks the hero away, forcing him into a crouched position as the ground shatters beneath him. Seeing this, both Kirilov and Master Oh Bangwan panic, fearing the Russian is taking too much damage. Luckily, Basilov stands back up, his muscles bulging with high physical density. He dismisses the fuss, his expression turning fierce as he walks through the ruins toward a familiar face. Basilov comes face to face with the scarred, red-eyed Alexander Kalin. Deeply shaken, he asks how Kalin ended up in such a state. This triggers a memory of a younger, heroic Kalin who once offered a friendly handshake and a smile, insisting that it didn't matter who caught a monster. Back in the present, Basilov's sorrow turns to anger. He demands to know if this hollow shell is still the man he once knew, but Kalin responds with a robotic tone, claiming he has no reason to answer a stranger. Watching from the sidelines, Jamal Evan is perplexed by Basilov's behavior. He realizes the Russian is an incredible superhuman who is taking valid hits without any benefit or defense. Because the translucent shields dissolved into light when removed, Jamal concludes they were mental embodiments rather than real objects. This lack of understanding regarding the Russians' abilities leaves the villain with a feeling that it is impossible to compete at their level. The standoff ends when Alexander Kalin raises his hand, swirling with electrical energy. A gargantuan pillar of light erupts from his position, shooting into the sky and towering over the city's skyscrapers. Since the explosion is so violent, the force blows Dan Yang back and washes over the entire urban area. As the light fades, Basilov stands in the center of a deep crater. Although his suit is tattered and his body is steaming, the Russian stays focused on his former friend with a resolute eye. Jamal Evan's subordinates stare in total shock as the battlefield shifts. In the center of the ruins, Alexander Kalin remains silent, his face heavily bruised and bloodied. A strange sound escapes him before Maxim Basilov slams his foot into the asphalt with earth-shattering force. Basilov towers over the trembling Kalin, his expression a mix of fury and recognition. He vows to beat the memory back into his former friend, calling him an idiot for forgetting their bond. As Basilov's body begins to radiate a steaming aura, his physical form undergoes a massive transformation. Kalin lunges forward, but the Russian hero delivers a punch so powerful it sends the warrior smashing into a building in an explosion of blood and rubble. Watching from the settling dust, Jamal Evan is stunned. He notes that Basilov's energy is now flawless and extreme, transforming him into a completely different fighter than before. The chaos spreads as Jamal's red-skinned subordinate tries to ambush Basilov, but Nangi intercepts the monster with a punch. Nangi mockingly claims he'll get jealous if everyone else gets to fight, only to be targeted by a blue-skinned creature from behind. Luckily, Master Oh Bangwan intervenes, delivering a strike so violent it tears a hole through the monster's chest. Amidst the rising smoke and urban ruin, Master Oh Bangwan stands with a somber expression. Although he believes the younger heroes could solve the crisis themselves, he resolves to join the fray without getting in their way. Nangi laughs at the old man's humility, noting that despite his humble words, the master is a legend. The two stand side by side, dwarfed by the destruction as they coordinate their next move. Nangi chooses to take on the powerful red inhuman, thanking the master for his consideration before both warriors launch themselves into the air, creating a shockwave. Nearby, in a quiet alleyway, Dan Yang guides Ju-Ri and the unconscious Lim Kang to safety. Ju-Ri is suspicious of the woman in the pink cloak, questioning why a superhuman isn't on the front lines. Dan Yang hesitates, revealing a sorrowful gaze. She admits her abilities are too dangerous to use right now. While she can move through time and space, her essential power is something even she hasn't fully identified. She warns Ju-Ri that if she revealed the true nature of her gift, he would likely hate her. The ground begins to rumble as bolts of blue lightning strike the city's skyscrapers, obliterating everything they touch. In the heart of the storm, Basilov and Kalin clash in midair, a violent collision of energy. Basilov lands a clean strike on Kalin's head, sending him hurtling through stone walls and into a deep crater. As Basilov towers over his broken friend, he is pulled back into a memory of a snowy wasteland. He remembers Kalin bickering about arm wrestling and joking that Basilov needed to lose weight. The flashback turns bitter as the memory shows Basilov pinning Kalin to the ground, desperately trying to convince him that the monsters they were hunting weren't human anymore. He had screamed that the creatures were already dead, while Kalin could only look on with hollow sorrow. Back in the present, Alexander Kalin crouches, blood dripping from his chin. Maxim Basilov looks down at him with a pained, desperate expression. He pleads for his friend to say just one thing, to say that he remembers him, but Kalin remains hauntingly silent. Basilov once told Kirillov that before they met, he only knew one other superhuman, a man named Alexander Kalin. While Kirillov was simply curious about Basilov's past, the conversation revealed just how dangerous Kalin truly was. Basilov admitted that he had lost 38 consecutive arm wrestling matches to the man, but he clarified that brute strength wasn't even Kalin's primary threat. The real danger lay in his ability to control lightning with terrifying precision. Because Kalin fought with such overwhelming force, watching him hunt was less like a duel and more like witnessing a natural disaster. Unfortunately, the two had lost contact long ago. Basilov explained that they never really worked as a team, as Kalin was a wanderer who intended to lead all superhumans. Although Basilov tried to brush it off as none of his business, he secretly worried that something had gone wrong in his old friend's life. Despite the man's incredible power, Basilov remembered him as a brilliant guy who acted like a clown and never took things seriously. He had hoped that one day, the three of them could finally stand together, imagining it would be an interesting alliance. That hopeful memory stands in grim contrast to the present day. A massive pillar of white lightning suddenly tears through the city, signaling Kalin's violent arrival. Instead of a friendly reunion, Kalin strikes Basilov with an energy-infused punch so powerful it sends him flying through buildings. Since this isn't a friendly match, Basilov is forced to transform into his hulking, muscular state just to survive the impact. He realizes that Kalin is completely out of control, prompting him to fight back in an attempt to snap his friend out of his destructive trance. While the two titans clash, Kirillov turns his attention to Jamal Evan, the man pulling the strings behind the scenes. He quickly deduces that Jamal is controlling the puppets currently ravaging the city, so he decides to target the source directly. Kirillov casually suggests that killing Jamal might be the quickest way to end the chaos. To test this theory, the superhuman unleashes a barrage of translucent energy blades and a massive spectral sword that craters the street. This overwhelming show of force shifts the momentum of the battle. Jamal manages to dodge the initial strike, but his subordinate Chenver is badly wounded in the process. Because their ability to foresee the future has been corrupted, Jamal realizes he is in a losing position. He acknowledges that he underestimated the Russian superhumans, admitting that even if he released all his remaining power, he couldn't win against both Basilov and Kirillov. Recognizing that continuing the fight would lead to his certain death, Jamal calls out for a truce and offers to make a deal. Kirillov remains highly skeptical, suspecting that the enemy is simply using words to buy time and escape their current predicament. High above the ruins of Incheon, Jamal Evan stands atop a narrow traffic pole with his subordinate, Chenver, and begins laying the groundwork for a retreat. He instructs Chenver to place a marker at the traffic light below, hinting that they might eventually return to Korea. Aware that Kirillov, whom he casually calls Blondie, won't stop the pursuit, Jamal initiates a telepathic whispers of bondage link to coordinate his group's escape. When Kirillov mockingly asks what nonsense he has planned next, the opponent keeps his cool. He offers a formal introduction, revealing his name is Evan, and suggests that next time, the hero should offer his own name first. Internally, Evan reflects on how his original mission was to retrieve the body of the superhuman known as Whitecap. However, because Whitecap survived the battle, Evan realizes his initial judgments were flawed. This shift in perspective leads him to offer a false peace treaty. He claims that if they are allowed to leave, he will cooperate in the future and share everything about himself. Kirillov isn't buying the performance. He brings up Evan's servant, Alexander Kalin, who is currently locked in combat with Basilov. Kirillov makes it clear that he has no interest in negotiating with someone who modifies people into puppets, regardless of whether they are superhuman or inhuman. Because he views the proposal as a lie, he prepares to end the conversation with force. The tension breaks when Nangi is thrown back by a sudden shockwave while fighting a red-skinned inhuman named Delopir. This interruption forces the focus back to the surrounding chaos. As Delopir undergoes a secondary transformation, sprouting massive tentacles and surging with power, Evan sees his window of opportunity. He telepathically commands his subordinates to prepare for a door of coordinates that will open in exactly 2 seconds. As the countdown begins, Evan gives specific orders to Gregory to secure the remains of Behemoth. Meanwhile, in a nearby building, a bloodied Alexander Kalin admits to Basilov that he has lost his memory. Luckily for the villains, the massive stone gateway manifests in the sky just as the countdown hits 1. The subordinates immediately break off their fights and rush toward the portal. Kirillov attempts to stop the retreat by firing a massive energy projectile at the gate, but the transformed Delopir intercepts the blast with his mutated arms. Strangely, the inhuman manages to catch the energy blade directly, shielding Evan. As the portal begins to close and the glass-like reality of the battlefield shatters, Evan urges his remaining team to move faster before the opportunity vanishes. The door of coordinates finally shatters, signaling the total retreat of Jamal Evan and his followers. Because the immediate threat has vanished, the focus shifts to the scale of the destruction left behind. A news broadcast on LDS TV reveals the true extent of the inhuman incursion, showing skyscrapers with gaping holes and blood-soaked classrooms at Seoyan High School. Luckily, the government is already providing recovery support, though officials are still calculating the massive property damage that occurred across the city center. In the quiet hours following the battle, Ju-ri is hunched over a desk, processing the trauma by writing intensely in a journal. He reflects on the terrifying reality that the world is filled with weird guys and superhumans fighting one another. The fact that Jamal Evan attempted to kidnap our protagonist while disguised as a beggar, Ju-ri is still plagued by the memory of the villain's white eye. He admits that even though he is always by Lim Kang's side, looking into a hostile superhuman's eyes made it hard to breathe. He wonders if his refusal to let go of our hero was true courage or simply a moment of madness, realizing that without Lim Kang, he would already be dead. Ju-ri continues to document the new allies they met on the battlefield, doodling Mr. Pig, the Russian powerhouse Basilov, and his partner Kirillov. Strangely, despite Basilov's jagged grin and intimidating presence, Ju-ri finds himself liking the Russian duo. He also notes a moment of absolute relief. Because our hero remained unconscious long after the fight, Ju-ri concludes that such a vulnerable state only comes when a warrior instinctively feels there are no more threats nearby. As the superhumans gather amidst the wreckage, Master Oh Bang-won asks about their future plans. Kirillov suggests they all share contact information to stay prepared for the next crisis. Because they are in the digital age, he and Dan Yang swap social media handles while Basilov focuses on his own mission. The Russian powerhouse is determined to return home and eventually kill Jamal Evan on his own terms. Nanji prepares to depart as well. He warns the group that this defeat will only make the Inhumans move more carefully and decisively in the future. Once Dan Yang vanishes into a swirl of energy to follow him, Kirillov offers a final insight to the Master. He believes that protecting the White Cap is the primary key to annihilating the Inhuman race, as the monsters seem specifically targeted on our boy. After a brief argument about whether to eat or buy new clothes first, the Russian pair finally heads out. While the city attempts to return to normal, the public perception of the White Cap begins to shift. News anchors report that while many are concerned about Lim Kang's disappearance, some analysts are calling for him to be charged with a crime due to the destruction caused during his fight. Since his identity is now public knowledge, his quiet life has been completely upended. Ju-ri eventually returns to their shared apartment, only to find the sewing machine still and the bed empty. Our hero is gone, leaving his friend to wonder where he could have possibly vanished to. Far away in America, St. Pearl returns to the ISSTF conference room in a shocking state. Her uniform is shredded and her body is covered in bruises from her battle with the Inhuman leader Pan. Because Pan utilized overwhelming auditory hallucinations and illusion skills, Pearl explains that the fight was a mental torture that nearly melted her head. She only survived by breaking his dimensional barriers with the same ferocity he used to strike her. The battle at sea reached a stalemate until a massive, manta ray-like Inhuman appeared to retrieve Pan. This messenger brought news of the Inhumans' crushing defeat in Korea, confirming the deaths of Behemoth and the other warriors. Due to this strategic failure, Pan was ordered to retreat immediately. Before leaving, he issued a chilling warning. If they meet again, someone will have to make a heavy sacrifice. Unfortunately, the cost of the battle was already high. Pearl informs Sui and Ben that Jane Sonata is in a critical state. Since Jane launched her foundation stones without meeting the proper spiritual conditions, she began experiencing necrosis, a physical rotting of her body. To hide her shocking appearance, Jane wrapped herself in a cocoon of stones and headed to Australia. She believes only a superhuman named Daphne Bayleaf can cure the spiritual penalty she incurred to save Pearl. Luckily, there is a glimmer of hope. Ben reveals that the hero Withrow has finally regained his memory. This breakthrough was made possible by the tireless work of the researcher Ju-hee and James. The narrative returns to Korea, where a signpost points the way toward Mount Yongpo. Lim Kang, dressed in a red hoodie, walks through the forest. He spots a flute mushroom, a legendary item his academy friends once told him would bring good luck. Because the mushroom is rare and excellent for stew, he picks it up, recalling the cheers of his family at the academy. Back at the Submu Academy, Ju-ri is struggling with the physical labor of carrying stones and logs. Although he complains about the workload, the other members continue to tease him, telling him to change his slippers before he gets hurt. The bickering stops the moment our boy walks into the courtyard. The academy members wave excitedly, welcoming their strongest team member back home. Master Oh Bang-won, looking muscular and fit, greets our protagonist with a smile and a jab about his ridiculous face. He wastes no time putting the hero back to work, pointing toward the forest and telling him to go dig up a tree. Because Lim Kang is the strongest, he is expected to contribute the most to the rebuilding effort. The master looks at him with deep affection, noting that family means always feeling empty without one another. He is simply glad that our boy has finally come back safely to the place where he belongs. Ju-ri shouts from the sidelines, thrilled to have his best friend back. He jokes about their similar eating habits and watches in awe as Kang effortlessly pulls up an entire tree and breaks stones in half. Despite the global chaos and the threats still looming, the group finds a moment of peace in their shared labor. 10 days have passed since the massive invasion, and the city of Incheon remains a landscape of scaffolding and heavy machinery. The fact that the battle at Seoyeon High School served as the epicenter of the crisis, the surrounding recovery efforts are staggering. Over 300 local stores remain shuttered, and 5 nearby schools have been forced to close their doors indefinitely. To manage the chaos, the military and the specialized ISSTF units have maintained a constant presence, providing essential public support as the region struggles to regain its footing. Nearby, at a local playground, the social hierarchy of the students has been replaced by a somber reality. Choi Tae-ik sits alone, his eyes fixed on a news broadcast until he is interrupted by his fellow gang members, including the mint-haired Nam Gung-moo. Although the group tries to maintain their usual bravado, the atmosphere is heavy. This forced a grim update from a gang member with orange hair, who reveals a conversation he overheard between Teacher Park and a soldier. He delivers the crushing news that their leader, Park Gun-do, is currently on the verge of death. The scene shifts to a dark alleyway where Teacher Park confronts an ISSTF official known as B. Because the hospital's conventional methods have reached their limit, the official reveals top-secret information regarding the Murray Medical Research Department. He explains that Gun-do has been moved to this high-tech facility to undergo a radical modification process involving special DNA treatment and military-grade surgery. Teacher Park is horrified by the concept of modifying a young student, pleading for traditional rehabilitation instead. However, B remains firm, reminding the teacher that age is irrelevant in this war. Even the white cap hero is just a student fighting for his life. Recognizing the boy's passion to survive, the teacher eventually relents, asking only to be updated on Gun-do's status, as if he were his own child. Back at the playground, the weight of Gun-do's condition triggers a wave of nostalgia for the gang. Tae-ik recalls his first encounter with the leader, remembering how he had aggressively challenged Gun-do in a classroom only to be soundly defeated outside. Rather than harboring resentment, Tae-ik and the others had begun to follow Gun-do, acknowledging his strength and quiet integrity. Nam Gung-moo recalls a specific instance where Gun-do had single-handedly retrieved his stolen Peach Edition wallet from a group of bullies, returning it with a simple command to stop letting people take his things. This history of protection makes Gun-do's current state even more painful for the group to accept. While the students mourn, the global narrative is being shaped in a news studio. The Director General and news analyst review footage of the recent battle, officially labeling the combatants as new superhumans. Because their identities and nationalities remain a mystery, the public is left with rumors and theories. The analysts highlight the white cap hero as a godlike figure, but they also draw attention to a hostile entity wearing a beggar's hat, identified as the villain Jamal Evan. The government concludes that while some superhumans fight for humanity, others, like the Black Hat or Evan, likely harbor hostile plans for the future. Amidst these global tensions, the focus returns to the quiet of the Submu Academy at night. The students gather around a campfire, sharing exaggerated warrior tales to lighten the mood. Lim Kang finds himself laughing at his friend's ridiculous story about choke-holding a shark, momentarily enjoying the normalcy of the group. However, the peace is interrupted when Master Oh Bang-won senses an intruder in the dark woods. Luckily, the intruder is not a monster, but a terrified government official who had been sent to contact the master. The official is bruised and exhausted, having lost his drone and light stick while navigating the treacherous mountain terrain. Master Oh Bang-won appears suddenly, dropping from a tree to startle the man before taking his walkie-talkie. Because the government attempted to bypass his privacy, the master delivers a stern, authoritative message directly into the device. He makes it clear that he will negotiate on his own terms and firmly warns the government never to set foot on his mountain again. Inside a dark stone chamber, the inhuman Morel stands before the seated leader, Pan. Their quiet meeting is interrupted as a group of 4 elite Inhumans enters through a dark archway. Among them is the insectoid Devia Kylie, who drags a mangled, bloodied body across the stone floor. She mockingly notes that despite the victim's horrific condition, she has successfully brought him back alive for questioning. The new arrivals, the egg-shaped Apollo Akabanga, the winged Morseman, the horned beast Babarusa, and Kylie, form a grim line before their leaders. Kylie drops the broken body, which can only gasp and twitch in a pool of blood. To force the victim to speak, Kylie violently stomps on the remains, applying crushing pressure while demanding answers. The victim, a warrior named Megpon, begins to wheeze out a cryptic prophecy. He speaks of a dark future covered in pitch black and a mysterious figure named Jakayak. Megpon claims that only those welcomed by the blue moonlight will remain, and identifies himself as a warrior who received mercy from this Jakayak. Pan, finding the victim's rambling nonsensical and irritating, stands up and grabs Megpon by the head. Because he is unimpressed by the cryptic warnings, Pan lifts the mangled body aloft and crushes the warrior's skull with his bare hands, killing him instantly. This execution sparks a brief argument. Kylie is frustrated that Pan killed the prisoner she worked to capture, while Pan views the victim as a useless bastard who was merely wasting their time. Morel intervenes to settle the dispute, logically noting that Megpan's brainwashed state made further interrogation a meaningless waste of effort. However, Morel reveals that he already possesses some knowledge regarding the elusive Jakayak. Resolved to take the offensive, he summons the blob-like Vanisher and orders the group to prepare for a journey to the surface. He intends to find this Jakayak personally, signaling a major shift in the Inhuman strategy. The narrative shifts back 10 days to the ISSTF headquarters, where Ben delivers a shocking breakthrough to St. Pearl. He reveals that the hero Galen Withrow has finally regained his memories. This miracle was made possible by the tireless work of a researcher named Juhi, who stayed up for several nights alongside James to restore the fallen warrior's mind. The news triggers a wave of nostalgia for Pearl, as she recalls her first meeting with Withrow. She remembers his blunt introduction in his signature green beanie, and the bond they formed while training in the city and relaxing on the beach. Those peaceful moments stand in stark contrast to the tragedy of his death, a memory that still haunts her. Back in the present, Pearl is so overwhelmed by these reflections that she accidentally smashes her head into the roof of a Mercedes while waking from a nap, damaging the car. Ben, who is driving, jokingly tells her not to worry since the vehicle actually belongs to James. As the group arrives at the lab, Pearl experiences a complex mix of emotions. While she is saddened that Withrow's resurrection was a forced rebirth tied to the villain Jamal Evan, she cannot hide her pure joy at having her partner back. As James and the others shout in excitement to welcome her, Pearl realizes the human heart is often cunning and weak, but the relief of Withrow's return is a reality she is finally ready to embrace. A sharp close-up of Galen Withrow's face reveals his distinctive neck scar as he sits up on a table. After a brief flashback of a snowy walk with St. Pearl, he stands fully. Extending a hand in greeting, he calmly acknowledges her presence, noting that it has been a long time. Unfortunately for his stoic composure, St. Pearl immediately lunges into a desperate hug. Because Withrow is startled by her sudden tears, he can only ask why everyone is crying. Nearby, the technical duo of James De Niro and Ben are also reduced to weeping with joy. The laboratory is quickly filled with boisterous laughter, signaling that despite the sterile equipment and monitors, the atmosphere has transformed into a celebratory reunion. Afterwards, they all are gathered in briefing room. Sui Garcia notices that Matt Dion is missing. Rose explains that the actor is busy with fan service or a similar meeting, though Sui remains skeptical. She dismisses the excuse, assuming the lonely man is simply pretending to have social obligations. Withrow leans over the table to ask who this unfamiliar girl is. Sui introduces herself with a mischievous beam, leaving the warrior to quietly process her name. Ben takes a more serious tone. He begins a somber briefing, walking Withrow through a rough outline of the war and the various altercations that occurred during his absence. While Withrow remains calm, his face betrays a mix of sadness and confusion. Dr. Oldman provides a medical update, noting that Withrow is suffering from dissociative symptoms and abnormal headaches. Luckily, the prognosis is positive. With continuous mental and physical care, he is quickly recovering his old self and overcoming minor memory loss. Ben offers his gratitude to Dr. Oldman, but the scientist clarifies that the real credit belongs to his student, Juhi. Through a series of flashbacks, the genius behind the recovery is revealed. Juhi, a pink-haired developer, had previously instructed St. Pearl to follow her directions to ensure a successful recovery. Not long ago, James De Niro arrived at the lab with a box of requested items, sweating with desperation. He questioned if Withrow's memory could truly be restored, but Juhi remained unbothered by his intensity. She explained that while they were utilizing antique methods like hypnosis, it was their best bet. The strategy involved a rigorous schedule of treatments led by Dr. Fury Mendez, an authority in the field. Because the stakes were so high, Juhi warned James that if the memories weren't recovered quickly, they might be lost forever. That is why they planned a high-impact intervention for the 11th hypnosis treatment at 9 p.m. During that session, Withrow lay peaceful with his eyes closed, describing a hazy memory of Harlem. He recalled being surrounded by laughing children in a messy but cozy place. Following Dr. Mendez's signal, James began to cry out for his friend. This voice triggered a reaction in Withrow, who visualized an unlucky guy with glasses who was always bothering him. Although Withrow initially felt like his head would split open from the pressure, the hypnosis session ended with Withrow waking up to see James's tear-streaked face. Unfortunately, Withrow initially claimed he didn't remember anything. James, refusing to give up, pulled a blue spandex suit with a yellow L symbol from his box. He explained that this was the suit the hero always wore to protect the Earth, begging him to take it. This physical trigger caused a violent memory flash. Withrow recalled shouting that he would never wear such a suit. In a sudden burst of his old personality, Withrow smacked the suit out of James's hand, calling him annoying. Due to this spark of temper, James and Fury realized the true Withrow had finally returned. Later, James thanked Juhi for her insight. She explained her methodology, noting that she had observed Withrow's habits, such as his preference for beanies and his intense dislike of coffee. Because she believed his lifelong tendencies remained intact despite his memory loss, She organized a comprehensive team of experts to carry out the recovery plan. Juhi humbly attributed the success to luck, claiming she is just a genius rather than a superhuman. She clarified why James was the only one invited to the treatment, explaining that St. Pearl and Jane were fatal obstacles because they were too deeply engraved in Withrow's mind. For the hypnosis to work, they needed someone fresh but significant, making James the most suitable candidate. As the briefing ends, James admits he can never truly repay her. Juhi simply smiles, noting that no one can compare to the sacrifice made by the heroes. She expresses her happiness at being able to help those who help others without wanting anything in return. Back in present inside the meeting room, James De Niro finishes recounting the miraculous story of Galen Withrow's memory recovery. With this heavy weight of the ordeal, a heavy silence falls over the group, while the young Sui thinks about the researcher, Juhi, with quiet admiration. Ben acknowledges the immense strain James has endured throughout this process, but St. Pearl's focus shifts to the woman responsible for their success. She asks where the researcher is now, prompting Dr. Oldman to explain that Juhi has already begun her journey back to Korea. Dr. Oldman recalls seeing his former apprentice off at the elevators. Since they owe her so much for Withrow's recovery, he tried to offer his sincere thanks, but Juhi playfully dismissed the praise. She admitted that while she is technically the team leader at the US headquarters, she finds the environment there rotten. That's why she requested a semi-permanent dispatch back to her home country. Although she claimed she simply wanted to return home, Dr. Oldman remains skeptical. He knows her well enough to suspect she has hidden reasons that she isn't sharing. Back in the meeting room, James officially closes the chapter on the recent chaos. He expresses his deep gratitude to the gathered heroes for returning safely from the abyss of battle and memory. However, the respite is short-lived. James stands to begin a high-level briefing regarding the recent clash in Korea and St. Pearl's dangerous encounter in the Pacific. Because the threat remains, the group must now decide on their future direction and strategy. Meanwhile, in Korea, our protagonist, Lim Kang, is struggling with a much more domestic challenge. Dressed in a red hoodie, our boy hauls a cardboard box up a steep set of city stairs. He suddenly realizes he forgot to buy the fish requested by his academy fellows. Since the trek back to the market is too irritating, he briefly considers lying and saying he dropped the groceries while running. As he walks along a fence at sunset, his mind drifts back to the violent lightning of his previous battles, leaving him with a somber expression as he navigates the rural paths past local greenhouses. Unbeknownst to him, his classmates have been trailing him. Because Changryol loses sight of him for a moment, the group begins to bicker in the middle of the road. Their argument is cut short when they look up to find our hero sitting casually on the roof of a bus stop. Our protagonist jumps down to face them, curious as to how they found his mountain hideout. Daebang guiltily confesses that he broke his promise of secrecy because the others wouldn't stop pestering him. The atmosphere becomes awkward and tense. Muhi, looking at our hero with watery eyes, asks why he hasn't returned to school in the 4 days since it reopened. She tells him that it feels like he has disappeared forever and pleads for him to come back, insisting that the students want to keep seeing him. When our guy remains silent and attempts to walk away, Muhi becomes emotional. She shouts after him, questioning if he is running away because of the Inhumans, and declaring that the students are willing to fight alongside him as fellow humans. Luckily, our hero stops to offer a final practical warning. He explains that the mountain is dangerous, filled with wild animals and confusing trails, and asks them not to follow him any further. As he disappears into the twilight, the classmates are left dejected. Changryol realizes that our boy is likely the most upset of them all, but he hopes that their effort to reach out was enough to relieve his mind. Later that night, Master Oh Bang-won finds our protagonist sitting by a moonlit river. The master notes that the boy's friends are good people for following him so far, and he asks directly if Lim Kang wants to go back to school. Sensing the hero's conflict, the master delivers a grave lecture. He explains that unless the Inhumans are completely destroyed, no place on Earth is truly safe. That's why the master argues that hiding is wrong. Even if our hero thinks he brings danger, the people he cares about are already surrounded by it. He urges our boy to show up proudly and take responsibility for the hope and trust others place in him, reminding him that he has the right to live freely. This heart-to-heart talk has an immediate effect. The following morning, the academy students notice that Lim Kang left early to return to school. Master Yoondeok is pleased to hear the boy is finally seeing his friends again, but he notices the academy is unusually quiet. He learns that the other students are resting and that Master Oh Bang-won has also headed out for an annoying appointment. The scene shifts to a formal press conference where the flash of 100 cameras fills the room. Dressed sharply in a black suit, the legendary superhuman Oh Bang-won walks through the crowd, officially stepping into the public eye to address the world. Master Oh Bang-won stands before a crowd of reporters and officials, his weathered face set with a sharp intensity. As the elderly man reaches the wooden podium, he immediately begins pushing the heavy structure across the floor. The observers watch in shock as he voices his frustration, noting that this media circus is far from the quiet conversation he was promised. This forced the master to demand that cameras be put away and the room cleared. He eventually sits in a simple black chair, informing the crowd that he feels the pressure of their gaze and requesting that only a few remain. Luckily, the officials comply, and a wide shot reveals a room that was once packed with equipment now narrowed down to a select few. The master leans back with a resolute expression, asking them to proceed politely so he can finish quickly. The scene transitions to the exterior of Seoyan High School, where two students are walking through the gates while playfully bickering. Their argument is cut short when they stop in their tracks, their expressions shifting to absolute shock as they look toward the schoolyard. There, a group of students gathered around Lim Kang. Because he is wearing an out-of-place, poorly tied red necktie, the students whisper frantically about the superhuman white cap. One student, Oh Seon-uk, gathers his courage to approach our hero. With tears in his eyes, he sincerely thanks Lim Kang for protecting him during the previous attack. Lim Kang looks on with a blank expression until Kwon Chul suddenly leaps onto his back in a friendly headlock. This reunion triggers a joyous arrival from Daebang and Chang Ryul, who join the group with wide smiles as they welcome their friend back. Back in the press conference room, an official named Kim Han-jun introduces the 8 specific individuals remaining, including representatives from major broadcast companies, heads of analysis, and high-ranking senators. Once the total count is confirmed, the interview begins. Master Oh Bang-won responds to the first reporter with a tired but steady gaze, refusing to prove his powers like a zoo animal and jokingly threatening to drop a building on her instead. When a second reporter asks if he is on their side, the master finds the question offensive. He argues that if he were an enemy, he would have already decapitated everyone in the room. He clarifies that he is just an ordinary grandfather and martial arts director, urging them to stop asking about political hand-holding and focus on the important facts. The focus shifts to a dining room in Moscow, where Maxim Basilov is aggressively eating pastries. Because his partner, Kirillov, is smiling at a smartphone instead of eating, Basilov begins to lose his temper, accusing him of having no table manners. Basilov eventually heads to the toilet in a rage, leaving Kirillov to continue his secret correspondence. The scene reveals Dan Yang sitting in a quiet room, touched by a hand-drawn caricature Kirillov sent her. As petals float around her, Dan Yang types back that the drawing is pretty. When Kirillov asks for their location, she hesitates because Nangi told her not to tell. Luckily, Kirillov is understanding, though he accidentally speaks his reply out loud, causing Basilov to glare at him again. Eventually, Dan Yang decides it is okay to share their secret. She peeks outside to see Nangi relaxing in a beautiful Japanese onsen, his back covered in intricate tattoos. He lets out a boisterous laugh while soaking in the hot spring under a clear blue sky, confirming they are in Japan. The narrative returns to the press conference, where officials continue to press the master for technical details about his strength and the academy. He refuses to allow his body to be used for research and clarifies that the other students at his academy are ordinary people. The tension spikes when the head of superhuman analysis brings up the tragic 2016 Gangneung incident involving the inhuman Hyperion. He asks if the master is related to the case or the long-haired giant who disappeared from the scene. As a vision of the massive, horned inhuman towers inside Master's mind, his jaw tightens. He looks directly at the officials and confesses that he was at the scene and is directly related to the event. Master Oh Bang-won sits before the assembly, his weathered face set in a grim expression, as he prepares to disclose the truth behind a historical tragedy. Because of his testimony, the narrative shifts back to the year 2016 at Sacheon Harbor in Gangneung. At the time, the coastal town was peaceful, populated by locals like Nam Seok, a father wearing a winter coat, and his young son, Woobin. Nam Seok was dealing with a broken arm and bickering with his older friend, referred to as Hyung Nim, about his impatience to remove his medical cast and return to work. That's why the suddenness of the disaster was so traumatizing. While the men discussed the necessity of hard work and the impossibility of gold falling from the sky, a literal bombardment began from above. Without warning, massive concrete tetrapods, heavy stones used for breakwaters, began raining down from the clouds. The fact that these multi-ton objects struck with the force of meteors, the harbor was instantly transformed into a landscape of ruins. Woobin could only watch in terror as his father and their friend were pinned beneath the massive structures. Unfortunately, the chaos only intensified as more objects fell. Not only were stones dropping, but entire ships were being plucked from the sea and hurled onto the survivors, casting lethal shadows over the pier. Nam Seok, struggling to breathe beneath the debris, realized the scale of the threat and desperately commanded his son to run. In the ensuing carnage, umbrellas, chairs, and ships were obliterated, and the Hyungnim sacrificed his own safety to push Woobin away from the impact zones. Back in the present, the head of superhuman analysis confirms these established facts. He explains that the surprise bombing was a total disaster that started at the pier and claimed countless lives in an instant. Since the falling objects created a thick, suffocating layer of dust, the victims were left blinded and unable to identify their attacker. This forced them into a state of pure panic as massive beams of light and ear-piercing shrieks further decimated the harbor. The analyst questions if Master Oh Bang-won was truly there, prompting the old hero to recall his own intervention. During the flashback, a younger Oh Bang-won heard the news while at his dojo and rushed straight into the heart of the crisis. Meanwhile, young Woo-bin was wandering alone through the blinding dust, cradling the bloodied head of his uncle. Following the dying man's final instructions to keep running and cover his mouth, the boy stumbled through the ruins. Strangely, amidst the winter disaster, Woo-bin noticed colorful flower petals appearing on the ground. This sensory confusion led the boy into a field of blooming cosmos flowers that seemed to emerge from the wreckage. Seeing a silhouette in the distance, Woo-bin ran forward thinking it was his father, but he instead collided with a massive gray leg. Looking up, the child found himself standing in the shadow of the Inhuman. Because the monster towered over him with glowing yellow eyes, the child was paralyzed with fear as a giant hand descended to crush him. Luckily, Master Oh Bang-won arrived at that exact microsecond. Dressed in a purple tracksuit and sporting long hair, our protagonist's mentor intercepted the beast with a blood-spraying blow that sent the monster hurtling into a nearby truck. As the monster recoiled, the master stood protectively in front of the traumatized child. He pointed toward a path of escape and commanded Woo-bin to get a hold of himself and run, marking the moment the master officially engaged the first survivor class Inhuman. Because of the devastation surrounding him, the master is immediately on edge, his black combat boot planting firmly into the shattered pavement. He finds himself face to face with the Inhuman named Iskarion, a creature with cold yellow eyes and sharp horns. Recognizing the beast as the source of the chaos, the bloodied master growls a confrontation, demanding to know if this is the one who made such a mess. Back in the present-day press conference, the officials and reporters are frozen in a montage of pure shock. That's why the head of Superhuman Analysis begins to tremble. He realizes that the elderly man sitting before them is the legendary long-haired giant who fought during the Hyperion Crisis. Master Oh Bang-won remains silent beneath his cap, allowing the weight of this revelation to settle over the room. The narrative shifts back to the past, where the master evaluates his opponent. Because Iskarion stands perfectly still amidst the rubble, the master suspects the creature is either being cautious or has stiffened as a defensive mechanism. However, as the master clenches his fist, he notices a blue honeycomb pattern in the Inhuman's eye. This detail forces the master to realize that the creature isn't just a mindless predator. He senses the eye of someone in pain who is actually curious about him. Refusing to be mocked by a monster, our hero lunges forward. The resulting collision creates a massive shockwave of dust. Master follows up his initial strike by slamming his knee into Iskarion's chest, snapping the monster's head back in a relentless assault. The fact that he is determined to end the fight, the master winds up for an energy-infused punch. Unfortunately, the momentum shifts when Iskarion catches the master's arm with a massive hand. As the ground shatters from an explosion of energy between them, a lone child named Woo-bin huddles behind wooden crates, trembling as he watches the carnage. Iskarion pins the master down, attempting to crush his head against the ground while coldly telling the hero to give up. This insult triggers a final surge of defiance. The master kicks the Inhuman's jaw to release himself and prepares for a final cataclysmic strike. Back in the present, the master removes his white cap to reveal his long, flowing white hair, officially confirming his identity. He sets his red-framed glasses aside and clarifies a point of confusion. While his hair is long, he is not a giant. Master Oh Bang-won begins to narrate the distorted truth of the Gangneung massacre. He explains that while he did have a bloody battle with the monster, the accumulated injuries between them were vastly different. Because there was an overwhelming power gap he couldn't bridge, the master was at a crossroads where death seemed inevitable. He decided to pour all his power into one compressed shot as a last resort. However, he warns the officials that the information reported about the incident was incorrect from the very beginning. The master reveals a startling observation from that day. When he first arrived and attacked Iskarion to protect the child, he noticed the Inhuman wasn't looking at him. Instead, the monster was staring at the pier where the incident actually started. This implies that the real culprit was someone else entirely. As our master describes his high-speed dash toward the monster, his sixth sense suddenly alerted him to a red energy beam targeting his blind spot. Since he was midair, he was unable to avoid the unidentifiable beam of light. The impact sent him crashing into a pile of containers, and the force was so extreme that one of his feet was severed. While the master lay in a pool of blood, he watched as Iskarion turned toward the source of the beam. A massive foot stomped into the ground, revealing a new, terrifying presence amidst the smoke. This was the arrival of the Inhuman leader, Pan, whose presence immediately drew the attention of the blue-horned Iskarion. Because Pan recognized the warrior, he offered a chillingly casual greeting amidst the ruins, identifying the beast as the legendary Iskarion. Luckily for our protagonist's mentor, Iskarion's intentions were far more complex than simple predation. As the blue-skinned monster stood over the bloodied master, he didn't deliver a killing blow. Instead, Iskarion lunged forward to grip the back of the master's head, forcing the elderly man to look him directly in the eye. In a shocking display of communication, the Inhuman issued a stern warning, commanding the master to stay away and focus on planning for the future. That's why the warrior suddenly hurled the master away like a projectile. By launching him high into the city skyline toward the safety of the mountains, Iskarion effectively saved a human life. Back in the present-day conference, the master sits in his chair, visibly distressed by the weight of this memory. He admits that he lost consciousness the moment he looked into those eyes, but his story leaves the officials in a state of pure horror. Since the academic definition of an inhuman is a natural disaster, the idea of one saving a human feels like a logic-defying mystery. The master concludes that while Iskarion showed hesitation and curiosity rather than hostility, the creature was likely confused by his own nature. The master's testimony reveals that the real villain of Gangnung was not Iskarion, but the red-cloaked Pan. As the leader descended from the clouds, he surrounded Iskarion with magic runes and massive hands of flesh. Because Pan was enraged by the warrior's defiance, he declared his intent to slaughter half of the city just to draw Iskarion out. This forced the two monsters into a cataclysmic struggle. Pan utilized high-speed dimensional magic and magic circles to pressure the blue warrior, eventually crushing him within a gargantuan grip of bone and muscle. When the government officials ask for the identity of the main culprit, the master provides a final, definitive conclusion. He recalls the light beam that severed his leg during the fight, an attack so fast his eyes couldn't track it. Since he recently witnessed the Ketchup Man fighting a white-haired inhuman at Incheon Airport, the master has connected the dots. He realizes the attacks match the surgical speed and red energy he encountered in 2016. As a result, he officially identifies Pan as the primary butcher of the Gangnung massacre and reveals that Iskarion was actually the one who attempted to stop the slaughter. The flashback of the Gangnung massacre continues as the two muscular giants, Pan and Iskarion, clash with immense force. The fact that their power is so extreme, a massive explosion craters the ground, sending concrete shards and rings of white energy into the sky. Pan, with his white hair flowing and tattered red cloak, is sent skidding across the wreckage. He is visibly bloodied and panting, forced to acknowledge that his opponent is operating on an entirely different level. As he watches a severed blue limb of Iskarion lie on the pavement, Pan is struck by a sense of unease, leading him to recall a specific warning from the Morel. In this memory, Morel lectures Pan in a dark, red-lit hall. Because the timing of their invasion is so delicate, Morel warns Pan that he must avoid any contact with Iskarion. The leader explains that Iskarion represents a flame that never goes out, an embodiment of everlasting strength that negates the usual limits of power gaps. Morel uses the logic of the natural world to explain this, comparing the difference in strength to that between an elephant and an ant. He notes that while most beings have a limit, Iskarion will burn endlessly unless his very existence is erased. This forced Morel to label Pan as the only subordinate difficult to handle because of his impulsiveness. Back in the reality of the 2016 massacre, the battle resumes as Pan lunges through a desolated city toward Iskarion. Pan activates several magic circles around his arms, attempting to crush his foe with a massive, fleshy hand construct. However, Iskarion remains calm. Since he is the master of the seven horns, several sword-like appendages hovering behind him begin to glow and spin, creating a slicing vortex that negates Pan's pressure. The struggle intensifies as the two clash in mid-air. Pan lunges through a red beam of light, but his tattered cloak and bloodied face show he is losing the war of attrition. Strangely, Pan realizes it isn't just Iskarion's raw strength that is the problem, but perhaps his vision, or the way he controls the battlefield. Iskarion's blade-like tail strikes the ground, sending blood spraying from Pan. As the monster's glowing eyes fix on him, the true meaning of an everlasting flame becomes clear. Just as Pan is about to be defeated, the third eye on his forehead opens in a desperate move. Iskarion immediately reaches out and grips Pan by the face with a massive hand, promising to rip his body apart for his arrogance. Luckily for Pan, the blob-like vanisher screams from the sky, arriving just in time for a rescue. A second, red-headed inhuman streaks down at the speed of light, snatching Pan from Iskarion's grip. Although Iskarion manages to grab and sever part of the rescuer's leg, the group successfully retreats into the vanisher's mouth. Inside the creature, Morel's eyes are visible as he commands his subordinates not to look into Iskarion's eyes. Before they disappear, Morel offers a chilling farewell to the Blue Warrior, acknowledging that it has been a while. He warns Iskarion that because they have reached this stage, there will soon be no more options left for him. Back in the present-day press conference, Master Oh Bang-Wan sits with his hands folded, officially concluding his account of the Gangnung incident. He clarifies that he has no idea where the inhuman known as Hyperion is, and requests that the officials stop viewing him as a rival or a source of infinite information. Because he has said everything he knows, the Master prepares to leave, though he offers to stay for another 30 minutes if there are any final questions. The atmosphere in the room remains heavy with the weight of the past. The head of superhuman analysis, however, is not quite finished. He presents a document to the Master, asking if he recognizes a specific individual mentioned in the files. In the dense urban sprawl of Hong Kong, the rogue superhuman Jamal Evan attempts to catch a brief nap. Unfortunately, his rest is short-lived. Because he overstayed his promised 30-minute break, his young companion, Carol, begins pestering him and shouting insults. This forced the irritated Evan to hide under his white bucket hat, but Carol refuses to stop until he finally wakes up. That's why Evan eventually gives up on his nap. He attempts to distract Carol by suggesting she go talk to their associate Tina, but the girl continues her verbal assault. This forced the pair to head out into the city, walking through a quiet alleyway of shuttered storefronts. Evan notes how empty the neighborhood feels, while Carol continues to grumble about a promised ice cream that Evan claims he cannot afford because he has no money. Evan eventually leads Carol to a room where Tina, a blonde woman, is relaxing. Since he has a heavy workload, he asks Tina to play with the girl to keep her occupied. Carol is far from happy, insulting both Tina and Evan, but she eventually settles into a game while Evan retreats to a kitchen table to focus on his laptop. While Carol and Tina bicker in the background, Evan uses his unique chain ability to establish a mental connection with his subordinates, Kaylin and Chenver. He asks if they sense anything suspicious in the city, but both report that there are no traces of energy or unusual movements. Because of this, Evan instructs them to remain in their positions, though he remains uneasy. Strangely, the business deal Evan traveled to Hong Kong for is already facing complications. Since the buyers are 2 hours late, Evan begins digging through a secure dark web portal under the username Teufel. He is in Hong Kong for the last trade, a deal involving a substance called golden water. A message arrives from a user named Talisman, inviting Evan to meet in person at Victoria Peak to finalize the exchange. Evan realizes that if this trade fails, his future plans will face serious setbacks. This forced him to recall his subordinates, Kaylin and Chenver, as the situation becomes increasingly unpredictable. Meanwhile, in an American suburb, the ISSTF spokesman James is having a frustrating day. He discovers a big dent and a cracked window in the back of his black Mercedes, damage caused by St. Pearl previously. While grumbling over the repair, James receives a video call from the researcher Joo-hee, who has just arrived at an airport in Korea. Joo-hee is calling because she has been unable to shake her concerns regarding Jamal Evan. Because Evan leads an army of resurrected beings, she wants to confirm the mechanics of his power. James provides a chilling explanation. Evan possesses an ability called absolute resurrection. This allows him to restore any living being perfectly, but there is a catch. Joo-hee theorizes that Evan's process involves 2 distinct steps. The first is the actual resurrection, followed by a second step called total memory blackout, which turns the victim into a shackle or a mindless pawn. That's why the case of Galen Withrow is so significant. Joo-hee suggests that an accident or third-party interference must have occurred after the first step, preventing Evan from wiping Withrow's memories. This error allowed Withrow to escape before he could be fully enslaved. She also warns James that Evan's confidence stems from Carol, the child who can see and manipulate the future. However, because Evan recently admitted he didn't know how Withrow escaped, Joo-hee concludes that this error has deeply bothered the villain, as it falls outside his normal domain of total control. Back in Hong Kong, Evan receives a disturbing photo on his laptop from the mysterious Talisman. The image shows Evan and Carol walking through the city from an overhead perspective, proving they are being watched. This bothers Evan deeply, prompting him to call a blue-haired informant named Punta for more data on the Talisman ID. Luckily, Punta has found a lead. He explains that the ID is a shell, but he discovered a physical clue. He recalls a piece of paper, a talisman, that Evan found at their previous 3 transactions. Punta searched the web and found an identical talisman symbol on a woman's social media post. Because the photo was a selfie taken at a club called Rev, Punta was able to track the location. The symbol matches a poster board in the background of a photo taken in France. Evan realizes that this talisman is not just a business partner, but someone making him walk in vain. He orders Chenver to record the coordinates and prepares to leave. Donning his white bucket hat, Evan declares that he will soon find this mysterious traitor in France. The press conference continues with Master Oh Bang-wan providing critical intel on the emergence of organized superhuman threats. He confirms that the rogue superhuman known as Jamal Evan is not a lone wolf, but a leader who commands a dedicated unit. Because Evan utilizes a unique spiritual method to resurrect and reinforce his military personnel, he is able to recruit both superhumans and inhumans into his ranks without distinction. This forced the Master to officially label Evan a maniac and a severe threat to mankind, especially since the villain successfully stole the remains of the massive blue monster from the Incheon incident to bolster his forces. Because of this revelation, the head of Superhuman Analysis expresses a growing concern for global surveillance. He acknowledges that they are in unfortunate times where even superhumans must be monitored as closely as the monsters they fight. That's why the official is so focused on identifying Evan's origins. Luckily, Master O provides a glimmer of hope by mentioning the Russian powerhouses, Maxim Basilov and Kirillov. He notes that because they are exceptionally strong, they serve as a natural deterrent against Evan's movements. Strangely, the Master immediately tries to retract this statement as a lie, leaving the audience confused by his sudden attempt to keep the Russians a secret. The tone of the conference shifts as the Master reflects on the personal cost of the recent war. Since he lost several of his sons from the academy, including Sucheol, Kwansik, and Myunggu, he declines further long-form questioning. He shares a somber reflection on his own life, noting that while he found late-stage happiness in his academy family, tragedy struck like lightning. Despite his grief, the master delivers an impassioned promise to the gathered officials. Because he believes people will always continue to overcome, he vows to do his best to protect humanity, urging the government not to count the superhumans out. This promise leads to a strategic proposal from a high-ranking general. The official suggests that a superhuman military partnership is the ideal path forward, citing rumors of a similar cooperation at the European headquarters. Master O remains skeptical, refusing to commit to the military until the transparency of the European situation is verified. He points out that the nature of inhuman invasions has changed. Because the attacks are becoming more frequent, massive, and systematic, they are clearly no longer random events. Drawing from the logic of "to catch a tiger," the master argues that humanity can no longer simply hit back at endless surprises. That's why he insists they must locate the Inhumans' base and cut them off at the roots. However, because no single superhuman can eradicate the entire race alone, the master formally proposes the creation of a superhumans union. He believes that while it will take time to embrace different personalities and strengthen solidarity, working as a group is the only way to minimize damage to the Earth. He reassures the worried officials by reminding them that they still have their greatest asset, the superhuman white cap, Lim Kang. While the master speaks of global unity, the narrative shifts to a Japanese bathhouse where Nangi is enjoying a moment of domestic comedy. Because he is lazy, he has forced his companion Dan Yang to tie his long hair into pigtails. The piece is suddenly interrupted when a wooden suitcase on the floor begins to rattle and shake violently. This forced Nangi to acknowledge that his guest has finally woken up. Dan Yang is disgusted when Nangi opens the box to reveal a small, slug-like inhuman bound tightly in a transparent container. This creature is Pyongoid, a survivor from the school invasion. Since Nangi wants information rather than a quick kill, he commands his shadow, Black Mirror, to release only the creature's mouth. The Master of Shadows then uses a mix of humor and lethal intimidation to initiate an interrogation. He mockingly calls the Pyongoid cute, while looming over him with a dark, suffocating aura. Nangi issues a final, terrifying ultimatum. The Inhuman must answer questions about his race truthfully, or he will be split in half on the spot. Nangi leans in with a malicious grin, noting that the Pyongoid looks like nothing more than a lowly pawn. Since he wants to identify the hierarchy of the enemy, Nan demands to know the name of the biggest boss the Inhumans follow. The prisoner continues to tremble, paralyzed by the overwhelming mental pressure radiating from Nangi. The Black Hat provides a ruthless 3-second countdown, manifesting a black energy weapon to prove he isn't joking. This forced the terrified slug to scream out the name Behemoth, just as the blade is about to strike. Dan Yang reacts with shock to the name, while Pyongoid frantically explains that Behemoth is his master and the object of his loyalty. Nangi recalls the hulking, multi-eyed commander from the schoolyard battle, but he quickly delivers a cold reality check. Behemoth is already dead. Pyongoid is left utterly devastated by the news of his master's demise. Nangi explains that the entire invasion force in Korea was wiped out, leaving Pyongoid as the sole survivor. This leads to a second interrogation regarding the creature's strange hiding spot. The fact that Nangi's eyes can see through any deception. He recalls finding the monster buried like a mushroom in a flower bed behind the school. Pyongoid admits he had lost most of his energy and needed a damp, covered place to recover, but his primary motivation for hiding was far more desperate. He reveals that he was terrified of being caught by an elite warrior named Galtaran. Luckily for the prisoner, his cowardice served as a survival strategy. He explains that Galtaran is a dreadful scavenger who eats fallen Inhumans to gain strength. Because the elites consider a weakened soldier to be useless, Pyongoid feared he would be eaten by his own kind. Dan Yang notes that Galtaran was also killed by the White Cap, providing the prisoner with a mix of relief and shock. Seeing that the creature is now willing to talk, Nangi relaxes his posture and sits on the floor, urging Pyongoid to share everything he knows about the remaining leaders. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a quiet moment of reflection for the head of superhuman analysis. He sits alone on some concrete stairs, sighing with exhaustion as he finishes a soda. With the press conference over and the Inhumans appearing openly on Earth, he realizes that the years spent chasing secret identities have become insignificant. This forced him to recall the 2016 Gangneung Harbor incident, where he had interviewed a young survivor named Wooben. At the time, the boy had insisted that a blue-horned monster was not a bad guy, and had even told him to run away from a scarier, ghost-like entity. Unfortunately, the investigator hadn't believed the child back then. Because the boy's story about a passing grandfather fighting a horned monster seemed too messed up for a traumatized mind, the man had dismissed it as a psychological shock. He even ignored the testimony of the boy's father, Namseok, who insisted his son wouldn't lie. Back in the present, the man's soda can buckles in his grip as the realization of his failure hits him. He admits that everything the child said was true, and he feels a deep sense of guilt for failing as a reporter and investigator by ignoring the most important witness of the tragedy. The focus returns to the bathhouse, where Pyongoid continues to outline the inhuman leadership. He identifies 4 primary figures: Behemoth, Pan, Morel, and Sid. Since Pan is feral and hot-tempered, Pyongoid admits he almost died several times just for moving too slowly for the leader's liking. He describes Morel as the strategist who gave the orders for the Korean invasion, noting that while Behemoth was a kingly protector, everyone truly follows Morel's decisions as the true leader. The most unsettling revelation involves the figure named Sid, whom Pyongoid describes as the return of catastrophe. Because Sid is equated with disaster itself, Dan Yang is left in a state of visible shock. However, Nangi suddenly raises a hand to silence the room. His playful demeanor vanishes instantly, replaced by a deadly serious focus as his red eyes dart toward the door. He senses a new presence nearby, warning Dan Yang to be careful because someone is waiting just outside. Because he has maintained his Black Mirror ability, Nangi is certain that Pyongoid hasn't signaled for help, as the shadow energy prevents any outside communication. This forced Nangi to investigate the area alone, curious about the strange, undetectable entity lingering near the paper doors. Luckily, the outdoor onsen appears completely deserted under the bright sky. Nangi scans the steaming stone floor and the horizon, finding not even an ant in sight. He begins to doubt his own intuition, wondering if his recent battles have made him overly sensitive. That's why he decides to call off the alert and suggests to a hungry Dan Yang that they head out for a meal. However, the momentary peace is a trap. Just as Nangi lets out a laugh, a massive pillar of energy shatters the roof, launching him into the air. A hooded figure in blue ninja gear appears amidst the rubble, prompting Blackcap to realize he has finally found the sneaky guy who was playing hide-and-seek. The focus shifts back to Korea, where the atmosphere at Seoyeon High School is a mix of normalcy and awe. In the cafeteria, our boy Lim Kang is surrounded by his usual group, including the loud Daebang and Wu Chang Ryul. Because Lim Kang's identity as the White Cap superhuman is now public, the student body watches him with a mix of fascination and envy. Even the cafeteria cashier is struck by the reality of having a legend in the lunch line. Despite his global fame, the protagonist remains his quiet self, even as Hong Moo-hee playfully tries to snatch a bun from his hand. The domestic scene is interrupted by the arrival of two familiar faces, the pink-haired Ju-ri and his sister, Ju-hee. Lim Kang is shocked to see Ju-hee, the genius researcher who helped save Withrow, standing in his school cafeteria. She pulls our hero into a tight, maternal hug, acknowledging the immense physical and mental strain he has endured during the recent war. This display of affection leaves Moo-hee fuming with jealousy, until Ju-hee clarifies that she is effectively Lim Kang's older sister. However, the reunion is cut short when the class president arrives with an urgent message. The faculty office has called for our guy immediately. Inside the office, the teacher settles Lim Kang into a chair for a difficult conversation. The teacher expresses his genuine affection for the boy, noting that despite his superhuman status, he was always just a nice, quiet sleepyhead in his eyes. Unfortunately, the academic reality has changed. The teacher takes a deep breath and delivers a heartbreaking conclusion. Because of the unique circumstances surrounding his identity and the dangers involved, Lim Kang is no longer allowed to attend school. This news leaves Ju-ri and Ju-hee in a state of stunned silence, as our hero's attempt at a normal life is officially severed. Back in Japan, the battle at the onsen erupts in earnest. Nanji stands atop a pillar, looking down at the masked intruder with a malicious grin. He notes with amusement that the stranger is utilizing Gwan Biop, a traditional Korean unarmed martial art. Rather than being intimidated, Nan finds the choice of style funny, and promises to destroy the ugly mask hiding the intruder's face. The masked intruder lunges forward with explosive speed, cracking the pavement as he dashes toward the pillar. This sudden rush catches Nangi by surprise, forcing him to twist his body mid-air to narrowly avoid a high-speed strike. As Nangi lands, he is immediately forced to catch a punch with his bare hand. He realizes that this opponent is remarkably aggressive, utilizing a series of rapid-fire strikes that create blurs and afterimages. Nangi recognizes the style as Changquan, or long fist, and continues to laugh as he dodges a flurry of kicks. Unfortunately, the intruder's persistence pays off when he lands a solid blow that sends the superhuman skidding across the floor. Nanji is impressed by the move, but he quickly retakes control of the fight. He delivers a powerful counterpunch to the intruder's stomach, drawing blood and leaving the masked man gasping in pain. As the intruder glares through his mask, he recognizes Nangi's technique as Southern martial arts, realizing he is facing a master of the craft. Luckily for the intruder, Nangi stops to praise his dedication to martial arts. He admits he enjoys seeing honest techniques, but his tone quickly turns mocking. Nangi finds it ridiculous that the stranger is using stolen techniques and decides to increase the intensity. Because he is still suffering from the after effects of his battle with the inhuman behemoth, Nangi has missed the sensation of infinite tension. His eyes glow with a lethal red light, and he vanishes in a blur of speed to resume what he calls playtime. The scene shifts from the violent collision in Japan back to the somber faculty office at Seoyeon High School. The teacher looks at Lim Kang with a heavy heart, admitting that it is deeply ironic to worry about the hero getting hurt while he was busy saving the world. Because the battle at the school triggered widespread panic and government interest, rumors regarding the White Cap have spiraled out of control. That's why a campus-wide vote was held in Lim Kang's absence. Unfortunately, the majority of the community voted against him. This forced the school's hand, leading to the heartbreaking announcement that our protagonist is officially expelled. The teacher clenches his jaw in shame, calling the situation disgraceful and bullshit given the boy's sacrifice. Lim Kang listens in stoic silence, his mind drifting through memories of his time as a normal student, eating lunch and bickering with his friends. He recalls the words of Master Oh Bang Wan, who once taught him that while separation is unavoidable, the memories are what keep people connected. The teacher grips our hero's hands, offering a final promise that if Lim Kang ever needs a place to go or a friend to talk to, the school doors will always be open. Moved by this sincerity, the protagonist asks the teacher to raise his head. In a rare show of emotion, Lim Kang expresses his deep gratitude, thanking the man for teaching him, scolding him, and making him feel truly alive every day. Recalling the warmth of a hug he recently received from Ju-hee, our hero suddenly stands up and pulls the teacher into a firm, sincere embrace, leaving Ju-ri to watch in silent awe from the doorway. Back in Japan, the climax of the duel arrives as Nan-gi delivers a crushing punch that shatters the intruder's mask. As the stranger collapses, Dan Yang watches with a look of realization, noting that the man's movements look hauntingly familiar. Nan-gi stands over his defeated opponent, mockingly asking why he abandoned his senses if he thought this was just a game. He judges that the martial artist is finished, but he is stunned when the bloodied man wheezes out a specific name, Black Hat Sunbae. As the mask shatters and the duel ends, Dan Yang stands frozen in shock. Seeing the man's face, she immediately recognizes him, which prompts a curious Nan-gi to ask if they share a past. Dan Yang clarifies that while they aren't friends, she once encountered this man during a solo investigation. To explain the connection, she recalls a trip to Mount Hunchi in Harbin, China. Because the mountain is notorious for its treacherous roads and unpredictable climate, very few people ever venture there. However, a series of strange reports regarding a legendary Yeti had recently drawn public interest. At the same time, a local gang known as the Black Snow had been terrorizing nearby villages and stealing money. The fact that the gang was so loud and disruptive, the so-called Yeti eventually emerged from the forest and brutally dismantled the entire criminal organization. When other gangs attempted to seek revenge, they were met with the same fate. This created a rumor that anyone looking for a fight on Mount Hunchi was doomed to die. Hearing this, Nan-gi lets out a boisterous laugh, finding it hilarious that the bloodied martial artist on the floor is the Yeti from the legends. Dan Yang continues her story, explaining that she traveled to China specifically to investigate the wild man sightings. While hiding in the snowy woods, she discovered Horan dressed in animal furs, singing and dancing to himself about being a monster in a dark era. Unfortunately, Horan sensed her presence and investigated the tree where she was hiding. This forced a worried Dan Yang to reveal herself just as Horan's foot stomped into the snow beside her, creating a violent burst of powder. Terrified, Dan Yang attempted to flee, but Horan took a martial arts stance and demanded to know who she was. Because he could sense she wasn't an ordinary child, he immediately challenged her to a fight. Luckily, Dan Yang managed to de-escalate the situation by introducing herself, noting even then that he possessed the physique of a superhuman. Back in the present, Nan-gi is delighted to meet another fellow warrior. However, he is still confused as to why this massive man is calling him Sunbae, a term of high respect. While Dan Yang jokes that perhaps Horan was hit in the head too many times during their duel, the focus shifts briefly back to Korea. At Seoyeon High School, the typical routine is interrupted by a startling realization. Lim Kang's desk is empty and his bag is nowhere to be found. A classmate informs the stunned room that our hero has officially decided to quit school. Our protagonist left a final message thanking his friends and wishing them luck, but he specifically requested that no one try to visit him. Instead, he promised to be the one to visit them from time to time. As his classmates process the news in total shock, Lim Kang is shown walking away through a quiet residential alley, his life as a normal student officially over. Back in Japan, the martial artist Haran sits on the floor and formally introduces himself as Haran the Dwarf. Despite his large size, he describes himself with great intensity as a fighter who can shake forests and split the earth. As he speaks, his body begins to expand and grow even larger, a transformation that Nan-gi finds incredibly entertaining. Haran explains that he had been living a peaceful life at one with nature until he saw a televised report of the battle at Incheon Airport. Seeing Nan-gi's transcendent struggle against the Inhumans ignited a fire in his heart, making him realize his mountain life was short-sighted. Driven by respect, Haran swam across the sea to Korea to join the fight, but he arrived only after the battle had concluded. Luckily, he heard Nan-gi had traveled to Japan and crossed the sea once more, nearly catching a cold in the process, to find his idol. When Nan-gi asks why Haran attacked him upon arrival, the martial artist explains it was a necessary test. The fact that there are people who might pretend to be a legend, Haran wanted to experience the depth of Nan-gi's negation and martial arts skills firsthand to verify his identity. He bows his head to the floor, pleading for forgiveness for his rude manners. Nan-gi offers a terrifying glare, mockingly criticizing Haran for holding back during their duel. When Haran asks what his punishment should be, Nangi simply tells him to become his right-hand man. This punishment causes the trapped inhuman, Pyongoid, to nervously ask about his own fate. Nangi's tone turns cold as he reminds the slug that he has killed too many people to go free. While Nangi intends to judge him later, he demands the creature's help in the meantime. When the prisoner begins to whine, Horan aggressively silences him, threatening to squish the snail for disrespecting his sunbai. Nangi laughs at the display of loyalty, pleased to have a reliable right-hand man. With their new alliance formed, the group prepares to depart the bathhouse. Their next mission is clear. They are heading out to find an individual named Shigehira. A white van cuts through the busy city streets of South Korea, carrying the pink-haired researcher Ju-hee and her younger brother. Ju-ri is visibly unsettled as he voices his concerns regarding Lim Kang's safety. Because the protagonist has recently been expelled and isolated from his peers, the boy fears his friend is in significant trouble. Ju-hee attempts to soothe him with a complicated truth, noting that while the situation is difficult, their hero has become more mature and determined because of these hardships. That's why she suggests a change of pace, offering to let the boys relax together while she attends a private reservation later that evening. Luckily, the travel has a specific purpose that Ju-hee has yet to reveal. When the van pulls up to a nondescript building, she leads her brother through a dark, industrial hallway. This sudden shift in environment triggers a sense of dread in Ju-ri, who finds the atmosphere increasingly scary. His sister reassures him that the location is safe, just as they reach a set of heavy double doors. The doors swing open, revealing the bright interior of a high-tech laboratory. Inside, the specialized sniper Agent B and a male scientist named Dr. Moon turn in surprise, initially demanding to know who has bypassed their security. Since the facility is strictly off-limits, the tension is high until Ju-hee calmly introduces herself as a representative of the ISSTF. Recognizing her as a legendary researcher from a top U.S. institute, Dr. Moon's hostility vanishes instantly, and he urgently welcomes the leader inside. The group moves deeper into the facility, which Ju-ri identifies as the Mirai Medical Research Department. Because he expected a secret lab to be floating in the sky rather than hidden in the Chungcheongbuk region, he is left in awe of the vast facility. Ju-hee greets Dr. Moon like an old friend, noting that their long history of internet collaboration has finally led to this in-person meeting. She then turns her attention to Agent B, who recognizes her immediately. Dr. Moon is curious as to why such a talented researcher would leave the United States, prompting Ju-hee to reveal that she has officially transferred to Korea permanently. When the doctor questions the presence of an outsider like Ju-ri, Agent B intercedes on the boy's behalf. He identifies the teenager as the one who provided life-saving first aid during the Incheon airport disaster. This shared history creates a bond of mutual respect. Agent B offers a sincere thanks for his life, while Ju-ri acknowledges the soldier for saving him from the monsters in return. The conversation turns serious as Ju-hee's playful demeanor evaporates. She inquires about the status of Park Gun-do, the student scheduled for the experimental upform procedure. Dr. Moon leads them to a darkened wing where the boy is resting inside a glowing vital capsule. Because Gundu's condition is as precarious as a guttering candle, the doctor fears he may not survive long enough to tolerate the initial stages of the surgery. Ju-hee demands the boy's medical charts, scanning the complex data in a mere 5 seconds. This display of genius stuns Dr. Moon, especially when Ju-hee confidently declares that they will solve the procedural problems together. However, before the work begins, the researcher makes a shocking personal request. She announces her intention to resign from the ISSTF and asks Dr. Moon and Agent B to follow her. Since this is a high-risk proposal that involves abandoning their official status, the group is left frozen in total shock as she prepares to explain her true motives. Meanwhile, a shift occurs within the Inhuman hierarchy. Deep in a dark chamber, a fish-like Inhuman named Tobion arrives to meet the strategist Morel and the other elites. Morel declares that the time for observation is over. He intends to lead a direct strike involving the elite warriors Akabanga and Babarusa. He commands Tobion to open his massive maw, allowing the leadership, including the white-haired Pan, to board him as he breaches the ocean surface. Under the night sky, the Inhumans stand on the creature's back, preparing to find a mysterious target known as Jakayak. Morel delivers a stern warning to Tobion regarding their destination, Anmyeon Island. With the target having protected his territory with a powerful barrier, anyone who enters will be plagued by hallucinations and lose their way. To bypass this defense, Morel orders the giant fish to keep his eyes closed and rely entirely on his instructions. He explains that everything they see, the island, the trees, and the reptiles, will likely be a deceptive illusion intended to lead them astray. Tobion acknowledges the danger, warning his passengers of sudden movements as he begins to swim through the dark, turbulent waters. As they cut through the midnight waves toward the southwest, the tension among the group becomes palpable. Pan questions the strategist regarding their target, the mysterious Jakayak. Because of the target's unpredictable nature, Morel admits that a peaceful resolution is far from guaranteed. He warns his companions that unless Jakayak is willing to cooperate, the encounter will likely end in a bloodbath. Far away from this advancing threat, deep within a jagged rock cavern, the silhouette of Jakayak sits motionless upon a stone throne, unaware that the inhuman elite are closing in on Anmian Island. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the bright, sun-drenched streets of Kyoto, Japan. Nangi is walking boldly through the city with the muscular Horan and the pink-cloaked Dan Yang. Since Horan is desperate to prove his loyalty as a right-hand man, he comically scuffles with Dan Yang over a food skewer, insisting she should have offered the first bite to her senior. Nangi eventually intervenes to stop the bickering, reminding them that they've already paid enough in damages for the spa they recently destroyed. As they move through the district, their presence triggers a wave of whispers among the civilians. Because Nangi's face was broadcast globally during the Korean War, the bystanders immediately recognize him as the Black Hat superhuman, though they are baffled by the caveman Horan walking beside him. Dan Yang grows nervous about the public attention, but Nangi remains unbothered. He explains that there is no longer a reason for them to hide their existence. He believes that how the world perceives them is irrelevant compared to the path they have chosen to walk. The group continues toward the suburbs, heading for a shadowed bamboo forest where Nangi first met a warrior named Shigehira. Luckily, Nangi's senses are as sharp as ever. He calmly informs his companions that they are being followed. While Dan Yang is shocked that she missed the presents, Nangi finds the situation amusing, comparing the stalker to a fly drawn to a popular figure. Although Haran is eager to jump into a fight despite his previous injuries, Nangi instructs them to ignore the tail for now. The fact that the tracker's movements are amateurish, Nangi is certain he can easily catch the individual once they reach the seclusion of the bamboo. Far across the ocean, the peace of the night is shattered for St. Pearl. She bolts upright in bed, waking from a vivid nightmare of the brutal struggle against Pan and the sacrificial defiance of her partner, Jane Sonata. The trauma of the memory is interrupted by her vibrating phone, revealing an urgent call from her technical liaison, James De Niro. Sensing the panic in his voice, Pearl becomes fully alert. James is sweating and frantic, immediately asking if Jane has made contact. When Pearl confirms she has heard nothing from her mentor, James delivers a crushing update that shifts the global stakes once again. Because a new inhuman crisis has just erupted, James informs Pearl that Australia is currently under a full-scale attack. St. Pearl asks for details, but James can only look down in dread, explaining that there is almost no information yet because the incident only started 10 minutes ago. Currently, the US and UK's ISSTF units are en route to Australia, but they haven't seen any superhumans taking action yet. James explains that they are trying to reach the superhuman Daphne Bayleaf, who was supposed to meet Jane, to see if she has any updates. St. Pearl listens with intense focus before making a decisive move. She tells James she is on her way now, but as James prepares to meet her at the lab, Pearl clarifies her intent. She isn't going to the office, she is heading straight to Australia. She grabs her hero suit from the closet, telling James that because time is short and she has a bad feeling, he needs to lead the rest of the team while she takes the lead. The scene shifts to Japan, where the muscular Howran is straining as he drags a heavy suitcase containing the inhuman Pyongoid. Because they know they are being followed, Horan wants to protect Nangi, but Dan Yang tells him to be quiet so the stalker doesn't hear them. As they walk down a traditional Japanese street, the local citizens are already in a state of alarm over a newsflash about inhumans. They recognize Nangi as the Black Hat hero, but their focus is on the smartphones showing the chaos in Australia. Dan Yang checks the updates, noting that the situation is so chaotic that live broadcasts are impossible, and the Australian government is struggling to evacuate citizens because the central inhuman threat remains unidentified. Nangi continues walking toward a bamboo forest, admitting that he feels nothing this time, perhaps because he knows nothing about Australia. He laughs it off, deciding they should focus on entering the forest to find where Shigehira lives. Meanwhile, back in the American conference room, a desperate Sui Garcia begs James to send her to the front lines. James is hesitant because she was supposed to stay in America, but Sui insists that Jane's safety is all that matters. As the rest of the team watch with shocked expressions, Withrow brings some cold logic to the room. He explains that because the US team currently lacks a teleporter, helping a distant location immediately is nearly impossible. James agrees, noting that Pearl, who recently gained the ability to fly, was right to head to Australia immediately, rather than wasting time in a meeting. High above the night traffic, St. Pearl is shown as a streak of light, leaving a trail of golden energy as she flies at high speed. She accelerates with such force that the resulting shockwave on a nearby building. James reflects on her solo mission, admitting he always regrets her reckless behavior, but this time, he has no choice but to trust her. On a television screen, an LDS TV anchor reports that there is still no clear information on the Australian damage, though St. Pearl is confirmed to be on her way. Watching this from their own room, the Russians Maxim Basilov and Kirillov express deep concern. Kirillov finds the incident weird, noting that Australia has nothing to do with the White Cap hero. Because the news alerts are constant, Kirillov realizes this isn't a small incident, prompting Basilov to command him to get ready to leave. Back in Japan, Nangi steps into a lush green bamboo forest, laughing as he navigates the familiar path. He leads Haran and Dan Yang to a small wooden cabin nestled among the tall trees, which is identified as Shigehira's place. Nanji stares at the cabin with a suspicious grin, noting that the silence is weird because no one has been there for a long time. To secure the area, he orders Horan to handle traffic control for the entities flying above. Horan, who flies faster than a bird, leaps into the sky to catch a large eagle with his bare hands. Luckily for the bird, the hunt is interrupted. Before Horan can catch the eagle, he is struck by a powerful kick from a young man with short hair and a dark jacket. Horan falls through the bamboo trees, calling out to Nangi as he crashes down. The blond man stands in the clearing, silent and resolute. Nanji looks at the stranger and mockingly suggests that if he sees a famous guy, he should offer a proper greeting. He praises the young boy, Miura Chisaki, for his boldness and assumes the kid must be the master of the bamboo forest. However, Nangi quickly shifts the conversation to his true purpose, explaining that he has come to find an old acquaintance named Shigehira. Unfortunately, Chisaki is far from convinced. He calls out Nan for lying, refusing to believe that a true friend of his uncle would ever attempt to attack Kenta, the eagle perched on his shoulder. Because the bird is considered part of Shigehira's family, the boy views the earlier scuffle as an act of shameless aggression. Nangi and Dan Yang are momentarily confused by the eagle's name, but Chisaki remains firm in his hostility toward the strangers. This tension triggers a sudden and violent reaction from Haran. Seeking to protect his senior's dignity, the muscular warrior launches a powerful kick aimed directly at the boy's head. Luckily, Chisaki possesses incredible reflexes. He manages to dodge the lethal strike at the last microsecond. This forced Horan into a desperate struggle on the ground as the boy moves with a speed the warrior finds unstoppable. Horan's eyes glow with rage as he prepares a counter-assault, vowing to show no mercy now that the fight has officially begun. As he looms over the terrified Chisaki, a massive explosion of dust and energy erupts, sending a shockwave through the bamboo forest. Dan Yang watches in horror, fearing for the boy's life. But as the dust settles, a surprising sight is revealed. Nanji has intervened, effortlessly holding back Haran's fist with a single hand. Black Hat is visibly disappointed in his right-hand man, scolding him for losing his reason and acting like a murder maniac instead of a disciplined warrior. This forced a wave of shame over Haran, who immediately drops to the ground. In a bizarre display of self-punishment, the warrior begins repeatedly slamming his head against the earth, vowing to continue until he dies for his perceived disrespect toward his senior. Nanji ignores the drama and turns back to the bewildered Chisaki. He calmly clarifies that he never intended to kill the eagle, and admits that he isn't exactly Shigehira's friend, having only met the man once. Since he finds the topic exhausting, Nan turns his back and begins to walk away, mockingly noting that he will just have to find the ugly-haired man himself. The departure is cut short when Chisaki suddenly breaks down. With tears streaming down his face, the boy begs the group to stay and help him save his uncle. This sudden plea for mercy leaves Nangi and Dan Yang in a state of shock, realizing that the master of the forest is actually a desperate child in need of protection. As this emotional scene unfolds in Japan, the focus shifts across the globe. A streak of golden light cuts through the moonlit sky over the ocean, marking St. Pearl's high-speed flight toward Australia. Due to the heavy spiritual toll Jane Sonata took during their previous battle, Pearl is haunted by the uncertainty of her mate's condition. She realizes that unless Jane successfully meets the superhuman Daphne to heal her necrosis, she may never be able to return to the world of the living. Back in the bamboo forest, the group has moved to a small wooden cabin to talk. Nangi learns that Shigehira has been missing for over 6 months, leaving the soft-hearted Chisaki to guard the home alone. Horan, having recovered from his bout of self-harm, finds himself feeling pity for the crying boy. Nangi leans in, officially introducing himself before asking for the boy's name. After the child identifies himself as Miura Chisaki, Black Hat demands the full story. He asks the boy to explain everything about his relationship with Shigehira and the events that led to his uncle's disappearance. Chisaki looks down with tears welling in his eyes, his voice trembling as he begins to recount a memory from a year ago. The narrative shifts to a field under a sky, where a younger Chisaki once stood paralyzed by his very first encounter with another superhuman. While terrified civilians fled through the tall grass, screaming about a monster, Chisaki found himself mesmerized by the man standing before him. Despite the pungent smell of blood and the proximity of a disgusting corpse, Chisaki felt a warmth that surpassed the sun. This forced him to stare in silent awe at the back of the mysterious warrior, Togasaki Shigehira, who stood calmly amidst the chaos. Shigehira eventually turned his spectacles toward the boy, acknowledging his presence just as a fallen blue inhuman coughed up its final breath. He called out to his companion, an eagle named Kenta, who descended from the sky to perch on his shoulder. This was the moment their lives intersected. Back in the present, Chisaki explains that while they recognized each other's nature, they spent a long period traveling separately. Chisaki fought inhumans across Japan, but he was often a step behind, arriving only after Shigehira had already left a trail of mangled remains in his wake. By the time Chisaki had neutralized 3 monsters himself, the Japanese government began tracking rumors of the imp and the forest spirit. Hearing this, Dan Yang expresses skepticism. She questions how a single region could have so many undocumented inhuman encounters, suggesting the numbers are unnaturally high. Luckily, Nangi breaks into a grin, explaining that official government statistics are pure nonsense. He points out that organizations like the United Nations often fabricate figures to maintain public stability, intentionally filtering information to suit political and business interests. If the unknown clashes between superhumans and monsters were actually recorded, the true scale of the war would be far more staggering. The conversation is suddenly interrupted when a dark, swirling shadow entity erupts from Nangi's arm. This is the Black Mirror, which takes a humanoid form and looms over the startled Chisaki. The shadow speaks telepathically to our protagonist, noting that it feels a strange, familiar echo within the boy. However, Nangi has no interest in the shadow's observations. He suppresses the entity with a surge of energy, commanding it back into confinement for interrupting the adults. Chisaki continues his story, recalling the day he finally tracked Shigehira to his bamboo cabin. Although the boy's attempt at tailing him was clumsy, Shigehira acknowledged him without even turning around. Young Chisaki nervously introduced himself as a fellow superhuman, calling the man Grandpa out of respect. Shigehira was quick to correct him, jokingly apologizing for his ash-gray hair dye and insisting he wasn't that old yet. That's why the two quickly became close friends. Over the following months, they spent their time sparring by waterfalls and sharing stories by the fire. Chisaki found that despite Shigehira's cold exterior, he was a deeply kind and warm person. The warrior even explained the significance of the red markings on Kenta's head, calling the eagle his true family. During a quiet night on a pavilion, Shigehira shared a rare bit of wisdom, telling the boy that the world remains beautiful only because people can lean on one another. Unfortunately, this happiness was shattered by a near-fatal incident at Iridahama Beach. While looking for shells, Chisaki stumbled upon a massive gray inhuman without any prior emergency alert. This opponent possessed a level of speed and power the boy had never encountered, and as a result, he was quickly overwhelmed. Bloodied and terrified, Chisaki completely gave up on survival as the monster gripped his head, preparing to crush his skull. Death seemed certain until Shigehira's sandals stepped onto the sand. The warrior walked calmly toward the monster, expressing genuine amazement that the beast was capable of speech. Facing the giant inhuman without a hint of fear, Shigehira issued a simple, authoritative demand for the creature to let go of the boy, marking the start of a desperate rescue. As the memory of the beach encounter continues, the massive inhuman Bohama maintains a crushing grip on Chisaki's head. The monster mockingly questions if the boy is merely a subordinate, but Shigehira remains stoic. While he admits he is surprised by how well the beast can speak, he issues a simple, authoritative demand to let the boy go. Bohama responds with a distorted laugh, finding Shigehira's concern for his junior to be a weakness. However, the monster is suddenly distracted as the eagle, Kenta, soars toward the sun. This moment of confusion is exactly what Shigehira needs. In a blinding circular arc of energy, he draws his blade and strikes with such precision that he severs the giant's arm instantly. Because of this decisive move, Shigehira is able to snatch the battered Chisaki and skid to safety while blood gushes from the creature's body. While he observes the fallen threat, Shigehira realizes the fight isn't over. He intended to finish the beast in one stroke, but the monster's reflexes were fast enough to prevent an immediate kill. That's why Shigehira chooses to pause and comfort the terrified boy. He gently places his straw hat over the young boy's head, explaining that while life is filled with loneliness and fear, they have each other in this moment. He encourages the kid to lean on him, providing the emotional strength the boy needs to survive the trauma. Luckily, Shigehira's resolve is matched by his skill. As the true battle begins, sand and dust explode from the force of their collision. Back in the present day, Chisaki explains to Nangi and Dan Yang that while the old man fought brilliantly, the situation grew even more dangerous when a second talking inhuman named Merle arrived. This newcomer immediately coordinated with Bohama, diving underground to launch surprise attacks from below. This forced Shigehira to maintain absolute focus. He found it strange that two intelligent, speaking inhumans would appear at once, noting that they were unlike any monsters he had ever encountered. The fact that Chisaki was so badly broken and injured, he could only watch from the ground, feeling helpless as the two monsters ignored him entirely to focus their relentless assault on Shigehira. Upon hearing this, Dan Yang is struck by the similarity to other high-level battles, wondering if the superhuman was in legitimate danger. However, the boy clarifies that the reality was quite the opposite. To his surprise, Shigehira held an overwhelming advantage once he revealed his true skills. Nanji finds this logic-driven victory to be only natural. He explains that Shigehira is a powerful superhuman who understands the variables of combat, from natural abilities to pure experience. Nanji provides a high-level comparison, suggesting that Shigehira is equal to or even greater in strength than Saint Pearl, the top warrior in the United States. He argues that unless an opponent is an inhuman king like Behemoth or commands an entire army, Shigehira simply cannot be defeated. This analysis is proven true as the memory returns to the beach, showing a bloodied Shigehira standing over the mangled remains of his enemies. Because the threat is neutralized, the warrior looks down at a defeated Bohama and prepares to start an interrogation. noting that as long as the monster's lungs are intact, he expects some honest answers. The flashback of Mira Chisaki's history continues as the violent dust of the beach battle begins to settle. Luckily, the eagle Kenta survives the encounter, and the young boy cradles the bird's head while Shigehira stands victoriously over the mangled remains of the inhuman Bohama. Chisaki observes the warrior with a mix of curiosity and dread, noting that even after the struggle, the man remains focused entirely on the fallen beast. This forced a grim interrogation. Shigehira looms over Bohama, promising to memorize his name before demanding to know his origins. Since the monster initially attempts to feign ignorance, Shigehira swings his blade with terrifying force, severing another of the creature's limbs. This sudden brutality leaves Chisaki and Kenta in shock, but the warrior remains analytical. He explains that since Inhumans possess regenerative abilities, he intends to keep Bohama alive. However, he warns that until the monster provides the correct answers, his pain will be repeated indefinitely. Faced with this relentless pressure, Bohama finally breaks. He confesses that he and his partner Merle were merely scouts for a warrior named Stein. Because Stein was a pet who feared even the boss's shadow and eventually ran away, Bohama's unit was ordered to track the deserter. This leads to a chilling revelation regarding the Inhuman hierarchy. Bohama identifies his leader as a king who stands above all others, possessing an autonomous fighting spirit that surpasses the mindless predators. Shigehira's eyes glow as he processes terms like autonomous warrior and king, realizing the scale of the organization he is up against. Because he is determined to strike at the roots of this threat, Shigehira resolves to use the monster as a guide. He points his katana at the broken Bohama, sparing his life on the condition that the creature leads him across the ocean to the Inhuman's source. This decision causes an immediate rift between the two superhumans. Back at the mountain cabin, Chisaki recounts how Shigehira prepared a small boat at midnight for his departure. Chisaki attempted to join the mission, arguing that they should depend on each other as allies. Unfortunately, Shigehira remained firm in his refusal. He explained that their capabilities were currently as different as the sky and the land, and because of this, the boy would only be a burden in the high-level battles ahead. He encouraged the boy to get stronger and stay behind to protect Japan. Just like that, the mentor rode out into the moonlit abyss, leaving a dejected Chisaki on the shore. In the present day, Nangi breaks into a boisterous laugh upon hearing the conclusion of the tale. He calls Shigehira a stupid bastard, arguing that the warrior was blinded by his own arrogance. Nangi believes that by underestimating the enemy based on just 2 scouts, Shigehira made a fatal tactical error. This disrespect infuriates the crying Chisaki, who screams at Nangi to apologize for insulting a man who fought for the people. Nangi merely grins, asking the pointed question, if Shigehira wasn't being stupid, then why has he never returned? The tragedy reaches its peak as the boy recounts his long wait on the shore. One day, the silence was shattered when a bloodied and battered Kenta crashed onto the sand. Chisaki ran to the injured eagle, only to find a blood-stained piece of paper tied to the bird's ankle. Because of the weight of the message, he hesitated to open it, eventually revealing 2 chilling words written in his mentor's hand. Be careful. After hearing the conclusion of Shigehira's disappearance, Nangi is consumed by sharp anger. He lunges forward and grabs the young Chisaki by his collar, lifting him slightly off the ground amidst the bamboo trees. The Black Hat is disgusted by the logic of the situation, mockingly pointing out that the result of Shigehira's stupid decision to act alone was nothing more than a blood-stained, pathetic piece of paper. He berates the boy for shamelessly begging for help while still being caught up in his own weak emotions, looming over the child with a lethal intensity in his red eyes. Luckily, the violence is brief. Nangi suddenly releases his grip, letting the trembling Chisaki slump back onto the ground. Turning away with a look of pure disdain, he tells the group he can no longer endure the breast milk smell of the boy's immaturity. However, because he is a man of action, he demands to know if there is any actual information or clues left to share. Chisaki, exhausted and glassy-eyed, provides a specific lead. He describes a dark, rocky island located southeast of Japan that is perpetually surrounded by crows. According to his information, that is where the Inhuman they call the King is hidden. This leads back to a memory of a dark beach at night, where the captured Inhuman Bohama sat bound in a wooden boat. Strangely, the monster made a final request of Shigehira before they departed. He begged to be killed before they reached the island. Since he failed his mission and was leading a superhuman to their base, Bohama was terrified of the consequences, fearing he wouldn't be allowed to die in peace if he arrived alive. Shigehira, however, remained unmoved by the monster's plea. He looked down at the terrified creature with clinical indifference, commanding the beast to shut its mouth and lead the way, as he would be the one to decide the monster's fate. Back in the present, Chisaki bows his head, admitting that he has no more stories left to tell. Unfortunately, Nangi offers a grim reality check, warning the boy not to hold on to any hope. Because so much time has passed since that blood-stained note was sent, the Black Hat concludes that there is a high probability Shigehira has already been killed. He notes that given the warrior's personality, he likely acted alone and was overwhelmed. Nangi begins to walk away, commanding Chisaki to get up and stop crying like an idiot. He tells the boy that if he is truly a friend and a superhuman, he must know that the only path forward is action. As the group leaves the cabin behind, Nangi vows to finish what Shigehira started as a sign of respect. When the hot-headed Horan suggests heading straight to Crow Island to boil the monsters, Nangi shuts the idea down. He explains that because their current group is too weak, they cannot go there yet. Instead, he decides they must first observe the growing crisis in Australia. The mention of the island sends the captive inhuman, Pyongoid, into a state of shivering terror inside his suitcase. Meanwhile, far away at the Submu Martial Academy in Korea, the gravity of the situation becomes clear. Master Oh Bang-won and his students watch a news broadcast reporting that the Gold Coast of Australia is currently covered in an unnatural, dark red fog. Because this mist has disrupted all communication, even the ISSTF units on the scene are left helpless. This sight triggers a sense of profound dread in the Master, whose instincts tell him this isn't a simple problem. The red clouds remind him of the horrors he has seen before. The narrative shifts back 2 days, to a time before the red fog arrived. At Griffith University, a distinguished professor named Daphne Bayleaf delivers a lecture on the legendary flute mushroom. She explains that while the fungus is rare, it is known to bring good luck and can allegedly cure any disease. As she speaks, her students whisper about her reputation as the witch, a psychologist rumored to have the ability to read people's thoughts and feelings. The academic peace is suddenly shattered by a violent tremor. As the ceiling lights flicker and the students scream in fear of an earthquake, Professor Daphne Bayleaf stares at the floor with wide eyes, sensing a much deeper threat. This tremor is felt all the way at Surfer's Heaven Beach. Under a clear blue sky, the shoreline suddenly erupts as massive jagged stone pillars rise from the sand, towering over the terrified beachgoers. Because the sky is filled with falling objects, the panicked crowd begins to scream and flee the water. One surfer, watching in terror, initially believes he is witnessing a meteorite strike, but he quickly notices a disturbing detail. The debris is shifting its trajectory mid-air. Instead of crashing into the sea, the objects are purposefully angling toward the sand. As a result of this aerial bombardment, lifeguards scramble to clear the beach. Luckily, even though massive rocks are slamming into the sand with the force of an earthquake, the falling debris avoids hitting the people or the lifeguard structures. This precision suggests a deliberate, controlled event rather than a natural disaster. The chaos eventually reveals the arrival of colossal, house-sized boulders embedded in the sand, one of which sits directly in the center of the beach like a monument. The tremor is felt miles away at Griffith University, where students are thrown into a state of confusion. Because the school's emergency alarms haven't been triggered, the students are left to speculate if a superhuman battle, like the recent war in Korea, has arrived in Australia. Their confusion turns to suspicion when they realize their professor, Daphne Bayleaf, has suddenly abandoned her podium and vanished from the classroom without explanation. Back at the beach, police officers attempt to prohibit access to the site. One officer reveals to his partner that their superiors suspect the stones are connected to the superhuman, Jane Sonata. This connection explains why the ISSTF, the Specialized Superhuman Task Force, has been called in to take over the investigation. While the officers grumble about these bastards who travel the world to act as heroes, they are interrupted by the arrival of a gray-haired woman in a pink jacket. This newcomer is Daphne Bayleaf, who identifies herself as a superhuman to bypass the police barricade. The fact that she recognizes the stone structures as part of her friend's power, she approaches the largest house-sized rock with a somber expression. She realizes that Jane Sonata has been pushed to her absolute limit, as the stone hinges are silent and unresponsive. To understand the gravity of the situation, Daphne uses her unique ability to peer through the rock's memories. That's why a horrific montage of the battle at sea flashes before her eyes. She sees the white-haired inhuman leader, Pan, and witnesses Jane and St. Pearl risking their lives in a desperate struggle to protect the planet. Since she has seen the true cost of their survival, Daphne stands alone on the beach at sunset, expressing her deep gratitude to her fallen peers on behalf of humanity. She realizes that the stones are currently seeping into the land to absorb the nutrients needed to sustain Jane's life, and she resolves to take her friend home to heal. That night, the scene shifts to an attic dormitory where Daphne has hidden the wounded hero. Because the attic serves as a private ward away from prying eyes, Jane lies under a blanket, miraculously alive despite the catastrophic damage she endured. The quiet is interrupted by Jermaine Scotch, a muscular man who enters the room to check on Daphne. Although the atmosphere is heavy, Scotch offers his support, sensing the deep grief on the professor's face. Unfortunately, the medical reality is grim. Daphne looks down at her unconscious friend and reveals that Jane is officially dying. The fact that she is the only one with the power to save her, Daphne pleads for Scotch's help to perform a miracle. At the Surfer's Heaven Beach, the quiet night is shattered by a subtle but deadly intrusion. Because a blue-skinned inhuman has crawled out of the surf and passed the no-entry signs, the safety of the local shore has been compromised. High up in a nearby lifeguard tower, a guard named Max is distracted by a phone call with a friend. They discuss the upcoming U.S., presidential election, specifically focusing on the candidate Marcus Gerald. Max is hopeful that Gerald, the chairman of JM Beyond Bio, will win, because a spike in company stocks would finally allow him to quit his grueling night shifts. Unfortunately, this financial daydreaming prevents him from noticing the creature scaling his tower. Max eventually hears a strange sound from the deck and investigates with his flashlight, but he finds nothing on the sand below. That's why he is completely caught off guard when the Inhuman, identified as Ulrum, reveals itself right behind him on the tower balcony. The guy is paralyzed with terror as the creature stares him down and demandingly asks for the location of a stone. Before Max can even respond, Ulrum strikes, ending the guard's life in a brutal spray of blood. As the phone sits abandoned in a pool of blood, the Inhuman leaps down to the beach, creating a small crater in the sand before beginning a trek toward the city. Meanwhile, inside a private residence, the muscular Jermaine Scotch and the superhuman Daphne Bayleaf discuss the fallout of the recent Henge stone shower. Scotch notes that while the stones caused little physical damage, their mysterious disappearance into the sand has sparked global rumors regarding Jane Sonata. Because the public has already identified Daphne at the scene of the impact, she finally decides to drop her witch professor facade. She officially admits to Scotch that she is a superhuman, explaining that the recent war in Korea has made hiding her identity a useless endeavor. Daphne warns that a dangerous, unstoppable era has arrived, forcing superhumans and humans to prepare for a coordinated attack. The fact that she values their long history of friendship, she offers Scotch the chance to walk away and avoid the coming danger. However, Scotch is offended by the suggestion. He reminds her of all the times he has helped her with mundane tasks like fixing light bulbs and motorcycles, declaring that he has no intention of leaving her to face this crisis alone. This loyalty allows Daphne to move forward with her plan. She hands him a list of essential supplies, noting that they are running out of time to save the dying Jane Sonata. Strangely, the heroes are being watched from the rooftops. The Inhuman Calbus has located their position and coordinates with the Ulrum to initiate the next phase of their hunt. To track their target effectively, Ulrum undergoes a grotesque transformation, ejecting a black crow with glowing red eyes from his own throat. As the bird takes flight, the Inhumans prepare to let the creature do its job, signaling that the sanctuary Daphne has built is no longer a secret.